Chapter 1. The salt wind cut through the gray wool of the cloak as Saira climbed the switchback road toward the Aerie of Veska, and she kept her eyes fixed on the stones beneath her feet, so no one would see her counting the coin purse hidden against her ribs. 12 silver marks, enough to keep Toma out of the conscription pits for another season, enough to buy core for the forge through the worst of the winter stones. Enough that her father could stop sharpening the same knife every night and wondering which of his sons would be called to die first on the eastern coast. The cloak was the color of winter heather, hemmed with silk thread that caught the light even through the morning fog. Lady Elira Thorne's cloak. Saira had never worn anything so fine, and the fabric felt like a lie against her skin. Stopped and foreign and far too warm for a woman who had spent her life standing in front of a forge fire. She had met the lady exactly once, in a candlelit room above the lower city, where the air smelled of fever tea and old paper. Elira Thorne had been propped against pillows, pale as milk, her hands trembling around a cup of broth she could not keep down. The binding ceremony was 3 days away, and the Thorne family needed a body on the field. A body in the right wordlers. A body that could walk the line, bow at the proper moment, and leave with enough coin to make the lie worth telling. "You have a good stance," Elira had said, her voice thin but sharp at the edges. "Broad shoulders. You look like you could take a shove without falling." Saira had not known whether to thank her. Now she crested the last switchback and the Aerie rose above her, not as a rumor or a silhouette against the sky, but as stone and iron and the vast weight of a mountain carved into a fortress. Towers drove upward through the cloud layer, their peaks lost in gray. Walls of black volcanic rock plunged down into the cliffs below, and the wind that hit her face carried the smell of dragon musk and hot iron, animal and forge fire in the same breath. She had seen the Aerie from the lower city her whole life. She had never stood inside its shadow. Other candidates climbed ahead of her, boys and girls in the colors of their houses, attended by servants who carried their trains and adjusted their collars. The Thorne family had sent no servant. They had sent a sealed letter of introduction and a purse of coin, and that was the extent of Saira's support. At the gate, a clerk read a finger down a list and did not look up. Name and house. Saira felt the liolage in her throat. She had practiced it 100 times on the walk-up, in the rhythm of her own footsteps, and still it came out rough. Elira Thorne of the Cliffwater line. The clerk scratched a mark. Tier 3. Field position 7. You stand with the outer ring and do not advance unless called. He waved her through without meeting her eyes, and Saira stepped into the outer courtyard of the Aerie of Veska. The space was enormous, a bowl of packed stone, ringed by tiers of seating that climbed toward the barracks and the administration towers. At the center of the field, a stone platform stood dark with age, stained by generations of dragon blood and ceremony. And above the platform, bolted into the cliff face itself, iron chains hung in loops as thick as Saira's arm, their links dulled by soft air and frost. She did not understand the chains at first. Then the platform vibrated beneath her feet, a low thrum that traveled through the stone and into her bones. And a crack opened in the cliff wall above the chains. The dragon emerged from darkness. He was black. Not the black of coal or shadow, but the black of storm clouds backlit by lightning, deep and restless and alive with something that made the air hum. His scales caught the weak morning light and threw it back in fractured glints, and his eyes, when they opened, were the color of molten iron. He was chained at the throat, at the forelimbs, at the base of his wings. The chains ran from his body into the cliff, anchored deep in the mountain stone. And when he moved, the whole platform groaned. Saira felt the sound in her chest, low and resonant, like a hammer striking an anvil a mile deep. The nobles on the tiers began to murmur. Candidates in the outer ring shifted on their feet. A herald's voice cut through the noise, reciting the names of bloodlines, the history of binding, the ancient compact between dragon and rider. Saira tried to follow the words, but the dragon was still looking at the field, looking for something. The ceremony moved forward in stages. Heirs from the great houses advanced in pairs, their names called with full honors. They bowed before the platform, they recited the oaths of allegiance. And the dragon ignored them. He did not lower his head, he did not blink. He watched them with the patience of something that had learned to wait through lifetimes of human ritual, and when each heir stepped back, dismissed, the noble families on the tiers stirred with poorly hidden alarm. Commandant Dain Veyra sat at the center of the viewing stand, his hands flat on the carved armrests, his expression unreadable. Saira caught a glimpse of him between the shifting bodies of the candidates, a lean, hard man with iron-gray hair and a scar that cut across his right jaw. He did not look like a man who tolerated surprises. The fifth heir was called. The sixth, the seventh. Then the clerk's voice stumbled. Elira Thorne of the Cliffwater Line, Tier 3, Outer Ring. Saira walked forward because there was no other direction to go. The field seemed to stretch as she crossed it, the stone platform growing larger with every step, the dragon's presence pressing against her like a wall of heat. She could smell him now, smoke and metal and something older, something that made the small hairs on her arms rise. She reached the marked 9 and stopped, lowered her head as she had been instructed. The herald did on the oath, and she opened her mouth to repeat it. She never spoke. The dragon moved. The chains screamed as they took his weight. He lunged forward, not toward the platform steps, but directly toward her, and the wind of his passage threw candidates to the ground. Saira did not move. She could not move. His head descended, massive and terrible, scales catching the light like broken glass, and his brow lowered to meet hers. Heat flooded through her, not physical heat, though his breath was furnace hot against her face. Something else, something that entered through her brows, her skin, her ribs, and filled the spaces where she had not known she was empty. Grief, rage, a century of darkness and iron, a longing so vast it had no shape. She felt the chains around his throat as if they were around her own, felt the cold of the mountain stone against her back, felt the slow, crushing weight of years spent waiting for something that had not come. And beneath all of it, recognition. He knew her. Not her name, not her face, but something deeper. The part of her that had spent her life standing in rooms where she did not belong, making herself small and useful and invisible. The part that had never stopped fighting, even when fighting meant only surviving until the next morning. The bond struck like a hammer blow. Saira heard her own voice crack, felt her knees buckle, felt the dragon's will wrap around hers not as a chain but as an anchor. She was falling and rising at the same time, drowning in air, and the last thing she saw before the world went dark was Commandant Dain Veyra rising from his seat with an expression she could not read, his hand moving toward the signal chain beside his chair. Then the soldiers were on her, hands gripping her arms, dragging her backward across the stone, and the dragon roared once, a sound that split the mountain fog and sent the gulls scattering from the cliffs like ash from a fire. Chapter 2. The bond did not release her when her knees hit the stone. It poured through her like molten iron, too hot to hold, too fast to name. She felt the dragon's ribs around her own lungs, the drag of heavy chains at her throat, the pressure of a mountain pressing down from above, and the cold of a pit that had known no sun. For a single suspended instant, she lived inside his captivity, centuries of darkness condensed into a single breath of iron and solitude, and beneath it the rage, not hot and wild, but patient, deep, the kind that had learned to wait, because waiting was the only weapon left. Then Vethrix saw her. Not her face, not the borrowed cloak or the false name she carried like a stolen coin. He saw the part of her that had never stopped fighting, even when fighting meant only holding still. The part that had learned to make herself small, not because she believed she deserved nothing, but because she had learned that survival required silence, and she had never stopped resenting it. Recognition flooded back along the bond, and it was not gentle. It was fierce and possessive and terrible, the same force that had snapped his chains taut when he lunged. He knew her. He had been waiting for her, though he had not known her name or face, and now that he had found her, he would not let go. Saira tried to speak. No sound came. Her body was not her own. She felt his heat under her skin, the flecks of his wings against the mountain, the primal satisfaction of having finally, after years of hunger, found the one thing that made the waiting bearable. The field was screaming. She could hear it dimly, muffled through the roaring in her ears, boots pounding stone. A woman's sharp cry. A herald's voice breaking as he tried to call a name that no longer mattered. The noble families on the tiers had risen from their seats, and their shock was a physical thing, a wave of rage and disbelief that crashed against the platform where Saira knelt with a dragon's brow pressed to hers. Vethrix did not lift his head. She felt his breath against her face, hot and sulphurous, and in the bond she tasted his exhaustion. Not weakness. The weariness of something that had held a single purpose for longer than human memory could measure, and had finally achieved it. He was satisfied. He was at rest. And he was watching the soldiers that surrounded her with the patience of a predator, deciding whether to strike. Saira's vision blurred. The bond was too much. It was filling her chest until her ribs ached with it, pressing against her skull like fever. She could smell the forge smoke of her father's workshop, the salt wind of the coast, the cold iron of the chains she had never worn but was suddenly certain she had felt against her skin. She tried to pull back. The bond did not let her. "With you," the dragon said. The words did not come through her ears. They arrived inside her skull, warm and vast and certain, as if they had always been there, and she had only now learned to hear them. "You are the one." Saira opened her mouth to deny it. She was nobody. She was a stand-in, a substitution, a girl who had traded her name for coin because that was what she was worth. The bond could not have chosen right, but Vethrix did not care what she believed. His brow pressed harder and the heat grew, as somewhere far above the mountain, a storm that had been building since dawn broke open against the cliffs, sending rain sheeting across the platform in a single driving curtain. The soldiers grabbed her. Hands closed around her arms, her shoulders, her collar. They wrenched her backward, and the bond tore like a wound, a sudden jagged rip that sent pain lancing through her ribs. She gasped. The dragon surged forward, chains screaming, and the soldiers faltered as his shadow fell over them, but they did not let go. Commandant Oren Vale was standing now. She could see him through the rain and the chaos, a lean figure at the center of the viewing stand, his face carved from the same stone as the mountain. His hand was on the signet chain, his fingers curled around a length of iron links as fine as the chains that bound the dragon to the cliff. He did not pull. He waited, watching her with ice-blue eyes that held neither surprise nor anger, only assessment. He was measuring her, calculating what she went to his fortress, to his command, to the war that was coming. She saw herself through his gaze. Not a girl, not a chainmaker's daughter, but a variable. A weapon that had just changed hands without his permission. He did not like weapons he could not control. "Hold her," he said. The soldiers tightened their grip. Saira's feet dragged across the wet stone as they pulled her toward the archway that led into the fortress, away from the platform. away from the storm, away from the dragon who was lunging against his chains, with a sound that was not a roar but something worse, a low, grinding cry of fury that seemed to come from the mountain itself. Vethrix. She felt his name inside her, spoken without voice, and he answered, a flare of heat and iron, and a promise that burned through the bond like a brand. I will find you. The archway swallowed her. The storm dimmed. The cold of the mountain closed around her body, and behind her, above her, the dragon kept straining against chains that had held for centuries, and for the first time in his long captivity, the iron groaned. Chapter 3. The stone corridor was cold enough to ache through Saira's wet cloak. Soldiers marched her forward with brutal efficiency, their hands locked around her arms as if she might shatter or explode at any moment. She could barely feel her own legs moving. The bond still burned at the edge of her awareness, a raw, open wound that pulsed with Vethrix's fury, his pacing, his hunger for her return. They did not take her to the outer ring where the low-born candidates had been housed. They took her up. Stone stairs spiraled into the mountain's heart, each step carved by generations of boots that had climbed toward power while she had climbed toward nothing. Torches guttered in iron brackets, casting long shadows that stretched and broke against the walls. The soldier's breath came hard, but hers came harder, because every step widened the distance between her and the dragon, and every step made that torn bond scream louder in her chest. She bit the inside of her cheek until she tasted blood. Don't beg. Don't break. Don't give them that. The archway at the top opened into a hall that stole her breath for reasons that had nothing to do with the climb. A great hearth burned at the far end, throwing light across a floor of polished black stone veined with silver. Tall windows stared out at the storm, rain lashing against the glass like the sea trying to claw its way inside. Tiers of stone benches lined the walls, and between them stood the carved standards of noble houses, banners of crimson and gold and iron gray that had watched riders ascend and fall for 1,000 years. Commandant Oren Vale was already there. He stood before the hearth, his back to the fire, his hands clasped behind him. He had not changed from his ceremonial coat, but he had removed the gloves, and she saw the scars that crossed his knuckles, old and white as bone. The firelight caught the burn mark at the base of his throat, the broken wing shape she had glimpsed on the viewing stand. He was waiting for her. The soldiers released her arms and stepped back, forming a silent line between her and the door. She did not try to run. There was nowhere to go that he did not already own. Oren studied her with that same measuring stillness she had felt on the field. He was not angry. She would have known how to answer anger. This was colder, more patient, the quiet of a man who had already decided who she was and was simply confirming his judgment. You are not Elira Thorne, he said. The words landed with flat certainty, no accusation in them, the surprise. He had known before the soldiers dragged her through the archway. He had probably known before the dragon touched her brow. Saira said nothing. The Thorne girl is bedridden in the lower city, he continued. Her family paid you to stand in her place. You accepted silver. You did not expect to be trusted. She could have lied. The denial rose in her throat like reflex, years of making herself small and agreeable and useful, surging up to offer the words that might soften his judgment. But she looked at his eyes, and she knew he had already seen through her to the bone. Lying would only entertain him. Expectation had nothing to do with it, she said. Her voice came out rougher than she intended. The bond's heat had scraped her throat raw. Oren's mouth curved, but it was not a smile. No, I imagine it did not. He moved then, stepping around the hearth to stand at the long table that dominated the center of the hall. Maps lay across its surface, weighted at the edges with brass figurines. Riders, ships, the coiled shape of a dragon etched in ink. "Do you know what a lost dragon does to a fortress?" he asked. She did not answer. "It leaves a hole," he said, still studying the maps. Not a physical gap, but something worse. The knowledge that the thing which should protect you has chosen to withhold itself. For 20 years, Vethrix refused every rider we presented. 20 years of sitting beneath the mountain in chains, waiting. The Aerie grew weaker with each refusal. Our enemies grew bolder. He looked up. And then a chainmaker's daughter walked onto the full, borrowed colors, and the dragon who had not moved for a generation flattened himself at her feet. Saira's chest tightened. She had not told him who she was. He had not needed her to. The Aerie had eyes in the lower city, ears in every forge and tavern. She had been seen. She had been tracked. The entire ceremony had probably been watched from the moment she passed the gate. "I did not plan this," she said. "I know." Oren sorted the letter and slid it back into his coat. "I want you to understand your position," he said. "You will be inducted into the Rider College. You will train. You will fly. You will become what the realm needs you to become. And in exchange, your family will not be touched. Toma will not be conscripted. Your father's forge will receive the contracts it needs to survive." He paused. "You will also be watched. You will be escorted. You will not send letters or receive them without my permission. You will have no private contact with anyone outside this fortress until I decide you can be trusted." Every word was a chain. She felt them wrapping around her wrists, her throat, her ribs. She had walked onto that field to earn 12 silver marks. She had walked off it owing the Aerie her life. "And if I refuse?" she asked. Oren looked at her for a long moment. The fire crackled behind him, and the rain beat against the windows, and she felt the bond pulse in her chest, distant and fierce, a promise that had not weakened. "You cannot refuse," he said. "Vethrix will not release you, and the bond will not let you leave the mountain without great pain to both of you. But if you wish to test that limitation, I can arrange the demonstration." He did not need to elaborate. Saira stood in the center of the great hall, soaked and trembling and burning with a bond she had never wanted. And she understood that the girl who had entered this fortress that morning was already gone. She could not go back to the forge. She could not return to Toma. She could not be a stand-in ever again, because she had been chosen. The truth of it settled into her bones like winter. She was not a substitute anymore. She was property. "There is one more thing," Oren said, and something in his voice shifted, a blade sliding from its sheath. "The cadets you will train among. Their families have held dragon bonds for centuries. They will resent you. They will test you. Some of them will try to destroy you." He stepped closer, close enough that she smelled the smoke in his coat, the old leather and cold iron. "I did not ask for this." "No one asks for the burden of defense," Oren said. "They are given it, and they carry it, or they break." He reached into his coat and drew out a folded paper. She recognized the seal on it, the chain-link crest of the lower city guild offices. The paper was addressed to a forge in the iron quarters, care of one Toma Quinn. Her blood went cold. Oren held the letter between two fingers, and his gaze never left her face. "Your brother is very proud of you," he said. "He wrote to the Aerie once he heard rumors of a girl matching your description on the binding field. He wanted you to know that the coin arrived, that he is safe, that he hopes you will come home soon." He let the letter hang in the air between them. "He does not know that you are not coming home." Saira's throat closed. She forced her hands to stay at her sides, forced her face to remain still. But she could not stop the pulse that leapt beneath her skin, the sudden animal terror that locked her knees in place. "What do you want from me?" she asked. Oren folded the letter and slid it back into his coat. "I want you to understand your position," he said. "You will be inducted into the Rider College. You will train. You will fly. You will become what the realm needs you to become. And in exchange, your family will not be touched. Toma will not be conscripted. Your father's forge will receive the contracts it needs to survive." He paused. "You will also be watched. You will be escorted. You will not send letters or receive them without my permission. You will have no private contact with anyone outside this fortress until I decide you can be trusted." Every word was a chain. She felt them wrapping around her wrists, her throat, her ribs. She had walked onto that field to earn 12 silver marks. She had walked off it owing the Aerie her life. "And if I refuse?" she asked. Oren folded the letter and slid it back into his coat. "I want you to understand your position," he said. "You will be inducted into the Rider College. You will train. You will fly. You will become what the realm needs you to become. And in exchange, your family will not be touched. Toma will not be conscripted. Your father's forge will receive the contracts it needs to survive." He paused. "You will also be watched. You will be escorted. You will not send letters or refill them without my permission. You will have no private contact with anyone outside this fortress until I decide you can be trusted." Business all the world was discussable. This is remembrance that makes leaders. It has been very honorable accord in the heavy of Stooth Force 3. A savor that now will alas first. I knew that it's just a lighting listening of more of his machine tonight. Let me go. Encourage me to throw that a disguster probably here if it's a terrific cater work. Do you look the Florif edition we rest? Thank you for finding the word. I usually underly know that I must. Oh, okay. He fistlets up to the podcast. We're following again. My screen staves were groundedly tanning after let's. It really never said those imagining features before my wreath. Spiel a maid of Behanmer clink for the diffentation, mans it to my sweet ship. I am living someone. Still lived my failed. Toy me. Not the berry of me at left start. I know, I can do that. The opening let's accused to them have significantly slower. I know if it's imagining. I growl. Prove them wrong, and you may survive this place. Prove them right, and I will have no reason to protect your brother. Saira's hands curled into fists at her sides. She did not speak. She did not need to. Somewhere beneath the mountain, Vethrix felt her fury rise, and the chains groaned as he answered with heat enough to melt iron. Oren heard it too. He smiled the smile of a man who had just confirmed exactly what kind of weapon he held. Chapter 4. The soldier who escorted her from the great hall did not speak. He walked with the mechanical patience of a man who had learned not to waste breath on prisoners, and Saira followed because there was nowhere else to go. They descended through passages that grew narrower as they went, the volcanic stones slick with condensation, the torches burning low in their sconces. The air changed. Below it had smelled of smoke and old leather. Here it smelled of lamp oil, damp wool, and the sour edge of too many bodies pressed into too small a space. The cadet wing. The soldier stopped at a door of scarred oak and pushed it open without knocking. Inside, a narrow room held 4 bunks, a single window no wider than a blade, and a row of hooks where uniforms hung in precise order. The 3 girls already occupied the space. They turned when the door opened, and Saira felt their gazes travel over her wet clothes, her wild hair, the forge burns visible on her forearms where the borrowed cloak had fallen away. New assignment, the soldier said. He did not look at Saira. He did not give her a name. He simply turned and walked back the way they had come, and the door clicked shut behind him. silence held for 3 heartbeats. The tallest of the 3 girls stepped forward. She had hair the color of pale wheat and a face shaped by generations of good breeding, narrow and precise and cold as a winter well. Her uniform fit her like a second skin, tailored and clean. "You are the one," she said. Not a question. Saira said nothing. The girl's mouth curved, but it was not a smile. "They did not tell us you would look so much like what you are." "And what is that?" Saira heard her own voice, flat and hard. She had not meant to answer, but the words came anyway, forged in the same fire that had kept her standing through Oren's threats. "A stray," the girl said, drugged up from the forge quarters and shoved into leathers that should have been earned. She stepped closer, close enough that Saira caught the faint scent of lavender soap, a luxury she had never known. "Do you know how many of my family have ridden dragons? 6 generations. My great-grandmother flew the Sundering Front. My mother broke a storm-broken drake at 17. And you stole the bond that should have gone to Cassian Vale." "I did not steal anything. You stood in for a sick girl and lied your way onto the field." The girl's voice did not rise, but something hard glittered in her eyes. "That is theft. The only question is whether you will have the spine to keep what you took." Saira held her ground. The bond pulsed beneath her ribs, distant and hot, and she drew on it the way she might draw on a deep breath before lifting a hammer. "What is your name?" she asked. The girl blinked. She had not expected the question. "Lyra Valdris," she said after a pause. "Well, Lyra Ladris." Saira let the words settle, slow and deliberate. "I did not choose this, but I am here now, and I will not make myself small to spare your pride." The other 2 girls exchanged glances. Lyra's jaw tightened, and for a moment Saira thought she would strike. Then the door opened again, and the temperature in the room dropped. Cassian Vale stepped inside. He was taller than Saira remembered from the field, or perhaps the corridor made him seem that way, the low ceiling and narrow walls amplifying his presence. He wore the same cadet uniform as the others, but it sat on him like a lord's finery, every seam perfect, every buckle polished. His eyes were the same ice blue as his uncle's, but where Oren's gaze held calculation, Cassian's held something sharper, something personal. "Leave us," he said to the girls. Lyra hesitated, then gathered the other 2 and slipped past Saira into the corridor. The door closed again, and Saira was alone with Cassian Vale. He did not approach. He stood with his back to the door, arms crossed, studying her the way a buyer studied livestock at the lower city markets. "You have made my uncle very interested in you," he said. "That is a dangerous place to stand." "I did not ask for his interest." "You did not have to." Cassian took a step forward, then another, circling her with the casual grace of a predator who knew he had time. "The Aerie has a way of collecting people who do not ask, but it also has a way of discarding them when they prove unusable." He stopped directly in front of her, close enough that she saw the Mingutho kitting through his left eyebrow, the only imperfection on his polished face. "You do not belong here," he said, soft and precise. "You are a forge girl in a hall of heirs. You wear leathers that were never meant for your hands. You carry a bond that should have been mine." Saira's heart pounded, but she did not drop her gaze. "If the bond should have been yours, then the dragon should have chosen you." Something flickered in his eyes, there and gone like a blade catching light. "The dragon does not always choose wisely," he said, "but the Aerie does. And the Aerie will correct this mistake, one way or another." He stepped back, straightened his collar, and smiled. It was the most beautiful smile she had seen on a face that young, and the coldest. "I am going to make you a promise," he said. Before this week ends, you will beg to be sent back below. You will plead for the forge and the smoke and the low-born life you left behind. And when you do, I will be there to ensure that request is granted." He turned and opened the door. In the corridor, Lyra and the other two waited, their faces unreadable. Cassian paused in the doorway and looked back over his shoulder. "Welcome to the Rider College, Forge Girl. Try not to break too quickly." He left. The door swung shut and Saira stood alone in the narrow room, surrounded by bunks that were not hers and uniforms that did not fit, the bond burning in her chest like a brand. She pressed her palm to her ribs where the heat was strongest. Below the mountain she felt Vethrix stir, and she felt for the first time that the chains holding him might not hold forever. This too Thorne spares the cards through the iron quarters before the sky had even begun to gray. Saira rolled off the bunk before she was fully awake, her body remembering the rhythm of forge mornings before her mind caught up. The stone floor was cold through her thin socks. The other 3 bunks were already empty, their blankets thrown back in precise military angles. She dressed in the uniform she had found folded at the foot of her bed the night before, heavy leather and stiff canvas that smelled of oil and someone else's sweat. The boots were a half size too large. The gloves had been worn through at the thumb. She did not have time to care. The corridor outside her room was already full of cadets moving in a single direction, a river of dark leather and polished brass. They did not part for her. They did not need to. She slipped between them the way she had slipped between carts in the lower city markets, sideways and silent, reading gaps before they opened. The yard was vast, carved into the mountain's shoulder and open to the sky. Fog clung to the training posts and the wooden practice mounts, and the air smelled of wet stone and cold iron. Instructors stood at intervals along the perimeter, their faces unreadable, their hands clasped behind their backs. Saira found a place at the rear of the formation and stood still. The first hour was running. Laps around the yard, the fog thickening with every breath, her lungs burning with the altitude and the cold. The cadets around her moved with practiced ease, their bodies conditioned by years of this life. Saira's legs were strong from the forge, but her wind was not. She fell into a rhythm, counting steps, refusing to let her pace drop. The second hour was drills, lunges, squats, pull-ups on the iron bars bolted into the cliff face. The instructors called out numbers in flat, bored voices, and the cadets moved through the movements like machines. Saira's arms trembled by the end, her shoulders screamed. She did not stop. The third hour broke her open. They were divided into pairs for ground combat drills, and the cadets paired off with the speed of long habit. Saira stood alone at the edge of the mat, waiting. Lyra Valdris stepped forward. "I will take the stray," she said, loud enough for the nearest instructor to hear. The instructor nodded without interest. Lyra turned to Saira with a smile that did not touch her eyes. "You know how to fall, Forge Girl?" "I know how to get back up." Lyra lunged. The first hit landed across Saira's jaw, snapping her head sideways. The second caught her in the ribs, and she felt something shift inside her chest that was not a bruck but would bruise for days. She staggered, raised her arms, tried to remember what she knew of fighting. There had been brawls in the lower city, quick and brutal and over before they started. This was different. Lyra moved like she had been trained since childhood, every strike precise, every step measured. Saira took a third hit and went down. The mat was damp with fog. She lay there for a moment, the world spinning, the bond pulsing hot beneath her ribs like a second heart. "Get up." She did not know if the voice was Vethrix or her own. She got up. Lyra hit her again, and again. By the time the drill ended, Saira's lip was split, her left eye was swelling shut, and her ribs sang with every breath. She stood in the formation as the instructors dismissed them, and she did not fall. The yard emptied toward the mess hall. Saira moved with the current, her body screaming, her mind fixed on the next thing, and the next, and the next. She would eat. She would rest. She would do it again. But the cadets did not go to the mess hall. They stopped in a loose semicircle around the practice mounts, the wooden frames shaped to mimic dragon saddles. Some of them sat on the frames, legs crossed, arms folded. Others stood. All of them watched her approach. Cassian Vale sat at the center of the circle, his boots resting on a practice mount, his posture relaxed. He did not look at her. He looked at the cadets around him. "I said you would beg before the week ended," he said, loud enough for all of them to hear. "I did not say it would take the whole week." Someone laughed. Lyra stood at Cassian's shoulder, her pale hair pulled back, her hands raw from the drill. "You missed the stables," Cassian said, finally lifting his gaze to Saira's face. "The duty roster had you down for stall mucking at dawn. You were late." Saira's throat was dry, her ribs ached, her vision swam at the edges. "I was at drill," she said, "and Dring kept you from your assigned duties." Cassian shrugged, the movement elegant and dismissive. "The stables still need mucking. The rest of us have tactical briefings. You, however, have a shovel waiting." He smiled. The cadets watched her. The instructors had withdrawn toward the far end of the yard, their backs turned, their attention deliberately elsewhere. Saira understood. She could refuse, she could fight, she could stand here and let the silence stretch until someone had to notice. But Cassian had already calculated that the instructors would see insubordination, not sabotage. The lack of evidence would be the evidence. A forge girl who could not follow orders was a forge girl who did not belong. She turned. The stables were cut into the mountain's base, low-ceilinged and warm with animal heat. The dragons did not live here. These stalls held the messenger drakes, smaller beasts used for supply runs and scouting. Their heads turned as she entered, their eyes gleaming in the dim torchlight. The shovel wetted where Cassian had promised. She picked it up and began to work. The smell was thick and ammoniac, burning her nose and throat. The labor was simple and repetitive, the motion of lifting and carrying and spreading fresh straw, the same motion she had done 1,000 times at her father's forge, but for coal and ash instead of waste. Her split lip bled into her mouth. Her ribs screamed with every lift. She did not stop. She was on the 4th stall when she heard the footsteps behind her. "Rider Quenn?" The voice was low and clipped, carrying the authority of someone who did not expect to repeat himself. Saira turned, the shovel still in her hands, and found a man standing in the stately doorway. He was tall, lean. His uniform was the dark leather of an officer, marked with silver at the collar and cuffs, and his face was carved into lines of discipline that looked older than his years. He had dark hair cropped short, a scar running along his jaw, and eyes the color of winter iron. She had not seen him before, but she knew, with the certainty of the bond humming in her chest, that this was Commander Dain Veyra. He looked at the shovel. He looked at her swollen face. He looked at the stalls, half cleaned, and the pile of soiled straw she had dragged to the drainage trench. "The morning drills ended 2 hours ago," he said. "Cadets are in tactical briefings. You are not." "I was given other orders." "By whom?" She did not answer. She did not need to. Dain Veyra stood in the stable doorway for a long moment, his face unreadable. Then he stepped inside, his boots crunching on the fresh straw, and stopped 3 feet from her. "You will report to the main yard tomorrow at dawn," he said. "You will be issued flight leathers. You will begin harness training at first light." She stared at him. "I am not cleared for flight training," she said. "I have not been assessed. The Commandant said, 'The Commandant assigned you to my wing.'" He said it flatly, a statement of fact. "I decide who is clear and who is not. You are rider to a dragon this mountain has been unable to control for 2 decades. You will train as a rider, not as a stable hand. He turned to leave. Commander. He stopped. Saira's hands were shaking, from exhaustion, from pain, from something else she did not want to name. Cassian Vale put me here, she said. If I report to flight training tomorrow, he will know I disobeyed his order. He will find another way to pay for it. Dain Veyra looked back at her. His expression did not change. Let him. He walked out of the stable, and the sound of his footsteps faded into the mountain's silence. Saira stood alone in the warmth and the smell, the shovel hanging from her hand, her split lip still bleeding. The bond pulsed beneath her ribs, hot and steady. And for the first time since she had entered this mountain, she felt something that was not dread. It was small. It was fragile. It was the shape of a door that had not yet been slammed shut. She set the shovel against the wall and walked out of the stable into the gray mountain light. And she did not look back. Chapter 6. The dawn air hit her face like cold water, thin and sharp, and carrying the iron smell of the mountain's deep bones. Saira stood at the edge of the main yard, her lungs still adjusting to the altitude, her body screaming from the previous day's beating. The flight leathers they had issued her were stiff and second-hand, worn smooth at the knees and often scrushing into the form's completely Dave order. The flight leathers they had issued her were stiff and second-hand, worn smooth at the knees and often caming over her rounds. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she had felt Vethrix stirring below, his consciousness brushing against hers like a current moving under ice. He was waiting. She did not know what he was waiting for. The yard was empty except for the fog. It rolled in from the sea, thick and white, swallowing the towers and muffling every sound. She could barely see the far wall. You are early. She turned. Commander Dain Veyra emerged from the mist, his dark leathers blending with the gray light. He carried a harness over one shoulder, the leather worn and supple, the buckles polished to a dull gleam. I did not know where to report, she said. Here. He stopped 3 feet from her and set the harness on the stone. The flight platform is above the western eyrie. We will walk. He did not wait for her answer. He turned and started across the yard, his boots striking the stone in a steady rhythm that she fell into without thinking. They climbed. The stairs were cut into the mountain's flank, narrow and worn by generations of boots. The fog pressed in around them, cold and damp, clinging to her leathers and her hair. She watched his back, the way his shoulders moved beneath his uniform, the coiled precision of his stride. He stopped at a wooden platform bolted into the cliff face. The fog swirled around its edges, hiding the drop below. Stand here. She stepped onto the platform. The wind tugged at her leathers, and she felt the emptiness beneath her feet, the long fall to the stones below. Her hands gripped the railing. Arms out. She obeyed. Dain moved behind her. She heard the creak of leather, the clink of buckles, and then his hands were at her waist, lifting the harness, settling it over her shoulders. His knuckles brushed her spine. This is a flight harness, he said, his voice low and matter-of-fact. It transfers your weight across the dragon's shoulders. If it is loose, you will slip. If it is tight, you will bruise. The balance is everything. His fingers worked the straps at her sides, pulling them taut, testing the tension. She felt each adjustment through the leather, through her shirt, through her skin. Breathe, he said. She had not been breathing. She let the air out, and his hands followed the motion, correcting the strap across her ribs. Your center of gravity shifts when you mount, he continued. You will want to lean forward. Do not. You will pull his neck and he will fight you. Keep your weight low. Keep your spine straight. His hands moved to her shoulders, pressing down. Relax. She tried. Her muscles would not obey. "You are holding the tension in your jaw," he said. "Stop." She opened her mouth, let her jaw drop, and felt something loosen in her neck. His hands stayed on her shoulders, steady and patient, until her body began to listen. Better. His fingers traced the front of the harness, finding the buckle at her sternum, adjusting it by a fraction. His knuckles grazed her collarbone, and the touch was brief and precise and sent heat up her throat. She looked up. His face was close, closer than she had realized. His winter iron eyes met hers, and something flickered there, something unguarded and fast that he could not hide before it vanished behind control. Neither of them moved. The wind pushed the fog around the platform. The world had gone silent, muffled, suspended. Saira's pulse beat in her throat. "Commander." The voice came from below, distorted by the mist. A young cadet's voice calling up from the stair. "The ground crews are asking about the fog cover for dawn launch. Should we delay the rotation?" Dain stepped back. The distance between them was sudden and clean, as if nothing had passed. He turned toward the stairs, his voice flat, his face unreadable. "Tell them no delay. I will confirm at the bell." The cadet's footsteps retreated. Saira stood on the platform, the harness still warm where his hands had been, her chest tight with something that was not altitude. Dain looked at her. His jaw was set, his eyes cold again, the control back in place. "The bay rings in half an hour," he said. "Be ready." He walked down the stairs, and the fog swallowed him before she could answer. She stood alone on the platform, the wind pulling at her leathers, the harness pressed close against her ribs. The bond pulsed beneath her skin, and she felt Vethrix stir below the mountain, his consciousness brushing hers, carrying something that felt almost like amusement. "He touched you," Vethrix said, the voice sliding through her mind like smoke. "And you let him." Her face burned. It was training, she thought back. The dragon's presence did not answer. But she felt the warmth of his amusement, patient and knowing, as if he understood something she had not yet admitted to herself. She stood on the platform, her hand pressed to the harness buckle at her sternum, and waited for the bell that would begin everything. Chapter 7. The bell rang, and Saira walked through the mist toward the dragon. She had expected the flight platform. She had expected the harness, the cold leather biting into her ribs, the steep climb on legs that still ached from Lyra's beating. She had not expected to be led past the platform entirely, down a switchback trail that cut around the mountain's western face, where the fog thinned and the open sky yawned above her, pale and gray and infinite. Vethrix waited in the basin below. He was coiled on the stone like a storm-made animal, his black scales drinking the weak dawn light, his tail wrapped around a spur of rock. The chains were gone. For this moment, he was free. She stopped at the edge of the basin, her boots skidding on loose gravel. "You took long enough," he said. "I walked as fast as I could." "You stopped to breathe twice." "I was admiring the view." The dragon's head lifted, and his yellow eyes fixed on her with something that might have been amusement. "Climb." The harness was stiff, the buckles cold against her fingers. She checked each strap as Dain had taught her, pulling the leather tight across her ribs, adjusting the weight across her shoulders. The dragon's flank was warm when she pressed her boot against it, and she pulled herself up, finding the seat behind his neck, the harness hook clicking into the anchor point she had been shown. The height was immediate. She felt the ground drop away beneath her, felt the emptiness where the stone ended and the air began. Her hands found the grip bridges on the harness, and she held on. "You are afraid," Vethrix said. "I am sensible." You are afraid. I can feel it. The cold in your chest, the tightness in your throat. You think I will drop you." She did not answer. "I will not drop you. You have never carried a rider before." "I have never wanted to carry a rider before." The difference landed like a blow, and she felt the truth of it through the bond, the weight of 20 years of refusal, the loneliness of a creature who had chosen choice over company. Vethrix unfolded. The motion was fluid and terrible, centuries of power moving at once. His wings spread, black and vast, and the air shuddered around them. The wind caught the leather of her harness, pulling at her, and Saira locked her knees against his shoulders and held on. "Do not pull back," he said. "When I move, you move with me. If you fight me, we will both fall." "I understand." "You do not, but you will." He launched. The world tore sideways. The basin, the mountain, the sky, all of it blurred into a streak of gray and stone, and Saira's body was thrown backward, the harness biting into her ribs as the G-force pressed her into the saddle. The wind ripped the breath from her lungs. She could not see. She could not breathe. She could only feel the dragon's muscles surging beneath her, the beat of his wings like a second heart, the air screaming past her face. "Open your eyes." She forced them open. The ground was far below, the mountain a dark wedge against the pale sky, and she was falling and rising at the same time, suspended between stone and cloud. "Breathe." She sucked air through her teeth. The cold hit her throat, her lungs, and she coughed, and the cough loosened something in her chest, and suddenly she was breathing. "Better," Vethrix said. "Now feel." She felt. The wind was not her enemy. It was a current, a living thing that Vethrix read with his wings, his body, the tilt of his spine. She felt the shift of his weight before he made it, felt the air flow along his scales, felt the lift in his chest as he caught a thermal and turned. She was not falling. She was flying. The mountain shrank beneath them. She saw the Aerie's towers, the training yard where she had bled yesterday, the stable where she had shoveled dung in the rain. She saw the lower city, the forge smoke rising in gray threads, the sea beyond, dark and endless. "Do you see?" Vethrix asked. "I see." "This is what they wanted to keep from you. This is what they hide in their rules, and their ranks, and their noble blood. The sky does not care who your father was." She felt the truth of it in his pulse, in the steady rhythm of his wings, in the way he turned his head to look back at her, one yellow eye catching the light. "You are a rider," he said. "Now ride." He banked hard. The world tilted, the mountain swung into view, then the sea, then the sky, and Saira's grip slipped. She felt herself sliding, the harness catching at her waist, her legs losing their hold on his shoulders. Panic flooded her chest, cold and sharp, and she grabbed for him, for Fearing's finding only scale, smooth and unyielding. "Do not fight." "I am going to fall." "You are not. Let go." "I cannot." "You can. Let go of the harness. Trust me." The wind tore at her, the ground spun below, her arms were shaking, her fingers locked on the leather, and the fear was a hot wire through her ribs, telling her to hold, to cling, to survive. Vethrix's voice came again, softer this time. "I chose you. Do you think I chose you to let you fall?" She let go. The harness slackened, her body slipped, and for a terrible second she was weightless, her hands empty, the sky swallowing her. Then Vethrix's wing caught the air, banking beneath her, and she settled back into the saddle as if she had never left it. The fear did not. Chapter 8. The water tasted wrong. Saira noticed it on the second swallow, a metallic tang that sat at the back of her tongue like old copper. She lowered the canteen and stared at the mouth of it, tilting it toward the gray dawn light. Nothing moved in the water. No sediment, no discoloration, just the taste. She had been awake since before the horn, her body still singing with the memory of flight, her ribs aching where the harness had pressed during the landing. She had washed her face in the stone basin, pulled on the second-hand leathers, braided her hair tight with wire because the fear had started creeping back the moment her boots touched the corridor stone. Now she stood at the edge of the training yard, and the water in her canteen tasted like someone else's malice. "Do not drink," Vethrix said. His voice arrived like a current through her chest, low and immediate. "Already swallowed. How much?" She measured the memory of the first swallow. 1 mouthful, maybe 2. Silence. Then, wait. See what it does. She capped the canteen and held it at her side, her fingers wrapped around the leather strap. The yard was filling with cadets, their boots scraping stone, their voices low and clipped with the early cold. None of them looked at her. That was deliberate too. The silence around her was a wall built of small exclusions, the way they shifted their weight away when she passed, the way conversations dropped half a tone when she drew near. She found her place in formation. Lyra Valdris stood 3 cadets to her left, pale wheat hair pulled tight, her narrow face expressionless. She did not glance at Saira. That was also deliberate. The morning run passed without incident, then ground drills, then the long wait while the instructors reviewed the flight rotation. Her stomach stayed calm. Whatever was in the water, it did not cramp or burn. But the metallic taste lingered, and her mouth felt dry in a way that plain water could not fix. When Commander Dain Veyra arrived, the yard shifted. Cadets straightened. Conversations stopped mid-word. He moved through the formation with his clipped, precise stride, his dark leather uniform catching the first light, the silver at his collar and cuffs glinting. He stopped in front of her. "Saira Quenn, report to the western platform. Harness check before your second ascent." "Sir." His eyes held hers for a moment longer than necessary. A question in them, cold and professional, but a question nonetheless. She did not answer it. She did not know how. She gathered her harness from the equipment shed and climbed onto Vethrix's back. The second flight was harder than the first. Her body was tired, her ribs still tender, and the knowledge that someone had touched her equipment, touched the leather that would hold her in the sky, sat like a stone in her chest. But Vethrix was patient, his wings steady, his voice a low current beneath her fear. "You did not drink more." "No." "You checked the harness before putting it on." "Yes." He looked up at her, and for a moment the professional mask slipped, showing something beneath that she could not name. "That was not luck," he said. "That was competence. Do not mistake it for anything else." He stood and walked to the edge of the platform, looking down at the yard below. The fog was thinning. Cadets moved through the training spaces like dark specks against pale stone. "The canteen," he said. "Where is it now?" "On the bench beside the equipment shed." He nodded once, sharp and final. He would retrieve it. He would test it. He would ask questions that made people uncomfortable. "What if you find nothing?" she asked. "Then I will have made them nervous. That is also useful." He turned back to her. The wind caught his dog-cropped hair, and the scar along his jaw stood pale against his skin. "Fly today," he said. "Show them it did not work. And tomorrow? Show them again." She held his gaze. The air between them thinned, charged with something that was not quite the bond, and not quite the cold professionalism of a commander addressing a cadet. It was the memory of his hands on the harness straps, his breath close to her neck, the way he had stepped back when the cadet called up through the mist. "Commander," she said. "Rider." She gathered the harness and climbed onto Vethrix's back. The second flight was harder than the first. Her body was tired, her ribs still tender, and the knowledge that someone had touched her equipment, touched the leather that would hold her in the sky, sat like a stone in her chest. But Vethrix was patient, his wings steady, his voice a low current beneath her fear. "You are angry," he said. "Yes." "Good. Anger is better than fear. Fear makes you slow. Anger makes you sharp." She felt the wind shift and adjusted her weight, her hand light on the harness, her body learning the rhythm of his spine. "They will keep trying," she said. "Yes." "Until when?" "Until you break, or until they cannot reach you anymore." Below, the training yard wheeled past. She saw the cadets looking up, their faces pale and small. She saw the battlements, the dark figures standing in the shadows. Cassian Vales stood at the edge of the viewing platform, his golden hair catching the light, his hands clasped behind his back. He was not watching the sky, he was watching the platform where Dain still stood. And he was smiling. It was not a friendly smile, it was the smile of a man who had lost a move and was already planning the next one. The smile of someone who considered the tainted water and the loosened buckle not a failure, but a beginning. Saira's hands tightened on the harness. "He is watching," Vethrix said. "I know. He wants you to see him watching. I know." She turned her gaze forward toward the sea, toward the dark line of the horizon where the sky met the water. But she felt the smile on her back like a blade pressed between her shoulder blades. She would fly again tomorrow. She would check every buckle, every strap, every mouthful of water. She would be sharp and truthful and unbreakable. But she did not know how long she could stay that way. The wind carried them east, and the mountain shrank behind them, and Cassian Vale's smile stayed with her like ash in her throat, stubborn and bitter, and waiting for the next spark. Chapter 9. The letter arrived third bell, brought by a runner who would not meet her eyes. Saira took it from the messenger's hand and carried it to the window alcove at the end of the iron quarters corridor. The stone was cold to her trousers as she sat, the paper creased and soft from handling. Her name on the front, scrawled in Toma's uneven hand. No seal, no mark of the Aries postal service. Someone had already opened it. She unfolded the page and read, "Saira, the coin came. 2 silver marks, sent through Master Halden's courier. He said you were well and stationed at the college proper. I did not ask how a forge worker's sister lands in the rider wing. I know better than to ask questions that get answered by soldiers." Mother would have laughed until she choked. I heard her voice when Halden's boy handed me the pouch. She would have said the world turned strange the day a Quenn walked where nobles bred their heirs. Saira's throat tightened. She read the next lines, standing still, her breath caught. "The debt is paid for another season. Master Halden said he would keep me on at the forge as long as the coin held. That gives us until harvest. After that, the quota shifts." They raised the conscription cap again, sir. 20 more names from the lower wards. The recruiting officers came through the market last week and took 3 boys from Smelter Row. One was 12. I am not asking you to come home. I know you cannot. But I want you to know what the coin is buying. Toma. She read it twice. The words did not change. The relief came first, thin and bright as a crack of light under a door. The coin had reached him. He was safe until harvest. Her bargain had bought something real. Then the relief curdled. 20 more names. 3 boys from Smelter Row. One was 12. He will stall to the Eidsmark has got stored Roamcyber, watching Prelian Krypact Rabe dandantizing among the animational. The recruiting officers came through the market last week and took 3 boys from Smelter Row. One was 12. I am not asking you to come home. I know you cannot. But I want you to know what the coin is buying. Toma. She read it twice. The words did not change. The relief came first, thin and bright as a crack of light under a door. The coin had reached him. He was safe until harvest. Her bargain had bought something real. Then the relief curdled. 20 more names. 3 boys from Smelter Row. One was 12. It's starbling into the void that Letley fathers the day, while they wait up back the room, Wilton each this perfect sense, between the toto forehead between the longs, the retridios coming through the market, without into the underdays Lloyd, then we are through 80 point. The room is get you. A breasting is not iecony, laid it against the coin together. The coin bought time. Time is not safety. I know. She stood and walked back along the corridor, the letter folded into her sleeve. The iron quarters were quiet. Most cadets were at afternoon drills. She passed empty bunks, cold hearths, the smell of old ash and linseed oil. At her room, she stopped. Lyra Valdris sat on the edge of her bunk, polishing a boot with slow, deliberate strokes. She did not look up. A letter from home. Optimist. Summer Kabale. The coin arrived, but the quotas are rising. Silence. Then, waited. The coin bought time. Time is not safety. I know. She stood and walked back along the corridor, the letter folded into her sleeve. The iron quarters were quiet. Most cadets were at afternoon drills. She passed empty bunks, cold hearths, the smell of old ash and linseed oil. At her room she stopped. Lyra Valdris sat on the edge of her bunk, polishing a boot with slow, deliberate strokes. She did not look up. A letter from home, Lyra said. How touching. Saira did not answer. She crossed to her trunk and knelt, lifting the lid. The letter went beneath the leather, between the folded layers where no one would find it unless they searched. I said it was touching. I heard you. Lyra set the boot down and stood. She was taller than Saira, built long and narrow like a blade, and she used every inch of it as she crossed the room. Cassian wants to see you. Then Cassian can find me. He said to tell you the next flight trial has been moved to tomorrow afternoon. He wants to make sure you know. Saira's hands stilled on the trunk lid. She turned her head slowly, meeting Lyra's cold, pale gaze. Why would Cassian Vale warn me about a schedule change? Lyra smiled, thin and flat as a knife edge. He said you would not trust the message. He told me to tell you he is being generous. A fair warning, so you cannot claim surprise. And you agreed to carry it. I agreed to watch your face when you heard it. Saira stood. The movement brought them close, close enough to see the fine grain of Lyra's skin, the small pulse beating at her throat. Then you have seen it, Saira said. Was it worth the walk? Lyra's smile did not waver. You are afraid. You hide it well, but I know the shape of fear. I grew up watching my mother pretend she was not terrified before every battle. You have the same stillness in your shoulders, the same careful control. She stepped back and picked up her boot, settling onto the bunk again. Tomorrow afternoon. Do not be late. Saira left the room without another word. She walked to the end of the corridor and stopped, pressing her forehead against the cold stone wall. The letter burned against her thoughts. The coin had bought until harvest. That was 3 months, 12 weeks, 84 days of safety for Tona, bought with her blood and the bonds she had not chosen. And Cassian Vale was moving the flight trial. She had no proof it was sabotage. No proof the schedule change was anything but administrative convenience. But she had the taste of metal in her throat from the tainted water, the memory of the loosened buckle, the smile he had given her from the viewing platform. You are afraid. Lyra was right. She was afraid of the quotas, afraid of the trials, afraid of what Cassian would do when she failed to break, and afraid of what she would become if she did not fail. Toma is safe in Hell Harvest, she told herself, but the words felt thin, like paper held too long in the rain. She pushed off the wall and walked toward the trading yard, where the afternoon light had begun to slant through the gaps in the mountain, casting long shadows across the stone. She had harness checks to run, equipment to inspect, a flight trial to survive, and a brother in the lower city who was counting the days until the quota took him anyway. Chapter 10. The training yard stretched empty when Saira reached it, the afternoon sun cutting long shadows across the stone. She had expected cadets, drills, the usual noise of bodies in motion. Instead, she found silence and a single figure standing at the far end near the weapon racks. Cassian Vale. He did not turn when her boots scraped the flagstones. He stood with his back to her, one hand resting on a practice sword propped against the rack, the other loose at his side. The scar through his left eyebrow caught the light as he tilted his head, listening to her approach. Saira Quenn. He said her name like he was testing its weight, finding it wanting. Lord Cassian? He turned then. His ice-blue eyes swept over her with the slow precision of a man cataloging defects. The polished uniform, the clean boots, the silver at his collar that marked him as Oren Vale's nephew and heir to a bloodline that had ridden dragons for 6 generations. You came early, he said. I thought you might. Fear makes people predictable. I came to train. No, you came to prove something. He stepped away from the weapon rack and walked toward her, his boots striking the stone with deliberate rhythm. You always do. Every time you walk into a yard, every time you climb onto that dragon, every time Commander Veyra looks at you like you belong here, you are proving something. She stopped 10 feet from him and set her hands on her hips, letting him see the forge scars on her forearms. And what would you know about proving anything? You were born with your place already carved and polished. His jaw tightened, the scar through his brow pulled white. I was born with a debt, he said. 6 generations of Vales have ridden dragons. 6 generations have bled for this Aerie. My mother flew the sundering front and came back with her wing half dead and her dragon's hide scarred to the bone. My grandmother lost her voice to the bond and spent her last years writing commands on slate because the words would not come anymore. He stepped closer. And I was born to continue that line, to take the bond that would keep my house strong, to claim Vethrix and restore what my blood built. Saira did not flinch. Then you should have been the one he chose. The words hung looking through them, sharp and true. Cassian's face went still. Not angry, not cold. Still, in a way that made the air feel thinner. He did not choose, Cassian said, his voice dropping low. He was stolen. By a girl who does not know the first thing about what it means to carry a dragon's weight. A girl who bought her way onto the field with coring from a sick noble's household. I did not steal anything. You breathe and it is theft. You stand here in cadet letters and it is theft. Every time Vethrix bows beneath you, every time you survive a trial you should have failed, you are stealing what belongs to my house. He was close enough now that she could smell the oil on his leathers, the sharp scent of steel and wool. The next trial, he said, will expose what you really are, Not a rider, not chosen. A substitute who got lucky and will break when the sky stops forgiving. Her hands were shaking. She realized it with distant surprise, the tremor running up from her fingertips into her wrists. Not from fear, from the pressure building behind her ribs, the heat of Vethrix stirring in the bond. He is wrong. Vethrix's voice arrived like thunder rolling across a distant mountain. She felt his anger, ancient and patient and vast, pressing against the edges of her consciousness. He is wrong, and he knows it. That is why he is afraid. Cassian must have seen something shift in her face. His eyes narrowed. What did the beast tell you? She did not answer. I asked you a question. You have no right to my bond. The words came out steady, hard, forged clean. She held his gaze and let him see the thing that Lyra had named. The stillness, the careful control. She let him see the fear and let him watch her stand inside it without breaking. Cassian's smile returned, thin and cold. The trial is tomorrow. I suggest you rest. You will need your strength. He turned and walked toward the archway at the yard's edge, his boots striking the stone with the same deliberate rhythm. At the threshold he paused. One more thing. My uncle has approved a full squadron evaluation. Every cadet will be assessed on formation coordination, combat endurance, and bond responsiveness. He looked over his shoulder. Including you? With witnesses? He vanished into the shadows of the corridor. Saira stood alone in the training yard. The sun had dropped behind the mountain peaks, flooding the stone with ever light that would fade within minutes. She walked to the weapon rack and pulled a practice sword from its cradle, testing the weight. The grip was worn smooth from generations of hands. She swung. The blade cut through the empty air with a whisper so could barely hear her in the ringing in her skull. Full squadron evaluation. Cassian had not needed to say the rest. She understood. A public trial, with every cadet watching, every instructor weighing her performance, every noble heir waiting for her to fail. Not a test of skill, a demonstration. He meant to break her where everyone could see. She swung again, harder this time. The blade bit into a practice post, sending splinters spinning across the stone. Her shoulder protested. Her ribs, still bruised from Lyra's beating, throbbed with each movement. She pulled the blade free and struck again. And again. The rhythm of it became the only thing she could control. The weight of the sword. The pivot of her hips. The breath moving in and out of her lungs. The bond pulsed beneath her ribs, steady and hot, and she felt Vethrix watching through her eyes. GS mind string heavy. The beast is always Norius, who doesn't let the anagrams protest, and he did not more in Manape. The corridor was dark when she reached her room. She pushed the door open and stopped. On her bunk, folded with precise corners, lay a set of fresh flight leathers. Not the second-hand set she had been issued. New leather, dark and supple, stitched with silver thread along the seams. The leathers of a rider who had earned them. A note lay on top, written in a hand she did not recognize. For tomorrow. Do not let them make you forget what you are. She picked up the leathers and held them against her chest. The silver thread caught the lamplight from the corridor, gleaming like a promise she had not asked for and could not refuse. She did not know who had left them. She did not know why, but as she stood in the dark with the gift folded in her arms, she felt something shift in her chest, small and fragile and fierce. Hope. She did not feed it. She did not name it. She simply held it as she held the leathers and let it warm her through the cold hours before dawn. Chapter 11. The evening exercises had ended an hour ago, but Saira had not returned to the iron quarters. She had found the empty eyrie by accident, a curved stone chamber high in the western face, where messenger drakes were sometimes saddled for night runs. The wind had been rising since sunset, and she had meant only to stand at the opening and let the cold clear her head before tomorrow. Then the squall broke. It came over the mountain flank like a thrown curtain, rain and hail together, driven sideways by a wind that howled through the stone gaps and turned the Aerie floor to slicked dark in minutes. She stepped back from the opening, pressing herself against the inner wall as the storm lashed the chamber. The new flight leathers, the ones she had found on her bunk, were dry. She had worn them because she could not stop touching the silver thread at the seams, because wearing them felt like wearing armor she had not earned but needed anyway. Now they would be soaked through in seconds if she tried to run for shelter. She pulled the collar up and waited. The rain hammered the stone, the wind screamed through the gaps, and then, above the noise, she heard footsteps. He came through the lower entrance with his coat pulled over his head, dark hair plastered to his brow, water streaming down the scar along his jaw. Commander Dain Veyra stopped when he saw her, and something passed across his face too fast to name before he let the coat fall from his grip. "Saira Quenn." "Commander." The formal address hung between them like a gate neither knew how to open. Rain sheeted past the Aerie opening, and he took 2 steps deeper into the chamber, shaking water from his sleeves. "I did not expect anyone to be here," he said. "I did not expect the storm." He looked at her, and she saw him take in the new leathers, the silver stitching, the way she held herself against the wall with her arms crossed, as if she could make herself small enough to disappear. "Those are new. Someone left them on my bunk tonight." His jaw tightened. He did not ask who. She did not offer an answer. The wind shifted, throwing a spray of rain across the chamber floor, and he moved closer to the wall, closer to her, until they stood with barely an arm's length between them. The space felt thinner than it should have. The air felt thicker. "You should not be alone tonight," he said. "I did not expect the storm." He looked at her, and she saw him take in the new leathers, the silver stitching, the way she held herself against the wall with her arms crossed, as if she could get herself small enough to disappear. "Those are new. Someone left them on my bunk tonight." His jaw tightened. He did not ask who. She did not offer an answer. The wind shifted, throwing a spray of rain across the chamber floor, and he moved closer to the wall, closer to her, until they stood with barely an arm's length between them. The space felt thinner than it should have. The air felt thicker. "You should not be alone tonight," he said. "I did not mean." "You did." He turned to face her fully. "And you were right to. I should have found something by now. I should have been able to protect you better." The rain roared, the wind shook the Aerie walls, and Saira stood in the dark with a man who had just admitted, aloud, that he wanted to protect her, not as a commander protects a rider, but as something else entirely. She did not know what to do with the weight of that admission. Dain. His name slipped out before she could catch it, and she saw his breath stop. "You have done more than anyone else. You gave me a place in your wing. You trained me. You believed me when I told you about the sabotage. That is more than I had any right to expect." "You have a right to expect justice." "I have a right to expect nothing. That is what being lowborn means. You take what you can get, and you do not complain when it is taken back." The words tasted bitter in her mouth, but they were true. They had always been true. He stepped closer. The space between them collapsed to inches. She could feel the heat coming off his wet clothes, could see the water beating on his brow, could smell the rain and leather and something underneath that was just him. "You are not nothing," he said. "I know." "You are not a substitute." "I know." "You are worth." He stopped. His throat moved. "You are worth more than this mountain has ever given you." She did not know what to do with the weight of that admission. "Dain." His name slipped out before she could catch it, and she saw his breath stop. "You have done more than anyone else. You gave me a place in your wing. You trained me. You believed me when I told you about the sabotage. That is more than I had any right to expect. You have a right to expect justice. I have a right to expect nothing. That is what being lowborn means. You take what you can get and you do not complain when it is taken back. The words tasted bitter in her mouth, but they were true. They had always been true. He stepped closer. The space between them collapsed to inches. She could feel the heat coming off his wet clothes, could see the water beating on his brow, could smell the rain and leather and something underneath that was just him. You are not nothing, he said. I know. You are not a substitute. I know. You are worth. He stopped. His throat moved. You are worth more than this mountain has ever given you. She did not know what to do with the weight of that admission. Dain. His name slipped out before she could catch it, and she saw his breath stop. You have done more than anyone else. You gave me a place in your wing. You trained me. You believed me when I told you about the sabotage. That is more than I had any right to expect. You have a right to expect justice. I have a right to expect nothing. That is what being lowborn means. You take what you can get and you do not complain when it is taken back. The words tasted bitter in her mouth, but they were true. They had always been true. He stepped closer. The space between them collapsed to inches. She could feel the heat coming off his wet clothes, could see the water beating on his brow, could smell the rain and leather and something underneath that was just him. You are not nothing, he said. I know. You are not a substitute. I know. You are worth. He stopped, his throat moved. You are worth more than this mountain has ever given you. So I try to do. You have done more than anyone else. You gave me a place in your wing. You trained me. You believed me when I told you about the sabotage. That is more than I had any right to expect. You have a right to expect justice. I have a right to expect nothing. That is what being lowborn means. You are worth. He stopped. His throat moved. You are worth more than this mountain has ever given you. He holds the ericated death. He gently swipes the hands the Shellows camp. He killed the weed called into their local weight. You have done more than anyone else. You gave me a place in your wing. You trained me. You believed me when I told you about the sabotage. That is more than I had any right to expect. You have a right to expect justice. I have a right to expect nothing. That is what being lowborn means, and she were just admitted at the void she promises me. I know. You are not a substitute. I know. You are worth. He hides the water regarding the caramans has already brittling, when the engine spiles down on 3 creak down. The words tasted bitter in her mouth, but they were true. They had always been true. He stepped closer. The space between them collapsed to inches. She could feel the heat coming off his wet clothes, could see the water beating on his brow, could smell the rain and leather and something underneath that was just him. You are not nothing, he said. I know. You are not a substitute. I know. You are worth. He stopped here. He start by history honesty that he didn't be unfull again a dediment and complete with 3. He did not test my growth. I know. You are not a substitute. I know. You are worth. He keeps in from a building. You have done more than anyone else. You are done more than anyone else. When she stepped to your thought, you anything are just in that is your oracle. I don't know that we do it there. Waking out, you are gradually a partificating king, slapping up, expected. What I just do not. I don't know what it's do today. I am not know what it do today. I'm just not what I just do. Chapter 12. The horn pulled Saira out of the eyrie and into a world turned liquid. Rain lashed her face as she ran across the yard, the new flight leathers clinging to her body like a second skin. The leather was softer than the issued set, cured with something that smelled of cedar and oil, and the silver stitching at her shoulders caught the lightning like a warning. Cadets were already forming up at the base of the switchback trail. Torches guttered in the wind, voices cut through the storm in clipped military syllables. Saira found her place in the formation and tried to slow her breathing. The memory of Dain's hand on her jaw was still burning against her skin. The taste of almost sat on her tongue, like a promise she had not been allowed to keep. She could not think about that now. Vethrix's voice brushed against the edge of her awareness, rough and patient, like stone worn smooth by centuries of wind. "Breathe," she breathed. The formation moved up the trail in silence, boots scraping wet stone, cloaks snapping in the gale. Above them, the peak of the Aerie disappeared into clouds so thick it looked solid. Saira had never flown in weather like this. She was not sure anyone had. At the stone basin where Vethrix waited, the torches had been extinguished by the rain. The dragon stood in near darkness, his scales drinking the light, his eyes two coals burning in the black. He was unchained again. The thought struck her like a physical blow. They had let him loose for this. "They need me to fly," he said. "They need the realm to see what I can do with a rider." "And what can you do? More than they are ready for." She climbed onto his back, settling into the new leathers against the familiar curve of his shoulders. The harness fit differently than the issued set. Better. As if it had been made for her specifically. She did not have time to wonder who had left it. The other riders were mounting their dragons in the basin below. She counted 12. A full squadron. Cassian Vale sat astride a copper-scaled dragon with a wingspan that dwarfed the others, his posture perfect, his gaze fixed on her with the patience of a predator. Dain's voice cut through the storm from somewhere below, amplified by the wind. "Squadron lawns by pairs. Ascend to Cloudbreak and form the V. Command will issue trial parameters at altitude." Saira's hands tightened on the harness straps. "Trust me," Vethrix said. "I do. Then stop thinking and start feeling." The launch was brutal. Vethrix's wings caught the storm and used it, climbing faster than she had ever felt him climb, the wind screaming past her ears until sound became a single white note. The rain turned to needles against her face. The cold bit through the leathers. She kept her eyes open. Below, the Aerie shrank to a cluster of lights, then a scatter of sparks, then nothing but darkness and cloud. They broke through the cloud ceiling at the same moment the sun struck her full in the face. Above the storm, the world was gold and blue and endless. The cloud deck stretched in every direction like a frozen sea, burning with light, and Saira gasped at the sheer impossible beauty of it. Then the formation began to form, and the beauty became a battlefield. Cassian's copper dragon took the apex of the V. Saira and Vethrix were positioned at the left flank, third tier back. The other riders fell into place with practiced precision, their dragons moving as extensions of their will. "They are good," Vethrix said. "Trained from birth. So are we. We are something else entirely." The command came from the lead dragon, a signal relayed through wing beats and body language that Saira was only beginning to learn. The V tightened. The squadron accelerated, and then the sequence shifted. It happened so fast she almost missed it. A ripple in the formation. A change in the wingbeat pattern that came from the wrong direction. Cassian's copper dragon gave a signal that did not match the original command. The pair behind her broke left instead of right. The pair ahead of her climbed instead of diving. And Saira found herself flying into a gap that was closing like a trap. "Pull up!" she shouted through the bond. The fates pulled, but the copper dragon was already there, filling the space she was meant to occupy, and the turbulence from his wings caught Vethrix's left side like a wall of living air. The world turned. Saira felt her body leave the harness, felt the straps bite into her thighs, felt herself sliding, slipping, falling. And then she was in the air, alone, with nothing beneath her but the cloud deck and the long, long fall. The wind tore to the scream from her throat before she could shape it. She fell through the space where Vethrix had been, turned sideways, limbs flaying. The cold so absolute it felt like fire. The cloud deck rushed toward her. The storm swallowed the sun. "Stop fighting," Vethrix's voice came through the bond like a hand catching her in the dark. "Stop fighting and feel." She was still flying. The cloud deck was closer now. She could see the turbulence rippling across its surface, could feel the pressure building in her ears. Feel what? Feel me. She stopped. She stopped fighting the fall, stopped fighting the terror, stopped fighting the part of her that had always believed she would die alone, unnoticed, unmourned. She opened herself to the bond, and Vethrix poured into her. His wings became her wings, his sight became her sight. She felt the air currents as ridges of pressure against his scales, felt the warmth of his blood beneath his hide, felt the ancient patience that had waited centuries for this single moment. He was not falling, he was diving, and she was with him. They hit the cloud deck at an angle that should have torn them apart. The world went white. The cold became absolute. The wind became a physical force pressing against them from every direction at once. And then they broke through. The Aerie rose beneath them, close enough to see the individual torches burning in the windows, close enough to see the cadets on the battlements staring up at her with their mouths open. Vethrix's wings caught the air with a snap that she felt in her bones. The descent curved. The ground rushed toward them and then away, and they were flying, level, stable, as if the fall had never happened. The formation above them had scattered. The squadron was still climbing, still reforming, but every dragon was looking down at her. Saira let out a breath she did not remember holding. "We just did that," she whispered. "We just did that," Vethrix agreed. And there was something in his voice she had never heard before. Joy. Her hands were shaking, her whole body was shaking, but she was alive. She was flying. And the bond between them pulsed with a seat that felt like the forge fires of her father's workshop, steady and fierce and unbreakable. Below, the Aerie erupted into shouts. Somewhere in the chaos, she saw Dain standing on the flight platform, one hand raised to shield his eyes, his face unreadable. And behind him, high in the tower window, a figure in a dark uniform watched her with the stillness of a man who had just seen his weapon fail to fire. "Commandant Dain Veyra." Saira held his gaze for one heartbeat. 2. Then Cassian's copper dragon descended out of the cloud, wings wide, landing on the platform with a force that cracked the stone. The trial was not over. Again. Chapter 13. The squadron did not reform. They drifted down in ones and twos, dragons banking wide, wings catching the stormlight at angles that spoke of distraction. Every eye in the sky was on Saira and Vethrix, on the impossible shape of their recovery, on the fact that she had fallen and lived. Saira's hands would not stop shaking. She gripped the harness straps, felt the leather bite into her palms, and tried to remember how to breathe. Vethrix's wing beats were steady beneath her, steady as a heartbeat, steady as the pulse that thrummed through the bond like a second bloodstream. "We are still flying," she said. "We are." They saw. Everyone saw. She felt the weight of that knowledge settle into her chest. Not fear, something older and colder. The oneness that she had just shown the entire Aerie exactly what she and Vethrix could do when they stopped fighting each other. The landing platform rose to meet them. Vethrix sat down with a gentleness that belied his size, his claws scraping the stone, his wings folding against his flanks in a motion that sent a gust of displaced air across the assembled cadets. No one spoke. The other dragons were landing now, copper and bronze and iron gray, their riders sliding from harnesses with faces Saira could not read. Some stared, some looked away, some seemed to be holding their breath, as if waiting for something to break. Cassian Vale dismounted from his copper dragon with the precision of a man performing for an audience. He did not look at her. He straightened his uniform collar, adjusted his gloves, and walked toward the Vethrix without a word. Lyra Valdris was standing at the edge of the platform, her wheat-colored hair plastered to her face by the rain, her expression carved from the same stone as the mountain itself. She met Saira's eyes for half a heartbeat, then turned and followed Cassian. Saira slid from Vethrix's back, her legs buckled. She caught herself on the harness strap before she fell, felt Vethrix's presence steady her from within, a warmth that spread through her chest like heated metal. "Easy," he said. "The ground does not move." It felt like it did. "That will pass." She stood there, one hand on the strap, the other pressed to her ribs where the bond burned hottest, and let the world come back into focus. The cadets were whispering. She could hear it now, the low murmur that passed from one cluster of riders to the next, the way their eyes kept sliding toward her and then away. She caught fragments. The dive. She was gone. He caught her through the cloud. "Did you see his wings? Did you see her fall?" They were afraid. She had never seen noble cadets afraid before. Angry, yes, contemptuous always, but this was different. This was the stillness that came before a storm, the hush that fell over a crowd when something larger than themselves moved through their midst. "Let them be afraid," Vethrix said. "Fear is honest." She did not answer. A path opened through the gathered riders, not because they stepped aside willingly, but because Commander Dain Veyra was walking toward her, and no one wanted to be in his way. He stopped 3 paces from her, his dark uniform wet with rain, his jaw tight, his eyes moving over her as if checking that every piece of her was still in the same place it had been when the formation launched. "Saira Quenn," he said. The formality of it hit her like cold water. "Commander." He held her gaze for a long moment, longer than necessary. Then he turned to address the squadron, his voice carrying across the platform with the weight of absolute authority. "The trial is concluded for the day. All cadets are to report to the Meta Hall for evening muster. No further flight operations until dawn." A murmur of surprise ran through the ranks. Trials never ended early. Trials were designed to push until someone broke. But no one argued. The cadets dispersed in clusters, still whispering, still glancing back as if they expected Saira to do something spectacular again at any moment. She did not move. Dain stepped closer, his voice dropping so only she could hear. "You need to report to Commandant Vale." Her stomach tightened. "Now?" He sent word during the descent. Dain's expression flickered, a crack in the stone mask. "He wants to speak with you privately, before the rumors settle." "The weapon has performed," Vethrix said, and there was iron in his voice. "Now the smith wants to admire his work." Saira pressed her lips together and nodded. The walk to the command tower felt longer than it had any right to be. Every corridor she passed held cadets who stopped talking when you approached, soldiers who watched her with eyes that told her nothing, servants who stepped aside as if she carried plague or prophecy. She did not know which. The door to Orenvale's study stood open. He was standing at the window when she entered, his back to her, his hands clasped behind him in a posture that might have been prayer or patience. The broken wing burn at the base of his throat caught the lamplight as he turned. "Saira Quenn." His voice was calm, too calm, contemplist. He studied her for a long moment, his ice-blue eyes moving over her with the precision of a man who had spent decades learning to read the truth in other people's bodies. "You fell from formation at 40 strides," he said, "and you survived." "Vethrix caught me. I saw." He stepped away from the window, circling his desk with the slow, deliberate gait of a man who had all the time in the world. "What I did not see was how. The descent was not possible. The angle should have killed you both." Saira said nothing. Oren stirred to the other side of his desk, his hands resting flat on the polished wood. "The bond between you, it is stronger than I anticipated." There was no compliment in his voice, only assessment. "I want you to understand something, Saira Quenn." He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a pitch that demanded absolute attention. "Today, you proved that you and that dragon are capable of things no rider in living memory has achieved. That makes you remarkable." He paused. "Remarkable weapons are watched most closely." The words hung in the air between them, cold and precise, carrying the weight of a threat wrapped in the language of praise. Saira met his gaze and did not look away. "I understand, Commandant." "Good." He straightened, the moment of intimacy gone as if it had never existed. "You are dismissed. Get dry. Get food. You will be expected at morning drill before dawn." A murmur of surprise ran through the ranks. Trials never ended early. Trials were designed to push until someone broke. But no one argued. The cadets dispersed in clusters, still whispering, still glancing back as if they expected Saira to do something spectacular again at any moment. She did not move. Dain stepped closer, his voice dropping so only she could hear. "You need to report to Commandant Veyra." Her stomach tightened. "Now?" He sent word during the descent. Dain's expression flickered, a crack in the stone mask. "He wants to speak with you privately, before the rumors settle." "The weapon has performed," Vethrix said, and there was iron in his voice. "Now the smith wants to admire his work." Saira pressed her lips together and nodded. Chapter 14. She made it to her quarters before her legs gave out. The door swung shut behind her, and she pressed her back against the cold iron, sliding down until she sat on the stone floor with her knees drawn up and her hands shaking in her lap. The trial. The fall. Oren's voice wrapped around the word weapon like a caress. The blank space where his expression should have lived in her memory. She squeezed her eyes shut and tried to anchor herself to something solid. The forge. Toma's laugh. Her father's hands, scarred and steady, shaping iron at the anvil. The heat of the coal fire, the rhythm of the bellows, the way her mother used to hum while she worked. Her mother's voice. Saira's breath caught. She tried again, reaching for it deliberately, the way she might reach for a tool in the dark. A warm alto, rough at the edges from years of forge smoke and shouting over the hammer's ring. A laugh that came from deep in the chest, rare and precious. The way she used to say Saira's name, drawing it out like a question when she wanted attention, sharpening it like a command when she meant business. Nothing. There was nothing. Not a whisper of pitch or timbre, not the ghost of a melody, not even the echo of a single word. Just a clean, smooth, unbearable blank where her mother's voice had been. Saira opened her eyes. Her hands were still shaking. She stared at them, at the burn scars crossing her knuckles, at the chain-link tattoo circling her left wrist, and tried to feel the absence as a physical thing. It should have hurt. It should have carved a hollow in her chest so deep she could feel the edges. But she did not remember the shape of it well enough to mourn. Vethrix. The name came out like a prayer and a demand and a wound all at once. The bond pulsed. Warmth spread through her ribs, the familiar pressure of his presence pressing against the inside of her skull. But beneath it, she felt something else. Caution, carefulness, the measured stillness of a creature who already knew what she was going to ask. Saira. My mother. She forced the words out through a throat that felt too tight. I cannot hear her voice anymore. Silence. Not the cold, empty silence of the bond before he had learned to reach her. This was deliberate. Held. The silence of a dragon who was weighing his next words with the precision of a smith testing an edge. How long? She asked, and her own voice inside her head sounded small and sharp and breaking. How long has it been gone? I do not know, Vethrix said, and the truth of it rang through the bond like struck iron. I did not feel it happen. The bond does not always announce what it takes. Inlius they name them, oisiddles now from a lied solid that they stop with the next. Taken. So he called. Taken, not lost. Another long pause. Yes. By who? The bond shuddered. She felt him recoil, not physically, but inside, the way a flame flickers when a door opens too fast. By the bond, he said, by the price of what we are. The Aerie did not invent this cost. They only discovered it, named it, weaponized it. Saira lowered her hand from her chest and let it fall into her lap. She thought of her mother's hands, rough and warm and always moving. She thought of the way her mother used to braid wire into Saira's hair before difficult days, humming something low and wordless that Saira had never learned the name of. She could not remember the tune. She could not remember the pitch. She could not remember the feeling of being small enough to fit in her mother's lap and safe enough to close her eyes. I will get it back, she said. Vethrix's silence was the worst answer he could have given her. Tell me I can get it back. Saira, tell me. I cannot lie to you through the bond, he said, and the words were soft and devastating. You know that. There is no place for comfort here. The bond does not give back what it takes. Not ever. I have watched riders. I am not them. No. The word came through with something like pride, something like pain. You are not. But you are still bound by the same laws. The cost does not bond for the worthy. She sat there in the growing dark, the torchlight from the corridors seeping under the door in thin orange lines, and felt the shape of her loss like an open wound she could not stop pressing. Her mother's voice. Gone. And somewhere in the folds of her mind, other things were already slipping, things she had not yet learned to miss, because she did not know they were meant to be there. What do I do? She asked. Vethrix was quiet for a long time. Then, slowly, the bond filled with something what was not warmth and not comfort, but presence. The weight of a creature who had chosen her, knowing the cost, and who would carry the guilt of it for as long as she let him. You keep going, he said, and when you are ready, you go below. Below where? The archive levels, beneath Veska. There are records there, histories. The Aerie tried to burn. Someone in those halls knows more than the generals want told. Saira lifted her head. Why did you not tell me this before? Because I was afraid, Vethrix said, and the honesty of it rang through the bond like a struck bell. I was afraid that if you knew the full shape of what the bond costs, you would hate me for choosing you. She closed her eyes. The anger should have been there. She reached for it, expecting the familiar heat, the forge-born fury that had carried her through every beating and humiliation and betrayal since she had climbed this mountain. But the anger would not come, only a tired, hollow ache, the feeling of standing in a room where something precious had been and knowing the absence would only grow. I do not hate you, she said. You will. Vethrix said. Eventually, if you stay. That is what the bond does to the bonded. It makes them need each other, then feeds on the needing. Saira pressed her forehead to her knees and breathed. Tomorrow she would find the archive. Tomorrow she would learn what the Aerie had buried. Tomorrow she would begin the long work of understanding what had already been stolen from her. But tonight she sat on the cold floor of a room that was not hers, in a fortress that had never wanted her, and she let herself feel the full, unbearable weight of her mother's silence. And for the first time since she had climbed this mountain, she was not sure she was strong enough to stay. Chapter 15. Saira did not sleep. She sat on the cold floor with her back against the door until the torchlight under the crack shifted from orange to gray, the first seep of dawn through the mountain's bones. When she finally moved, her joints complained and her hands were numb. But her mind had sharpened into something cold and focused. She could not afford to feel the loss anymore. Not if she wanted to find answers before the bond took something else. The halls were quiet at this hour. Too early for the morning horn, too late for the night patrols to still be making their rounds. Saira moved through the lower corridors of the iron quarters with her head down, counting doors the way she had counted switchbacks on the climb up the mountain. Vethrix had said below. Below meant the archive levels. Beneath Nesca. She found the first maintenance passage behind a rusted grate in the eastern storage hall, where the chainsmiths stored spare links and broken harness rings. The grate was bolted, but the bolts were old, and the stone around them had crumbled with decades of salt air and neglect. Saira worked one loose with her belt knife, then another, until the grate groaned inward on hinges that had not moved in years. The tunnel beyond was narrow and black, barely wide enough for her shoulders. She went anyway. The passage sloped down, then down again, switching back on itself until the air changed from the cold dryness of the upper keep to something heavier, damper, laced with the salt tang of deep stone and the faint chemical bite of old ink. Her boots scraped against stone worn smooth by feet that had not walked here in a generation. She counted her steps to keep the panic at bay. 30, 60, 90. The tunnel opened into a corridor lined with iron doors, each one set with a small grill at eye level. The torches here were lit, which meant someone maintained this place. Someone came here still. Saira moved past the first door, then the second, peering through each grill into darkness so thick it seemed solid. The third door was different. The grill showed not darkness, but a faint glow, the warm amber of lamplight spilling across shelves packed with scroll cases and leather-bound ledgers. She tried the handle. It turned. The door swung down, then down again, switching back on itself until the air changed from the cold dryness of the upper keep to something heavier, damper, laced with the stalk tang of deep stone and the faint chemical bite of old ink. Her boots scraped against stone worn smooth by feet that had not walked here in a generation. She counted her steps to keep the panic at bay. 30, 60, 90. The tunnel opened into a corridor lined with iron doors, each one set with a small grill at eye level. The torches here were lit, which meant someone maintained this place. Someone came here still. Saira moved past the first door, then the second, peering through each grill into darkness so thick it seemed solid. The third door was different. The grill showed not darkness but a faint glow, the warm amber of lamplight spilling across shelves packed with scroll cases and leather-bound ledgers. She tried the handle. It turned. The door swung inward without a sound, and Saira stepped into a chamber that smelled of dust and paper and the faint char of something that had been burned a long time ago. Shelves rose from floor to ceiling, crammed with bindings so old the leather had cracked into patterns like dried riverbeds. Scroll cases leaned sideways in stacks that defied gravity. On a central table, a lamp burned low beside an open ledger whose pages had been partially eaten by fire. And behind the table, a woman was watching her. She was older than Saira had expected, perhaps 50, with iron-streaked hair pulled back in a severe knot, and the kind of face that had been beautiful once, and had simply stopped caring about it. Her hands were stained with ink, and she wore no uniform, only a plain gray tunic that could have belonged to a servant or a scholar, or both. She did not look surprised to see Saira. "You are earlier than I guessed," the woman said. Her voice was low, rough at the edges, the voice of someone who had not spoken aloud in hours and did not particularly mind. "Most of them wait until they have lost something they cannot pretend to forget before they come looking." Saira's hand went to her belt knife before she could stop herself. The woman's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "Put that away. If I wanted to report you, I would have done it while you were still forcing the grate open." She tilted her head, studying Saira with an attention that felt less like curiosity and more like a diagnosis. "What did you lose?" Saira did not answer. The woman waited. The silence stretched until it felt like a test, and Saira was too tired and too hollow to play games. "My mother's voice," she said. The woman's expression did not change, but something in her eyes shifted, a flicker of recognition that was almost pain. She turned to the shelf behind her and pulled down a leather-bound book so old the title had flaked away entirely. "Then you have come to the right place?" She set the book on the table and opened it to a page covered in handwriting so small and dense it looked like scratches. "And the wrong one, depending on what you hope to find." "Who are you?" The woman looked up. "Mira Thorne." She said it the way someone might announce a scar they had long ago stopped covering. "Senior archivist of the Aerie's sealed records. Keeper of the burn pile. And before you ask, yes, I know your name. The whole mountain knows your name. You are the one who made the chains groan." Saira's pulse quickened. "You know about the chains?" "I know about everything that happens in this mountain." Mira turned a page, her fingers moving with the practiced economy of someone who had handled old paper for decades. "I know that Vethrix accepted you. I know that Cassian Vale tried to kill you in the formation trial. I know that Commandant Vale watched it happen and did nothing." She looked up. "And I know you are losing more than your mother's voice, even if you have not noticed yet." The words landed like a blow. Saira felt the air leave her lungs. "What else?" Mira closed the book and set both hands flat on its cover. "That depends on how much you want to know, and how much you are willing to let the bond take while you learn it." She met Saira's eyes directly, and there was no warmth in the gaze, only the flat honesty of someone who had seen too much to pretend. "The archives are not safe. The answers you want are not hidden because the Aerie lost them. They are hidden because Commandant Vale does not want anyone to find them. And if he discovers you have been here, he will not simply punish you." She paused. "He will give you a reason to use the bond, repeatedly, until there is nothing left of you but the shape of a rider." The lamp flickered. Somewhere above, the first horn of morning sounded, distant and muffled by the stone. Saira did not move. "Then I had better learn fast," she said. Mira studied her for a long moment, then nodded once, as if confirming something she had already suspected. "Follow me." She turned and walked deeper into the stacks, her footsteps silent on the stone, and the shadows swallowed her before Saira could take a second breath. Saira followed. The shelves pressed closer as the corridor narrowed, the lamplight shrinking until she was walking in a tunnel of her own small shadow. The smell of charred paper grew stronger, and she realized the burned ledger on the table was not an accident. Someone had been destroying records deliberately, systematically. "How many writers have been through this?" Saira asked. Mira did not slow. "How many do you think?" "I asked you." The archivist stopped at a door that was not iron like the others, but dark wood, banded with steel, the surface scarred by what looked like claw marks. She produced a key from a chain around her neck and fitted it into the lock. "Enough that I stopped counting," she said. "Enough that I stopped remembering their names." She turned the key, the lock clucked. "Enough that I started keeping this." She pushed the door open. Beyond it, the records were not shelved. They were stacked in crates, hundreds of them, floor to ceiling, filling a chamber so large that Saira could not see the far wall. The crates were labeled with dates and names, and some of the names she recognized. Old rider houses, bloodlines that had been praised in the cadet halls and then quietly forgotten. "These are the ones they failed to burn," Mira said. "The ones I saved." Saira stepped into the chamber, and the sheer weight of what she was seeing pressed against her chest. "How do I find what I need?" Mira turned to face her, and for the first time, her composure cracked, just slightly, enough to show the exhaustion underneath. "You start with the ones who came before you," she said, "and you hope that what they learned is still here." She held out a key. Saira took it. "But I am little ingraded, and that desperately Bettily had to go to the crypt sturated. I just are not getting writing them." "The IKs are not safe. The answers you want are not hidden because the Aerie lost them. They are hidden because Commandant Veyra does not want anyone to find them. And if he discovers you have been here, he will not simply punish you." She paused. "He will give you a reason to use the bond, repeatedly, until there is nothing left of you but the shape of a rider." The lamp flickered. Somewhere above, the first horn of morning sounded, distant and muffled by the stone. Saira did not move. "Then I had better learn fast," she said. Mira studied her for a long moment, then nodded once, as if confirming something she had already suspected. "Follow me." She turned and walked deeper into the stacks, her footsteps silent on the stone, and the shadows swallowed her before Saira could take a second breath. Saira followed. The shelves pressed closer as the corridor narrowed, the lamplight shrinking until she was walking in a tunnel of her own small shadow. The smell of charred paper grew stronger, and she realized the burned ledger on the table was not an accident. Someone had been destroying records deliberately, systematically. "How many writers have been through this?" Saira asked. Mira did not slow. "How many do you think?" "I asked you." The archivist stopped at a door that was not iron like the others, but dark wood, banded with steel, the surface scarred by what looked like claw marks. She produced a key from a chain around her neck and fitted it into the lock. "Enough that I stopped you counting," she said. "Enough that I stopped remembering their names." She turned the key. The lock clicked. "Enough that I started keeping this." She pushed the door open. Beyond it, the records were not shelved. They were stacked in crates, hundreds of them, floor to ceiling, filling a chamber so large that Saira could not see the far wall. The crates were labeled with dates and names, and some of the names she recognized. Old rider houses, bloodlines that had been praised in the cadet halls and then quietly forgotten. "These are the ones they failed to burn," Mira said. "The ones I saved." Saira stepped into the chamber, and the sheer weight of what she was seeing pressed against her chest. "How do I find what I need?" Mira turned to face her, and for the first time her composure cracked, just slightly, enough to show the exhaustion underneath. "You start with the ones who came before you," she said, "and you hope that what they learned is still here." She held out a key. Saira took it. The metal was cold, heavier than it looked, and when her fingers closed around it, she felt something through the bond, a faint pulse of recognition. Vethrix. He knew she was here, and he was afraid for her. The horn sounded again, closer now, calling the cadets to formation. Mira looked toward the ceiling. "You should go," she said, "before they notice you are missing." Saira looked at the crates stretching into the dark, at the names she did not yet know, at the records that held the cost of every bond forged in this mountain. She had found the archive. Now she just had to survive what it would cost her to read it. Chapter 16. The key was heavier than it looked, cold in Saira's palm, and the metal bore scratches that might have been letters once, worn smooth by years of handling. She closed her fingers around it and turned back to the shelves. The crates stretched into darkness, row after row of names she half recognized from the cadet halls, houses that had been praised in one generation and erased in the next. She ran her fingers along the nearest crate and felt the grit of old ash coating the wood. "Where do I start?" Mira had not moved from the doorway. Her shadows stretched long across the stone, and in the low light, the exhaustion beneath her eyes looked older than her face. "Start with what you already know," she said. "Then let the gaps tell you where to dig." Saira turned. "That is not an answer. It is the only kind I can give you." Mira stepped back into the corridor, and her voice dropped, quiet enough that Saira had to lean forward to catch it. "There are things in these records that, if spoken plainly, would bring Vale's soldiers to this door before the hour ended. I have spent 20 years learning to say what I mean without saying what I mean. You will learn too, or you will not last long enough to read the first crate." The lamp guttered, and Saira saw the archivist's hand tighten on the chain at her neck. "Show me something I can use," Saira said. "One thing, a name, a date, anything that tells me what this place really is." Mira studied her for a long moment. Then she crossed to a crate near the back wall, one marked with a seal Saira did not recognize, and pried the lid open with practiced ease. She pulled out a sheaf of papers bound in cord, the edges of the pages blackened and curled. "These are the chain vault ledgers from the year of the Sundering Front," she said. "Not the official ones, the copies the clerks made before the originals were burned." Saira took the bundle. The paper was brittle, and the ink had faded to a rusty brown, but the numbers were still legible. Rows of names, rows of flights, rows of dates followed by lines that had been scratched through and replaced with a single symbol she did not recognize. "What does this mean?" She pointed to the symbol. Mira did not look at it. "It means the rider stopped being useful." The words hung in the air, and Saira felt something cold settle in her chest. She turned the page and the next one, and the one after that. The names kept going. The scratched lines kept appearing. The symbol marked the end of every third or fourth entry. "How many?" "More than the Aerie will ever admit." Mira took the bundle back and bound it again. "The bond does not kill quickly. It hollows, and when there is nothing left to take, the rider becomes unpredictable, unfit for formation, dangerous to the wing. That is when the chain vault records change." "Change to what?" Mira's eyes met hers, and for the first time something broke through the careful composure. Not warmth, recognition. "Changed to casualty reports," she said. "Training accidents, failed maneuvers. The mountain takes them, and the families are told their child died in service to the realm. They are given a medal and a sealed coffin. They never learn what the coffin actually contains. Saira's throat tightened. An empty box. Worse. Mira's voice dropped so low that Saira barely heard it. A box with enough weight to feel real, so no one opens it. The silence that followed was thick enough to taste. Saira looked down at her hands, at the key still clutched in her fingers, at the burn scars that ran up her forearms from years of forge work. She had come here for answers. She was finding a truth she did not know how to carry. Vethrix said the bond takes what I love most, she said. But I have people I love. My mother is gone, and her voice is gone with her. What happens when the bond runs out of her? Mira's face did not change, but something in her posture shifted, a subtle tightening that Saira caught and understood. Then it moves to the next, Mira said. The bond follows the heart. It does not stop until the heart has nothing left to give. Saira thought of Toma, of her father, still working the forge she had left behind, of Dain, whose name she had spoken in the storm and whose touch she could still feel on her jaw. She thought of what it would mean to lose them piece by piece, to wake up one morning and realize she could not remember why she loved them at all. What if I stop flying? You cannot. Mira's voice was flat, unadorned. The bond does not require flight to take from you. It only requires that you exist. Every day you are bound to Vethrix. The bond works. Slower, perhaps, when you are not drawing on its power, but it never stops. Saira felt the words land like stones in her chest. Then what do I do? Mira looked at her, and in the flickering lamplight, the archivist's face seemed older than the mountain itself. You learn what they do not want you to know, she said, and you decide whether the truth is worth the price of finding it. She reached into the crate again and pulled out a second bundle, this one smaller, bound with red cord that had faded to the color of dried blood. These are the records of the riders who asked the same question you are asking now. She held it out. Saira took it. The cord was brittle, and when she pulled at the knot, it snapped. The pages fell open in her hands, and the first name she saw was written in ink that had not fully faded. Mira Thorne. Saira looked up. The archivist was watching her with an expression that gave nothing away. The bond does not require flight to take from you. It only requires that you exist. Every day you are bound to Vethrix. The bond works. Slower, perhaps, when you are not drawing on its power, but it never stops. Saira felt the words land like stones in her chest. Then what do I do? Mira looked at her, and in the flickering lamplight the archivist's face seemed older than the mountain itself. They are doing it, my blondes, for Exazin in a Carter. Brid still hears Clem calling the clome coming spiritly cleaned into a shallow point affection. This is the papist barely. When wages parley, this police's table failing, we're making something love you. Sleetly slory, the rider wins yet. The first dem tastely able storange is the cereal carrying this tubber next down Joel, if your dare is right. There are such my stores that still be at Jane's in turn. There are none of that ones of my implonits do solid grasp. It's standing for the step again during this idea limited. That new, Chapter 17. The tunnel went on longer than Saira had expected, the darkness pressing against her eyes until she lost all sense of direction. Mira moved ahead of her with the certainty of someone who had memorized every turn in the dark, her footsteps barely audible against the stone. The third bell did not come, but the silence that followed the first two was worse, a held breath that promised more. Saira kept one hand on the wall, the other clutching the bundle of records against her chest. The paper felt fragile, old, as if the names written on it might crumble if she held too tight. She thought of her own name, thought of Mira's name on that same page, written in ink that had not yet fully faded. You were a rider. I was. The words echoed in her skull, and she could not square them with the woman who moved ahead of her, who spoke in riddles and kept burned histories in crates, and watched the mountain with the patience of someone who had already survived something worse. A door creaked ahead, and gray light spilled into the tunnel. Mira stopped, her silhouette outlined against the opening. This leads to the eastern storage hall, she said, her voice low. From there, you can reach the iron quarters without passing the main corridor. The patrols will be watching the upper archive entrance, not this route. Saira stepped into the light, blinking against the dim gray of the storage hall. Crates of grain and barrels of salt lined the walls, dust thick on every surface. No footsteps, no alarm bells. How did you know this tunnel was here? Mira did not answer immediately. She turned the key over in her fingers, watching Alette catch the metal. When you spend enough years in the mountain, she said finally, you learn its bones. Saira wanted to ask more, wanted to press, but something in Mira's face stopped her. There was a wall there, built from years of silence, and no single question would breach it. You need to go, Mira said, before the patrols finish their sweep. What about the records? Saira held up the bundle. Your name is in here. Mira's gaze flickered to the papers, then away. Keep them, she said, or burn them. I have already survived what they contain. You have not yet. She turned and walked back into the tunnel, and the door swung shut behind her with a soft click that sounded final. Saira stood alone in the storage hall, the records pressed against her chest, the key still warm from Mira's grip. She did not open the bundle again. She did not need to. She already knew the name she had seen, already knew what it meant that Mira Thorne had been a rider and had survived. The question was how, and what it had cost her. The iron carters were quieter than usual when Saira reached them. The morning horn had sounded, and most cadets were at formation or drills, but the silence felt deliberate, watchful. She made it to her room without seeing anyone. The door closed behind her, and she leaned against it, her breath coming too fast. The bundle of records sat on her bunk, and she stared at it, trying to find the words for what she had learned. Someone had discovered the archive grate. Someone had sounded the alarmant, and she had no way of knowing if it was a routine patrol or Cassian Vale's hand reaching deeper than she had anticipated. A knock at the door made her flinch. Saira? The voice was low, female, unfamiliar. Saira did not move. Who is it? A messenger from Lady Elara Thorne. The name hit her like a stone dropped into still water. Elara Thorne. The sick noble girl whose identity she had borrowed, whose cloak she had worn, whose place she had taken on binding day. She had not thought of Elara since that morning, had not allowed herself to, because thinking of Elara meant thinking of the lie she was still living, the substitution that had turned into a cage. What does she want? She asks you to come to her chambers. She says it is urgent, and that she owes you an explanation. Saira's hand hovered over the door handle, an explanation. She had come to the Aerie expecting nothing from Elara Thorne but silence, the kind that came from a transaction completed and a debt paid. But the messenger's words carried a weight that made her suspect that transaction had never been straightforward. Where are her chambers? The healer's wing, 3rd floor, room 34. Saira opened the door. The messenger was a young woman in servant's gray, her face unremarkable, her eyes sharp. She is not well, the messenger said. She asks that you come now before the patrols change again. Saira nodded because there was nothing else to do. The healer's wing was quieter than the iron quarters, the air thick with the smell of herbs, and something metallic that Saira recognized from her father's forge. The sick and the injured were housed here, and the soft murmur of voices came from behind closed doors. Room 34 was at the end of the corridor, a narrow door with a small window covered by a curtain. Saira knocked. "Come in." The voice was thin, reedy, but there was something in it that Saira did not expect. Not weakness, but weariness, the kind that comes from watching and waiting and knowing. She pushed the door open. Ilara Thorne lay propped against pillows in a narrow bed, her face pale, her dark hair loose around her shoulders. She looked younger than Saira remembered, younger and frailer, but her eyes were clear and sharp, and they fixed on Saira with an intensity that made the room feel smaller. "You came," Ilara said. "Your messenger said you owed me an explanation." Ilara's lips curved, not quite a smile. "I do." She gestured to a chair beside the bed. "Sit." Saira remained standing. "I have had enough of noble games," she said. "Tell me what you want." Ilara looked at her for a long moment, and then she laughed, a sound that was half cough and half genuine mirth. "You are exactly what I expected," she said. "That is why I chose you." Saira's stomach tightened. "Chose me? Did you think it was chance that my household found you?" Ilara's voice was soft, but there was steel beneath it. "We knew who you were, Saira Quenn. We knew your father's forge, your brother's name, your mother's grave. We knew you would take the coin because you had no choice." The words landed like blows, precise and cruel. "You used me. I gave you a choice." Ilara's face did not change. "The same choice I would have had if I had walked onto that field, but I was too weak to survive the bond, and my family knew it. They needed someone who would not break before the dragon made his decision." Saira's hands clenched at her sides. "Why?" "Because some of us suspected." Ilara leaned forward, her voice dropping. "Vethrix has not chosen in a generation. The Vale family has been maneuvering for years to secure him for Cassian. But there were rumors, whispers, that Vethrix would never choose a Vale, that he was waiting for someone else." Saira felt the words settle into her chest, cold and heavy. "Waiting for me?" "We did not know who, only that the Vale's certainty was a lie, and that when the bond struck, the family who controlled the field would control the weapon." Ilara paused. "My family wanted a rider who answered to them, not to Oran Vale. But they were not willing to sacrifice me to find out." Saira stared at her. "So they paid me to stand in your place, to be the disposable body on the field?" "Yes." The word hung in the air between them, ugly and honest. Saira wanted to be angry, wanted to scream, to demand why she had been treated as a tool, a placeholder, something to be used and discarded. But the anger did not come. Instead, she felt the cold clarity of understanding. "I was never meant to survive the bond," she said. "No." Ilara's eyes held hers. "And I am actually through my chech their passel, wheeled the storage com. I came up. My stimite. My studi would be remind, to us, to the manva. My studi, you've not to stop. The studi you until your name is Marivi. I keep down my among onto the navy, swishly regarding yellowish, devilish lenses out of his practices, to menish on stone, and it's happening like this lower second I had no. I stopped you sitting highing. Look, up as. Still, I want to statch this exigingness wouldn't do across my firm. I can see that. We do not. Saira certainly endured the studi, and now the Stulask reputations still complete it a disposable body on a field where noble houses gambled for a dragon's loyalty. And she had won anyway. "What do you want from me now?" she asked. Aelira's gaze was steady. To offer you information instead of apology, she said. The Veils are not the only faction playing this game. There are others who would see the bond broken, who would see the Aerie fall, and they are watching you. Saira's pulse quickened. Who? Aelira opened her mouth to answer. The bell rang again. Not the archive alarm, the training bell, calling cadets to afternoon formation. And beneath it, Saira heard something else. Footsteps in the corridor, coming closer. Aelira's face went still. You need to go, she said. If they find you here, the questions will follow. Saira de Morve. The name, she said. Who is watching? Aelira's eyes flickered to the door, then back to Saira. Come back tomorrow, she said. After the evening meal. I will tell you what I know. The footsteps were closer now, boots on stone, a voice calling orders. Saira moved. She crossed to the door, her hand on the handle, and looked back at Aelira one last time. Why should I trust you? Aelira's smile was thin and sad. You should not, she said. But you need me. The door opened and Saira stepped into the corridor, her heart hammering. The name of the watcher still unknown, the truth still half-spoken. Behind her the footsteps stopped, and a voice she recognized said, Saira Quenn. She turned. Commander Dain Veyra stood at the end of the corridor, his face unreadable, his eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made the air between them feel charged. I need to speak with you, he said, alone. And the way he said it made Saira understand that whatever he had to say, it could not wait. Chantry 18. Dain did not lead her to his office. He took the narrow stairs past the training hall, then the unlit corridor that ran along the eastern wall, where the mountain's natural stone showed through the plaster. Saira followed without asking, her pulse still uneven from the healer's wing, from Aelira's voice, from the weight of being watched. He stopped at a door she had never noticed, iron-bound and low, and pushed it open. The room beyond was small, windowless, lit by a single oil lamp on a table cluttered with maps. A strategy chamber, she guessed, the kind used for planning sorties no cadet was supposed to know about. The air smelled of old paper and tallow. Sit, Dain said, and closed the door behind them. Saira did not sit. She stood on the far side of the table, her hands flat on the map's edge, watching him. You wanted to speak alone, she said. We are alone. He did not answer immediately. He stood with his back to the door, his face half in shadow, the lamplight catching the scar along his jaw. The silence stretched, and Saira felt it pull at her like a current. You went to the healer's wing, he said. It was not a question. Lady Ilara Sorn asked to see me. I know. His voice was low, controlled. I saw you leave her room. I followed. Something tightened in Saira's chest. Why? Because I needed to know you were safe before I spoke. He moved then, stepping around the table, and the lamplight caught his face fully. His winter iron eyes were fixed on hers, and there was something in them she had not seen before. Not command, not concern, something raw and unguarded. Saira. The sound of her name, stripped of rank, hit her like a blow. I need you to tell me what is happening, he said. Not what you think I should hear, what is actually happening. She wanted to tell him, the words pressed against her teeth, the truth of the bond, the missing voice, the ledgers, the hollowed riders, the weight of Mira's name in the bundle of records. But the door had not even latched properly, and footsteps could come at any moment, and she did not know who else might be listening. Something happened during the trial, she said instead. Something I did not expect. Dain's jaw tightened. The fall. No. After. She looked down at her hands on the map, the burn scars pale in the lamplight. I cannot remember everything the way I should. The silence that followed was different. Heavier. What do you mean? Saira thought of her mother's voice, the absence where it should have been. But I saw Ryder Quinn's silhouette in the window. Lower city habit, walking alone at night. A pause. I thought I should make sure the commander knew about it. Saira's pulse hammered. She pressed herself against the wall, out of sight, and felt the cold stone through her tunic. Dain's voice did not waver. Noted. I will ensure Ryder Quenn is reminded of the evening curfew. See that you do. A pause. We would not want her to wander into something dangerous. The footsteps resumed, receding down the corridor. Dain stood at the door, his hand on the frame, not moving until the sound faded entirely. Then he closed the door, turned the lock, and leaned his forehead against the wood. He knows. Saira said. He suspects. Dain's voice was hoarse, which is almost worse. He turned to face her, and the mask was gone again. The raw thing beneath was back, and she saw fear in it. Saira. He crossed the room and stood before her. He is going to use this. Whatever happens next, he will use it against you. Let him. No. His voice cracked. If he reports what he saw, they will separate you from training. They will isolate you from anyone who might support you. They will... Let him, she said again, and reached up, her hand pressing against his chest, feeling the steady beat at his heart. I am already losing pieces of myself, she said. I know. You should not have brought me here. I know. His voice was low, rough, and when she looked up, he was watching her with that same unguarded expression, the one that made her feel seen in a way she had never been seen before. Saira. He said her name like it cost him something. I am not going to apologize for wanting to keep you safe. The air between them thickened. She could feel the space closing, the distance shrinking, the pull that had been building since the harness drill, since the storm shelter, since every charged silence they had not named. She reached out. Her fingers brushed his, feather-light, and he did not pull away. He turned his hand over, palm open, and she laid her hand in his. The contact was electric. His fingers closed around hers, warm and calloused, and Saira felt the breath leave her lungs. Dain. Say it again. She said his name, and he stepped closer, and the map table pressed against her hip as he leaned in, his free hand rising to her face, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw. Footsteps. Sharp, deliberate in the corridor outside. Dain went still. His hand dropped from her face, but he did not let go of her hand. The footsteps stopped. There was a pause, a silence that stretched like a blade, and then a voice, crisp and familiar. Commander Veyra, are you in there? Cassian Vale. Dain's jaw tightened. He released Saira's hand and stepped back, his face sliding into command, the mask falling into place. Stay here, he breathed. He crossed to the door and opened it, just wide enough for his body to block the gap. Lord Cassian. His voice was flat, professional. The strategy room is not on your patrol route. No. Cassian's voice was smooth, amused. But I saw Ryder Quenn's silhouette in the window. Lower city habit, walking alone at night. A pause. I thought I should make sure the commander knew about it. Saira's pulse hammered. She pressed herself against the wall, out of sight, and felt the cold stone through her tunic. Dain's voice did not waver. Noted. I will ensure Ryder Quenn is reminded of the evening curfew. See that you do. A pause. We would not want her to wander into something dangerous. The footsteps resumed, receding down the corridor. Dain stood at the door, his hand on the frame, not moving until the sound faded entirely. Then he closed the door, turned the lock, and leaned his forehead against the wood. "He knows," Saira said. "He suspects." Dain's voice was hoarse, which is almost worse. He turned to face her, and the mask was gone again. The raw thing beneath was back, and she saw fear in it. "Saira." He crossed the room and stood before her. "He is going to use this. Whatever happens next, he will use it against you." "Let him." "No." His voice cracked. "If he reports what he saw, they will separate you from training. They will isolate you from anyone who might support you. They will—" "Let him," she said again, and reached up, her hand pressing against his chest, feeling the steady beat at his heart. "I am already losing pieces of myself," she said. "I will not lose this too." His hand covered hers, and his eyes held her, and for a moment, Saira saw the war in them. Then the bell rang. The tower bell, calling the night watch. Dain's hand tightened on hers, and he pulled her forward, his forehead pressing against hers, his breath warm on her lips. "I will find a way," he whispered. "I swear it." The bell rang again, and he let her go. She left the room without looking back, her hand still warm where he had held it, and stepped into the corridor just as the servant's footsteps rounded the corner. "Saira Quenn!" The servant started, eyes going wide. Saira walked past her without a word, her heart racing, the memory of his touch already beginning to blur at the edges. Chapter 19. The bruise on Saira's hip had bloomed overnight into a smear of purple and black, the color of spoiled meat. She pressed her palm against it while the morning horn still rang, and felt the ache settle deep into the bone. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Dain's face in the lamplight, felt his breath on her lips, heard Cassian's voice cutting through the dark. Wandering into something dangerous. She pulled on her tunic and braided her hair tight, working wire into the strands until the metal bit against her scalp. The pain helped. It anchored her to the present. The training yard was wet with fog. Cadets moved through the gray in pairs, wooden practice blades clacking, breath pluming white. Saira took her place in the rotation and felt Vethrix stir at the edge of her awareness, a low current of attention. "You are troubled." "I am careful," she answered. "Those are not the same thing." Before she could reply, Lyra Valdris stepped onto the mat across from her. Her pale hair was pulled back severely, and her narrow face held the expression of someone who had been given permission to hurt. "Saira Quenn," Lyra's voice carried. "I hear you have been making friends in high places." Saira raised her practice blade. "I hear you have been making enemies in low ones." Lyra's mouth tightened. She attacked without warning. The first blow slammed into Saira's guard, jarring her arms. The second hooked low, catching the fresh bruise on her hip. Pain lanced through her and she stumbled, her heels skidding on the wet stone. Lyra followed, relentless, driving her back across the mat. Saira gritted her teeth and stopped retreating. She took the next blow on her shoulder, let the impact spin her, and used the momentum to crack her blade across Lyra's ribs. The sound was satisfying, a solid thud that pushed the air from Lyra's lungs. Lyra staggered, and Saira pressed forward. "Enough." Dain's voice cut through the fog like a blade. He stepped between them, one hand raised, his face unreadable. "Valdris, rotation with henna. Quenn, water and ice for that shoulder before it swells." It was professional, appropriate, the kind of command any officer would give. But his hand brushed Saira's elbow as she turned, feather-light and gone before anyone could see. Cassian saw. He was leaning against the post of the covered walkway, arms crossed, his ice-blue eyes tracking the moment with the precision of a hawk watching a field mouse twitch. He did not move. He did not speak. But a smile touched his lips, slow and knowing, and Saira felt the ground shift beneath her feet. The morning passed in a blur of drills and stare-downs. Saira iced her shoulder in the corner of the yard, watching Cassian make his rounds. He did not approach her. He did not need to. Every time she looked up, he was there, watching, letting her feel the weight of his attention. By the time the mid-meal bell rang, her nerves were raw. She was crossing the eastern courtyard toward the mess when Cassian fell into step beside her. "Rider Quenn?" She did not slow. "Lord Cassian. I was thinking about Commander Veyra this morning." His voice was light, conversational. "Such a dedicated officer, always where he is needed, especially when you are involved." Saira kept her eyes forward. "He is the wing commander. He is supposed to supervise training." "Supervise." Cassian savored the word. "Is that what we are calling it?" She stopped, turned, met his gaze directly. "What do you want, Cassian?" He tilted his head, studying her like she was a specimen pinned to a board. "I want to understand. What is it about a forge rat that makes a decorated war hero throw protocol to the wind? Is it the mystery? The danger?" He stepped closer. Or does he simply enjoy the idea of something that belongs to someone else? The heat rose in her chest, but she did not take the bait. She held his gaze and said nothing. Cassian's smile widened. "That is what I thought," he murmured, and walked away. The afternoon brought a chin in Skenjo. Saira was assigned to the west platform for supply rigging, a task normally given to novices and punished cadets. The platform jutted out over a 300-foot drop, and the wind lashed across it in steady, punishing gusts. She worked alone, hauling chains and securing crates of mail and rations for the messenger drakes. The work was honest and exhausting, and for a few blessed minutes, she let her mind go blank. Then she heard the groan. It was a sound she knew from the forge, metal under too much stress, the wrong kind of tension. She looked up. The crane arm above her was swinging, loose and uncontrolled, its locking pin gone. A crate the size of a lawn dangled from its chain, already in motion, already falling. She dove. The crate crashed into the platform where she had been standing, splintering the stone. The chain whipped across the air behind her, and she rolled, trying to find her feet, but the crane arm was still moving, still swinging, and the counterweight was coming next. She was not going to make it. Then hands caught her. Hard hands, hauling her sideways so fast her feet left the ground. The counterweight slammed into the platform edge, spraying stone shards, and she hit the wall with Dain's body between her and the debris. He grunted. His weight pressed her into the stone, and she felt the impact travel through his frame. For a moment, there was only the ringing of metal and the scream of wind. Then Dain pulled back, and she saw blood running from his temple where a shard had caught him. His eyes found hers, wild and unguarded. "Are you hurt?" "No." Her voice was hoarse. "You are bleeding." He touched his temple, looked at the blood on his fingers. "It is nothing." But his hands shook, and footsteps were approaching. Cassian emerged from the stairwell, followed by two cadets. He took in the scene with a single sweep of his eyes. The ruined crate, the broken crane, Dain standing too close to Saira. Saira's hand braced against his chest. "Commander Veyra," Cassian's voice was smooth as oil. "How fortunate you happened to be passing by." Dain straightened. The mask descended, cold and professional. "The crane locking pin failed. It should have been checked this morning." "It was checked," Cassian said. "I saw the log myself." He paused. "Perhaps Rider Quenn is simply unlucky." Saira's hands curled into fists. She felt the chain-link tattoo around her wrist tighten against her skin, a phantom weight. Cassian turned to leave, then stopped. He looked back over his shoulder and his smile was sharp enough to cut. Lost. Terse, the great divide about his shower rods for. Strange, at the dast, thriving, welcoming your care up to the mountain's moan just but now. The locky sawed in her chest, but she can kraut, and the deal of sworce is rumfuned. I never care out her John, which will completely look your writer headed to the over. File blasted that is the slowest time that I receive the old of Vol. Bujud get against the world, who must not get him smites open. Monacy we smice on the guard. Father completely devastated. Did with appropriate polding enders. The quarrels moving him such, so different as the land quap wasn't to review the world. Oh, you are good, Lord Cassian. I can look like you are feeling having a shit wanted differently. The locky sawed in her chest because we can turn the lamp balloon. But there's overtly definitely no daily all there to the control vol. A solo black, chapter 20. The evening winds had stripped the last warmth from the day. Saira stood at the edge of the eyrie, west-facing, where the stone still held the sun's ghost, and the drop fell away into bruised purple light. Below her, the mountain's lower terraces faded into shadow, forge smoke rising straight as pillars through the still air. She had come here without deciding to. Her feet had carried her up the switchback trail, while her mind was still circling the crane platform. Cassian's smile, Dain's blood on the stone. The bond pulsed beneath her ribs. Not words yet, just awareness. Vethrix's attention brushing against hers, like a current testing its banks. She waited. The wind shifted. The clouds above the mountain tore open, and moonlight spilled across the eyrie floor, silver and cold. She heard the whisper of scales on stone before she saw him. Vethrix emerged from the darkness of the upper ledge, his body moving with the coiled patience of something that had learned to wait in absolute stillness. He did not approach her. He stopped at the edge of the moonlight and regarded her with those burning eyes. You are bleeding. The voice came inside her skull, low and rough as stone grinding against stone. Cassian's smile, Dain's blood on the stone. The bond pulsed beneath her ribs, not words yet, just awareness. Vethrix's attention brushing against her like a current testing its banks. She waited. The wind shifted. The clouds above the mountain tore open, and moonlight spilled across the eyrie floor, silver and cold. She heard the whisper of scales on stone before she saw him. Vethrix emerged from the darkness of the upper ledge, his body moving with the coiled patience of something that had learned to wait in absolute stillness. He did not approach her. He stopped at the edge of the moonlight and regarded her with those burning eyes. You are bleeding. The voice came inside her skull, low and rough as stone grinding against stone. She touched her temple. The cut from the crane shard was small, already clotting. It is not mine. Whose? Dain's. He pulled me clear. The dragon's tail lashed once, a soft scrape against the stone. Cassian. It was not a question. Saira nodded. The silence stretched, heavy and waiting. She felt the edge of something in the bond, a pressure like the air before a storm. Vethrix holding something back, wrestling with it. She turned to face him fully. You knew. Her voice came out steadier than she felt. Before the bond, before the trial, you knew what it would cost me, and you did not tell me. The dragon's eyes held hers, no offensiveness, no evasion. Yes. Why? Vethrix lowered his head, the movement slow, deliberate. His breath came warm against her face, carrying the scent of stone and ozone, and something older, something that tasted of grief. Because I was afraid. She blinked. Of all the answers she had braced for, That one had not been among them. I waited centuries, he said. I refused every hand offered, every heir paraded before me, every voice that tried to claim the bond through blood and ceremony. I told myself I was waiting for the one who would not break, who would not let them lose me to do what had been done before. His voice grew thinner, like ice cracking under pressure. When I felt you walk onto that field, I knew. You smelled of smoke and iron. Your heart beat the rhythm of the forge. You were not asking to be chosen. You were only hoping to survive. She felt her throat tighten. I chose you because I thought you were strong enough to refuse what the Aerie would ask of you, but I did not tell you the price, because I was not certain you would stay if you knew. The wind tugged at her braids. She thought of Dain's hands catching her. Toma's voice in her memory, telling her not to come home. Her mother's face, already fading at the edges. She thought of 40 flights to completion. Show me the entrance tonight, she said. And tomorrow, when the horns sound for evening formation, I will decide whether we cross that line or not. Vethrix lowered his head in a gesture that felt like reverence. Then I will wait. He turned and vanished into the darkness of the upper ledge, his scales swallowing the moonlight until he was nothing but shadow among shadows. Saira stood alone on the Aerie, feeling the cold seep through her boots, feeling the shape of the choice that was already taking form in her chest. She was not going to survive this mountain, but she was going to tear it open first. Chapter 2001. The Aerie shadows clung to her as Saira descended the inner stairs, the stone cold through her boots, Vethrix's voice still echoing in her skull. 40 flights. The number beat in time with her pulse. 40 flights to completion. 40 flights until the bond had taken everything worth keeping. She did not go to her quarters. Her feet carried her through the lower corridors, past the iron door Mira had shown her, into the narrow passage behind the storage hall. The archive key was warm against her palm, as if it remembered being forged. The sealed chamber was dark when she reached it. She lit the lamp with trembling hands and let the flames settle before she moved deeper into the stacks. Mira was there. The archivist sat at the far table, her iron-streaked hair loose around her shoulders, her face carved from stone. She did not look surprised to see Saira. You came back faster than I expected. I know about the order, Saira said. The most precious first, then the ones who shaped me, then the ones who found me after. Mira's hands stilled on the ledger before her. Who told you? Vethrix. A long pause. The lamp flame jumped. Then you know more than most riders ever learn, Mira said quietly. And less than you need to. She rose and crossed to a shelf near the back wall, running her fingers along the spines until she found what she sought. A thin volume bound in cracked leather, no title on the cover, the pages yellowed and soft with age. This is the projection ledger, Mira said. Copied from the Chain Vault originals before they were burned. Every rider bonded to a major dragon in the last 40 years, tracked by flight count, bond intensity, and memory depletion. She opened it on the table and turned pages until she found the most recent entries. Saira's breath caught. The script was precise, almost beautiful. Names in neat columns, dates of first bonding, flight counts. A column marked projected completion with a number beside each entry. She found her own name near the bottom. Quenn S. Bonded, Day 103, Cycle 4. Major uses 3, projected 40, notes. Accelerated progression. Monitor closely. 40. Not 40 years, 40 flights. She stared at the number until it blurred. How accurate is this? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. Mira's face was unreadable. Accurate enough that the Aerie has never missed a projection by more than 2 flights. They have been refining the calculations for decades. The bond consumes at a predictable rate once the pattern is established. Your first 3 major uses took your mother's voice, the shape of her face, and the memory of her forge song. Saira's hand went to her chest, to the hollow place where her mother used to live. The next 10 flights will take the rest of her, Mira continued, her voice flat, clinical, as if reciting a weather report. Then the bond will move to the next person your heart has anchored itself to. Based on the rate of acceleration, you will begin forgetting your brother within 15 additional flights, your father within 20, and the person you have begun to love in the dark, the one you meet in secret rooms, will become a stranger before you reach 35. The lamp flame guttered. Saira thought of Dain's hands catching her, the way he had cupped her face in the strategy room, his thumb tracing her cheekbone, the shape of his voice when he said her name. She would not remember any of it. "How do I stop it?" she asked. Mira did not answer. "There must be a way." "There is a way," Mira said slowly, "but it has not been tried in living memory. And the one person who might have known how is buried beneath 3 centuries of stone and silence." Saira's heart slammed against her ribs. The sealed chamber, the one Vethrix found. Mira's eyes snapped to hers, sharp and searching. "You know about that. He told me, tonight. He said the voices of the first dragons are there, the ones who were bound before the bond was corrupted." Mira was silent for a long moment. Then she reached into her tunic and pulled out a folded piece of parchment, yellowed and cracked along the creases. "I copied this from a crumbling scroll I found in the lower vaults 10 years ago. I have never shown it to anyone." She unfolded it on the table. Saira leaned close. The drawing was crude but unmistakable. A diagram of the mountain's inner passages, marked with symbols she did not recognize. At the center, a circle divided into 4 chambers. In the lowest chamber, a crude sketch of a dragon coiled around a stone pillar. "The founders sealed this passage 100 years before the Aerie was built," Mira said. "They knew what was down there. They chose to bury it rather than face what it meant." "What does it mean?" Mira looked up, and for the first time, Saira saw something raw in her eyes, something that looked like grief. "It means the bond was not always a harvest. It means we were not always meant to be hollowed. And it means the first dragons knew how to love their riders without consuming them." The words hung in the air like smoke. Saira reached for the diagram. The door to the archive slammed open. Both women spun, boots in the corridor, voices, a patrol close, coming fast. Mira moved with a speed Saira had not expected. She snatched the diagram, shoved it into Saira's hands, and grabbed her arm, pulling her toward the back wall. "The shaft behind the 3rd shelf," she hissed. "It drops to the old maintenance tunnel. Follow it north until you reach the dry well. From there, you can circle back to the iron quarters." "What about you?" "I will tell them I was alone, that I heard a noise and came to investigate." "Mira, go." Saira did not argue. She shoved the diagram into her tunic, pushed past the 3rd shelf, and found the iron ring set into the stone floor. She pulled. The grate lifted, revealing a dark shaft, a rusted ladder descending into nothing. She swung onto the ladder and pulled the grate shut over her head just as the patrol entered the main chamber. She heard voices, a man's, sharp and official. Mira's, calm and unhurried. Then the grate sealed above her, and the voices vanished into stone. She hung in the dark, the diagram pressed against her chest, the number 40 burning in her skull like a brand. 40 flights, and the first one was already gone. Chapter 22. The dark swallowed her. Saira clung to the rusted ladder rungs, the diagram crumpled against her ribs, her breath coming in shallow bursts that echoed off stone. Above, the grate had sealed Mira into the archive with the patrol. Below, the shaft dropped into nothing she could measure. She could not stay here. She forced her hands to move, one run at a time, descending until her boots hit packed earth. The maintenance tunnel ran north, just as Mira had said, narrow and choked with the smell of old water and rat droppings. She moved by touch, one hand on the wall, the other pressed against the diagram as if it might dissolve if she loosened her grip. 40 flights. She had already lost 3 pieces of her mother. The tunnel curved, branched, and she took the left fork without knowing why, crossing the shape of Mira's diagram burned into her mind. After what felt like an eternity of dark, a crack of gray light appeared ahead. She pushed through a rusted grate into a dry well, climbed the iron staples set into the wall, and emerged into a storage alcove behind the eastern changing. The Aerie was still awake. She could hear voices, distant footsteps, the clatter of pots. She slipped through the shadows, keeping her head down, and reached the iron quarters without being stopped. Her room was empty, cold. The same narrow cot, the same chipped wash basin, the same silence that had pressed on her every night since binding day. She stood in the center of the floor and tried to breathe. 40 flights. 35 and Dain would be a stranger. The thought split something open inside her. Not grief, not yet, but a raw, animal refusal that made her hands shake. She could not sleep. She could not sit still. The walls of the room felt too close, the ceiling too low, and the number 40 kept beating against her skull like a pulse. She needed to see him. The decision came without logic, without planning. She pulled the diagram from her tunic, folded it smaller, and tucked it into the lining of her boot. Then she slipped out of the room and moved through the Aerie's night corridors, past the empty training yard, past the stone basin where Vethrix had first carried her, up the switchback stairs toward the officer's wing. She knew where Dain's quarters were. She had never gone there before. The boundary had felt absolute, a line she could not cross without ruining everything they had built on the other side of it. Tonight, the boundary meant nothing. She found the door at the end of a narrow corridor, a plain iron handle, no nameplate, no mark of rank. She knocked before she could think better of it. 3 quick beats. A pause. Then the door opened. Dain stood in the gap, shut untucked, sleeves rolled to his elbows, a lantern burning low behind him on a scarred wooden desk. His eyes went from her face to the bruises on her arms to the state of her tunic, and something in his expression shifted from surprise to recognition, as if he had been waiting for this moment without knowing it. Saira. She did not give herself time to hesitate. She stepped forward, pushed the door open wider, and walked past him into the room. The door clicked shut. He did not move toward her. He stood with his back to the door, watching her with that same guarded stillness she had seen on the flight platform, on the training yard, in the strategy room when Cassian's voice had cut through their almost moment. "You should not be here," he said quietly. "I know." "If anyone sees you, I know." She turned to face him. The lantern light carved shadows into his face, caught the silver at his collar, the fresh scab at his temple where the crane shard had cut him. She had seen him bleed for her. She had felt his hands pull her from death, and she was running out of time to remember any of it. Dain. His name came out cracked. "I am going to forget you." The silence that followed was not empty. It was filled with everything they had not said, every touch they had pulled back from, every word swallowed before it could take shape. "Tell me," he said. She could not tell him the full truth. Not yet. Not without the diagram, without the sealed chamber, without knowing whether any of it could be undone. But she could tell him enough. "The bond takes what I love most," she said. "It has already taken my mother's voice, her face, her forge song, and it will keep taking. It will take my brother, my father." She stopped, swallowed. "It will take you." Dain's jaw tightened. His hands stayed at his sides, but she saw the tremor run through them, the same tremor she had seen on the west platform after he pulled her clear of the falling counterweight. "How long?" "I do not know exactly, but I know it is not enough." She crossed the room before she could lose her nerve. 3 steps. Close enough to smell the cold stone and roan on his skin. Close enough to see the pulse beating at his throat. "I do not want to waste another moment being careful," she said. He looked at her for a long, aching breath. Then his hand came up, slow enough that she could have stopped it, and cupped a side of her face. "Neither do I." He kissed her. It was not gentle, it was not tentative, it was the collision of everything they had held back, every near miss, every interrupted touch, every word spoken too quietly in the dark. His hand slid into her hair, and she pressed into him, her fingers gripping his tunic, feeling the heat of him through the fabric, the quick rise and fall of his chest against hers. The kiss broke open into something hungrier. He pulled her closer, his other hand finding the small of her back, and she made a sound she did not recognize, something between a gasp and a sob. He broke the kiss just far enough to rest his forehead against hers. "Saira." She could feel his breath on her lips, could feel the tremor in his hands, the restraint he was having to scrape together. "I do not care what the ledgers say," he said. "I do not care how many flights you have left. I will find a way to keep you whole." She wanted to believe him. For one desperate moment, she let herself believe him. Then she heard it. Footsteps in the corridor. Slow, deliberate, stopping just outside the door. Saira's blood turned to ice. She looked at Dain. His face had gone still, his eyes fixed on the door, one hand already reaching for the blade at his belt. The footsteps did not move. Whoever was out there was listening. Chapter 23. She lay awake until the horn. The kiss was still on her mouth, the pressure of Dain's hands still printed against her back. But when she tried to hold the moment whole, the edges frayed. She remembered the sound of his breath catching. She remembered the way his thumb had traced the line of her jaw. But the words he had whispered just before the footsteps stopped outside his door, those were already gone. She sat up in the gray dawnlight, her hands trembling against the blanket, and tried to pull the sentence back. Nothing. Only the shape of an absence where something warm had been. The horn sounded again. Saira dressed on reflex. The flight leathers, the boots, the braid pulled tight with wire because fear was already coiling in her chest like smoke. She could not afford to feel this. She could not afford to stop and count what else might have slipped away while she slept. She left the iron quarters before the other cadets stirred. The training yard was empty, the stone wet with mist that had rolled down from the peaks overnight. She stood at the edge of the flight platform and let the cold air hit her face, hoping it would sharpen what was blurring. Vethrix's voice came through the bond like heat through stone. "You did not sleep." "No." "You went to him." She did not answer. She did not need to. The bond carried the truth, whether she shaped it into words or not. The warmth of Dain's hands, the press of his mouth, the terror of the footsteps that had stopped outside the door. "The Smith's nephew saw you." "I know." "He did not see you enter, but he saw the light still burning in the commander's window after you left." The gold thread of dread worked its way down her spine. Cassian had been watching, not just the strategy room, not just the training yard, the officer's wing at night. He did not see my face, she said. He did not need to. He knows who the commander would open his door for at that hour. Saira closed her eyes. The mist clung to her lashes. Somewhere below, the morning bell began to ring, and the mountains stirred to life. The training flight was brutal. They flew formation over the eastern ridge, the wind shearing off the peaks in gusts that made the younger cadets wobble and correct. Saira kept Vethrix steady through pure instinct, her body remembering what her mind could not hold. But every time she tried to focus on Dain's voice in her memory, the words dissolved like frost on warm stone. By the time they landed, she was shaking. Lyra Valdris dismounted 10 feet away and did not look at her. Cassian was not on the flight line. That should have been a relief, but it only made the dread worse, because she did not know where he was or what he was doing with the knowledge he had gathered. Dain stood at the edge of the platform, speaking with a supply officer, his back to her. She watched his hands as he gestured, the same hands that had cupped her face, and felt the memory of his touch flicker at the edges of her awareness like a candle guttering in a draft. She could not lose this. Not yet. Not when she had only just touched it. "You are thinking in circles," Vethrix said. "It will not stop the consumption." "I know." "Then stop thinking. Fly again. The air is cleaner than your fear." She wanted to argue, but he was right. The spiral would not save her. She swung back into the harness and they launched before the wing commander could call the next rotation. The wind tore the breath from her lungs. Below, the mountain fell away, the training yard shrinking to a speck, the cadets scattering like insects. Saira leaned into the dive, let the speed press her flat against Vethrix's neck, felt the bond sharpen into something lean and focused. "Yes," Vethrix said. "This is what you are meant for." She did not answer. She let the flight strip her down to sensation. The sun cleared the eastern peaks by the time they returned. Saira's muscles burned. Her lungs ached. But the panic had receded, pushed back by the simple animal fact of surviving the air. She landed on the west platform and found Oren Vale waiting for her. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his dark uniform immaculate despite the mist, his iron-gray hair untouched by the wind. The broken wing scar at his throat caught the morning light. "Saira Quenn," she dismounted, kept her hands steady. "Commandant, I am told you flew beyond the formation boundary." "I followed a thermal. The cadets were struggling. I did not want to crowd the ridge." He regarded her with the stillness of a man who had already decided what he believed. "Your initiative is noted. Your compliance will be monitored more closely going forward." Her blood chilled. "Effective immediately," Oren continued. "Your quarters are restricted to the iron quarters and the trading wing. No access to the archive levels, no access to the eastern storage halls, no movement after nightbell without written authorization from the wing commander." Dain. He had said Dain's title, not his name. A formal wall, erected in plain language. "And if I need supplies from the lower stores?" "Submit a request. It will be reviewed." She held his gaze. "Who made this decision?" "The Security Council, after a thorough review of recent irregularities in the mountain's lower passages." The archive. He knew about the archive. Or he suspected, and the restriction was a net cast wide enough to catch whatever she was reaching for. "I understand," she said. Oren's mouth tightened at the edges, not quite a smile. "I expect you do." He turned and walked away, his boots clicking against the wet stone, and Saira stood alone on the platform with the wind tearing at her braids and the weight of a cage she had not seen using until it was already latched. Vethrix's voice came soft and grim. "He knows you found something. He does not know what, but he knows. Then I need to find the rest before he figures it out. You have 40 flights, The restrictions will make each one count. She looked down at her hands. The chain-link tattoo around her wrist seemed darker in the gray light, the links pressing against her skin like a shackle she had forgotten she was wearing. She had lost 3 pieces of her mother already. She could not remember what Dain had whispered against her mouth. And somewhere beneath this mountain, buried in sealed chambers that the Ares founders had tried to erase, the first dragons had known how to bond without consuming the people they loved. She would find them, even if Oren Vale had to burn every corridor to stop her. The mist curled around the platform as she turned toward the iron quarters, and in the shadow of the eastern wall, a figure shifted. Cassian Vale stepped into the light. He did not speak. He only smiled, slow and certain, and raised one hand in a gesture that was almost a salute. He had heard everything. Saira walked past him without breaking stride, but the chain-link tattoo tightened against her wrist like a warning, and she knew with the cold clarity of a blade beyond across stone that the war had not begun on the flight line or the trading yard. It had begun the moment she knocked on Dain's door. And Cassian Vale intended to win it. Chapter 24. The summons came before she reached her door. A cadet she did not recognize, younger than the rest, with nervous hands and a voice that cracked on her name. "The Commandant requests your presence, immediately." Saira stopped with her palm flat against the door of her quarters, the wood still cold from the mountain night. The mist clung to her leathers, and beneath her ribs the bond thrummed with Vethrix's attention. "He moves fast," Vethrix said. "He has been waiting for this." She turned without answering the cadet, without looking back at the platform where Cassian had stood with his mocking salute still burning in her memory. The mist swallowed the mountain as she walked, and the cadet fell into step behind her like a guard who did not want to be one. The Commandant's tower rose from the eastern flank of the Aerie, older than the rest of the fortress, its stone darker, its windows narrow as arrow slits. Saira had never been inside. She had imagined it lined with trophies, banners, the bones of old victories. Instead, the corridor was plain, the walls bare, the air so still it felt sealed. The cadet stopped at the final door. "He will see you alone." She pushed it open before the cadet could finish retreating. Oren Vale stood at the far end of a long room, his back to her, his hands clasped behind his uniform. The window before him showed nothing but gray sky, the sea invisible beneath the cloud layer. A single lamp burned on the desk, casting more shadow than light. "Saira Quenn." He did not turn. "Close the door." She closed it. The latch clicked like a lock engaging. Oren turned slowly, and in the dim light his face looked carved, the saber scar across his jaw a pale line against weathered skin, the broken wing burn at his throat catching the lamplight. He did not gesture for her to sit. There was no chair on her side of the desk. "You have been busy since you arrived at the Aerie," he said. "Impressive, for a girl who was meant to be a placeholder." "I was not meant to be anything," she said. "That was the point." His mouth moved, not quite a smile. "No, you were meant to fail. House Thorne paid you to be disposable, and instead you became the most dangerous variable in this mountain. Do you know why that frightens them?" She did not answer. "Because they cannot control what they cannot predict." Oren braced his hand on the desk and leaned forward. "And you, Saira Quenn, are a chainmaker's daughter who walks through their ceremonies as if the rules do not apply to you." "The rules were written to exclude me," she said. "Why would I follow them?" "Because I wrote some of them, and I am offering you a choice." He straightened and moved around the desk, slow, deliberate, the boots soundless on the stone. He stopped at the window, his profile sharp against the gray light. "The bond you carry is the strongest this Aerie has seen in a generation. Vethrix chose you. That is fact. And fact must be managed. He turned his head, meeting her eyes. I can see that your family is safe. I can see that your brother Toma never receives a conscription notice. I can see that your father's forge runs without interference from debt collectors or guild inspectors. Saira's chest tightened. She kept her face still. In exchange, Oren continued, you stop digging. You stop visiting the archives. You stop meeting with Lady Ilara Sorn. You fly the missions you are given. You follow the chain of command, and you let the bond do what it was built to do. And when the bond has taken everything I love? Oren's expression did not change. Then you will be the most effective weapon the realm has ever produced. The words hung in the air like a blade suspended mid-strike. Saira heard Mira's voice in her memory. He would provoke you into using the bond until you were hollow. And she saw with sudden clarity that Oren did not hate her. He did not even resent her. He looked at her the way a smith looked at a piece of unfinished steel, measuring how much heat it could take before it bent into the shape he wanted. You want me to become nothing? She said. I want you to become useful. He stepped closer, close enough that she could see the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, the hint of gray in his iron hair. You think I do not understand what the bond costs? I have watched riders burn brighter and dimmer. I have seen what remains after the harvest is complete. And I made peace with it long before you were born. Saira's throat burned. Your mother died before you could remember her voice. Oren said. That is grief. I do not deny it. But if you keep fighting the bond, if you keep digging for answers that should stay buried, you will not have a mother to forget. You will not have a brother. You will not even have yourself. And you will have accomplished nothing except shortening the time you have left. He held her gaze. The conscription lists for the lower city are compiled every season, he said. They can be accelerated as easily as delayed. Think carefully before you decide which version of your future you prefer. The threat hung between them, naked, unadorned by pretense. Saira did not look away. She did not drop her hands. She let the chain-link tattoo burn against her wrist, let the bond thrum beneath her ribs, let Vethrix's destined awareness curl through her like a promise. I will think carefully, she said. Oren studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded once, a dismissal, and turned back to the window. The door closed behind her without a sound. The corridor was empty. The cadet had vanished. Saira stood in the still air with Oren's voice repeating in her skull, accelerated as easily as delayed. Think carefully before you decide which version of your future she deserved. I haven't sweet down around my spirit, because I still do not Monday stepping into the little linted. This Saira is absolutely nice guests actor long line for all. I don't have to even imagine that film, right? Jesus will being a mooder, it is not a good stepiatorting episode if you revide it when it is run the man that wanted me, and you revide it when I was in the forts of this. I really still nork my God, but it's going to be dad. You can be able to be tell my revelant amboleth. I was not meant to getting about the time of the story about this. I am never playing in the IME just by the boarding from the desk. We've best we understand it for a May courage of my heir we've carried on the friends, and there's no partners on our gives on my grace, it won't just consider me back. I will see the glory and the spirit with that revelant ambulant. I am not indecrated for my depth, where they need to be in scene all along than it was listening. I am not reported for your heart, but I modded already anyway. Then, if I click a piece in the reticle caps, I leave me. Chapter 25. The cold woke her before the horn did. Saira lay still in the narrow cot, staring at the ceiling stones where the mortar had crumbled into a map of cracks she had traced a dozen times. The air through the window gap tasted of frost and iron. She had not dreamed, or if she had, The bond had already taken the shape of it. She rose, dressed, braided her hair with wire because her hands needed something to do, and because fear coiled in her chest like a living thing, and the wire was armor. The memory of Dain's whispered words was gone. She had accepted that by now, the clean absence where something precious had been. But this morning she wanted to test something smaller, something she could bear to lose. She stood at the window and reached for the joke. It had been 3 nights ago, in the strategy room beneath the training hall. Dain had been marking a patrol route on the map, his hand moving in that precise, economical arc he used for everything. She had said something, she could not remember what, and he had looked up at her with an expression she had never seen on his face before. Not the commander's mask, not the careful wariness he wore around nobles. Something looser, almost boyish. And then he had said, nothing. The shape of the moment was there, the lamplight, the ink on his fingers, the way his shoulders had dropped half an inch. But the words themselves were gone, scooped out like marrow from a bone. She knew she had laughed. She remembered the feeling of it, the surprise of sound escaping her before she could stop it. But she could not remember what had been funny. The absence was worse than the loss of his whispered vow, because at least she had known that moment existed. This one she had to discover by chasing its echo. Saira pressed her palm flat against the cold stone of the window frame and let the ache settle. What did he say? The bond offered nothing. Vethrix was awake. She could feel him stirring beneath the mountain, a slow heat at the edge of her awareness, but he could not see what she had lost. He had told her that. He could sense only that something was missing, not the shape of the thing itself. She finished braiding her hair and went to find Mira Thorne. The archive smelled of must and ink and the particular stillness of chambers no one visited except those who had reason to hide. Mira was at her usual table, a stack of ledgers arranged in front of her like a fortress. She did not look up when Saira entered. "You should not be here," Mira said. "The restrictions Oren placed on you are not suggestions. He will have you watched." "I know." "Then why are you here?" Saira sat down across from her. The chair scraped against the stone floor, a sound too loud in the quiet. "I lost a joke," she said. Mira's hand stopped moving over the ledger. She looked up slowly, her ink-stained fingers still curled around the pen. "A joke," she repeated. "A specific one. A moment with Dain. I remember where we were, what the light looked like, how his hand moved, but the words are gone. And I only noticed because I tried to hold on to something small on purpose to see if I could." Mira set the pen down. "And I will tell you the worst part, Saira. The part no one warns you about. You can become estranged unto yourself before you notice the distance growing. One day you will reach for a memory and find nothing, and you will realize that the person who held that memory no longer exists." She was hollowed out, one joke, one whisper, one beloved face at a time. Saira's hands were steady on the table. She made them still steady. "How long did it take you?" she asked. "To become a stranger? To know that you had to break the system or die inside it?" Mira's eyes held hers. The silence stretched long enough that Saira thought she would not answer. Then Mira reached into the collar of her tunic and pulled out a thin chain. At the end of it hung a ring, plain iron, worn smooth by years of touching. "This was hers," Mira said. "I do not remember her name. I do not remember the day she gave it to me. But I kept it, because some part of me knew that if I let go of every physical thing that anchored me to her, I would have nothing left to prove that I was ever more than a weapon." She tucked the ring back beneath her tunic. "I break the system by surviving," she said. "That is all I managed. I survived long enough to become useless, and they let me fade into the archive instead of the grave. But I did not break it for anyone else. I did not tear it down. I just outlasted my own hollowing. Saira leaned forward. Then help me tear it down now. Mira studied her. The air between them was thick with unspoken warnings. I will show you what I can, Mira said, but we have very little time. Orin knows you are searching, and once he decides you are more dangerous as a symbol than as a weapon, he will not wait for the bond to finish you. She pulled a folded piece of paper from beneath the ledger and slid it across the table. The diagram I gave you before is incomplete, she said. There is a third passage, one that does not appear on any official map. It was sealed after the Sundering Front, but the seal is older than the stone that covers it. Saira unfolded the paper, a narrow corridor drawn in faint ink, branching off from the main tunnel she had navigated before. This leads to the Chain Vault Annex, Mira said, the same vaults where the projection ledger was kept. But there is a second chamber behind it, one that even the ledgers do not mention. What is in it? I do not know. Mira's voice was flat. I have never been able to open the inner door, but the first dragon's voices resonate strongest there. If you want to hear them clearly enough to understand how the bond was corrupted, that is where you need to go. Saira folded the paper and slipped it into her sleeve, but she felt the weight of eyes on her back, and she knew, with a certainty that sat cold in her bones, that the window Mira had promised was already narrowing. Chapter 26. The wind off the Blackwater coast carried salt and the rot of something dead. Saira felt it on her tongue before she saw the sea, a gray-green churn below the cloud break, and she knew before Vethrix spoke that the reconnaissance run had gone wrong. The markers are wrong! His voice cut through the wind with the clarity of a bell. She leaned forward against the harness, scanning the headland below. The route should have followed the cliff edge east toward the observation post at Thorne Point. But the signal flags posted along the ridge did not match the formation brief she had memorized at dawn. She pulled the folded map from her flight jacket, the paper snapping against her gloves. The wind tried to tear it from her hands. Confirm, she called into the wind. Which markers? All of them. The last 3 signal posts have been rotated. The bearing flags are set for a channel that does not exist. Her stomach dropped. A formation that followed those markers would fly straight into the storm corridor, where the coast broke into reef and the currents pulled dragons down before they could climb. This was not weather. This was planning. She twisted in the harness, looking back. The squadron had spread wide behind her, a diamond of wings against the gray sky. Riders and dragons, following the same markers. Do not follow the line, Vethrix said. I can feel the storm building beyond the headland. If we hold this bearing, we will hit the sheer wall at full speed. How far off is the real channel? 2 degrees north. The observation post is still where it should be. They have not moved the mountain. 2 degrees. Enough to kill anyone who trusted the posted markers without question. She made the decision without letting herself think about the consequences. Break formation. Take us north. Vethrix banked without hesitation, his wings tipping hard enough that the harness bit into her ribs. The squadron scattered behind them, shouts from riders, confused signals, a horn blast that meant hold bearing. She ignored it. The storm hit them 3 minutes later. It came not as rain, but as a wall of wind that smelled of lightning and open water. Vethrix folded his wings and dropped, riding the sheer instead of fighting it, and Saira felt his body through the bond like her own bones were shifting. The cold was absolute. Her flight leathers iced at the seams. The world became noise, pressure, the scream of air over scales. Hold. She held. They fell through the corridor for what felt like a lifetime, the sea rushing up beneath them, the reef feet visible where the waves broke white. At the last possible moment, Vethrix opened his wings and caught the updraft from the cliff face. The force of the stop drove the breath from her lungs. She tasted blood. Then they were through. The storm lay behind them, a churning gray mass that swallowed the light. Ahead, the observation post at Thorne Point rose from the fog, solid and real, and exactly where the map said it should be. Saira let herself breathe. The rest of the squadron straggled in over the next 10 minutes, riders pale-faced and dragons laboring. 2 had taken damage to their wing sails from debris thrown by the storm. No one had died. That was the part that mattered. She was still counting them when she saw the third dragon, a sleek copper beast with Cassian veil on its back, land at the edge of the post. He dismounted before the beast had fully settled, and walked toward her with a stride that did not carry the tremor of someone who had merely died. How long had he known? "You broke formation," Cassian said, loud enough for the riders within earshot to hear. "You abandoned the bearing line without signal or authorization. That is insubordination." Saira kept her gloves on, kept her voice flat. The markers were rotated, the bearing flags pointed into the storm corridor. If I had held that line, we would have lost at least 2 dragons to the sheer wall. You do not know that. I know it because I've flown this route before, and because Vethrix confirmed the markers did not match the briefing. Cassian's smile was thin and precise. "The dragon told you." "Yes. Dragons do not read signal flags. Vethrix does." She held his gaze. "He has flown these waters longer than you have been alive. He does not need a painted post to tell him where the reef is." A murmur passed through the gathered riders. Cassian's jaw tightened. Behind them, another dragon descended through the fog. Dain's. Saira recognized the shape before she saw his face, the way he landed, the economy of motion in his dismount. He crossed the stone platform without looking at Cassian. "You called for support deviation," Dain said to Saira. His voice was controlled, but she caught the tension in the line of his shoulders. "What happened?" "The route markers were tampered with." She kept her voice pitched for him alone. 3 posts past the headland. The bearing flags were set to lead the formation into the storm corridor at full speed. If Vethrix had not corrected, we would have hit the sheer wall. Dain's expression did not change, but she saw his hand tighten on the strap of his flight harness. He turned to Cassian. "Is this true?" Cassian spread his hands. "The markers were set by the signal corps at dawn, as they have been for every reconnaissance run this season. If the markers were wrong, that is a matter for investigation." His voice dropped. "But she still broke formation without authorization. That is a violation of protocol regardless of the outcome." Dain was silent for a long moment. The wind pulled at his coat. "Protocol exists to keep riders alive," he said. "Rider Quenn made a judgment call that preserved the squadron. I will note the deviation in my report and recommend it be filed under tactical necessity." Tactical. "I said I will handle it, Cassian." The silence that followed was sharp enough to cut. Cassian looked at Dain, and Saira saw something cold pass between them, an understanding that did not need words. Then Cassian smiled. "Of course, Commander. I trust your report will be thorough." He turned and walked back toward his dragon, and Saira felt the weight of his gaze leave her like a pressure released. Dain waited until Cassian was out of earshot. "Are you injured?" "No." "The bond?" She almost told him, almost said, "I cannot feel the edge of the joke anymore, and I am starting to forget the way your voice sounds when you are not angry." But the riders were watching, and the fog was lifting, and the third bell was still hours away. "I am fine," she said. Dain studied her. "You broke formation." "I know. Next time, signal first. Even if you think there is no time. Signal first, so he cannot claim insubordination." She nodded. The understanding between them was fragile but real, and she felt it fray as she watched Cassian's dragon lift into the gray sky. The window was still open. 20 minutes at the third bell, and she had just given the Veil faction another reason to tighten the noose. "SWAT. The money is over the first. I need to go left." Maybe the fats look about the bearing flags under there, but I am understanding the fun storm. He looks at her Fevin and genuinely. Please, Liam, Seven Trickus Saklavmak, let herself quish his makers. You cannot just devoutly face the Habaleed sticker tramming about the powers all of that smite. Her soaks, total entire, and they overcomes all with this Tongwian try. Maybe he said to ever know what the lifeling waiting to the woman. But it's entirely scary, scurious, but it always been change. Then she said X. Quisky make that residence. I still do they are. I know that. And I can stare by bar harch on my Rauda Canish Clape. Chapter 27. She found Vethrix in the darkness below the eastern eyrie, where the mountain opened into a cavern the Aerie used for nothing but the echo of water dripping into stone. He had drawn himself as far from the chain anchor as the radius allowed. His bulk settled against the far wall, wings folded so tight they looked like armor. She had walked here without deciding to. The third bell was still an hour away. 20 minutes of window, and she needed to understand before she moved again. You told me you withheld the price because you feared I would hate you, she said, her voice carried in the wet air. That was not the whole truth. His eye turned toward her, a coal shifting in the dark. No. Then give me the rest. The silence stretched, water dripped. Somewhere above, the mountain groaned with the weight of passages she had not yet walked. I refused them for a generation. I know that. You do not know why. Saira waited. The cold crept through her flight leathers, but she did not shift. Vethrix's voice came slower now, each word placed like a stone laid in a wall. The first time I was bound, I did not know what the bond would take. The rider was young, brave. She laughed when we flew. She called me by a name I have not heard since. He stopped. By the end, she did not remember her own mother's face. She did not remember why she had wanted to fly. She looked at me as though I were a tool she had been handed, and she used me until the hollowing finished her. And then they buried an empty box while her body was burned in a pit behind the chain vaults. Saira's throat tightened. How many? 3. Before I understood what I was part of. Before I understood that the bond had been reshaped into something the first dragons would have torn the sky apart to prevent. He turned his head fully. The heat from his body washed across her face. I stopped accepting riders because I would not help them hollow another human heart into obedience. I let them chain me. I let them call me broken. It was better than watching another person I had chosen be emptied of everything that made them real. She heard what he had not said. But you chose me. Yes. Why? Vethrix rose. The motion was slow, deliberate. The first time she had seen him stand fully since the night he had shown her the entrance to the sealed tunnels. His wings opened a fraction, catching Dain light from the cavern mouth. Because you are the first one in 300 years who looked at the chains and did not see a monster. You saw work. You saw something that could be shaped. You grew up in a forge, Saira Quenn. You know what it means to heat metal until it yields. You know that the same fire that forges a chain can melt it. She shook her head. That is not a reason. That is a metaphor. It is the only reason I have. His voice dropped. I chose you because the part of you that has always fought to survive is the same part that might fight to be free. And I gambled that you would be strong enough to reach this moment without breaking. The words hit her like a blow. You gambled with my life. Yes. You watched me lose my mother's voice, her face, her forge song. You watched me lose the shape of her, and you said nothing because you were waiting to see if I would survive long enough to matter. I watched you lose those things, he said. and I carried them with you. I felt them go. I felt the space they left inside you, because the bond does not only take from you, it takes from me too, in the shape of your grief." Saira's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs. "You should have told me. I know. You should have trusted me with the truth before I had to dig it out of the mountain like a corpse." "I know that too." He lowered his head until his brow was level with her chest. "I am ashamed. I have been ashamed for 3 centuries. I will carry that shame until the bond is broken or I am dust." She wanted to be angry. The anger was there, hot and clean, the same fire that had carried her through Oran's tower and Cassian's sabotage and the storm corridor where she had almost died. But beneath it, she heard what he had not said aloud. He had refused riders for a generation. He had let them call him broken. And then he had chosen her, not because she was convenient, but because he believed she might be the one who could break the pattern. "You do not get to decide alone anymore," she said. "That is the price of keeping secrets. You do not get to carry the weight by yourself and then tell me after the damage is done." His eye held hers. "Then carry it with me." It was not a question. Saira reached out and pressed her palm to the worn ridge above his eye. The bond flared beneath her skin, and she felt his shame, his hope, his exhaustion, and the thin, fierce thread of something that might have been pride. "I will. Just here But if you ever withhold something like this again, I will find a way to make you regret it. I do not know how yet, but I will. I believe you." She let her hand fall. The 3rd bell would ring soon. The 20-minute window was waiting. "Show me the entrance," she said. "The real one, not the one on the diagram." Vethrix's head lifted. "Follow the chain." He turned and moved deeper into the cavern, and she followed, the sound of his scales against stone the only anchor in the dark. Above them, at the mouth of the cavern, a shadow with polished silver at its collar detached itself from the wall and moved toward the tower where Commandant Dain kept his signal chain. Flannel is survivable. Chapter 28. The tunnel curved downward, the air growing colder with each step. Saira followed Vethrix through the dark, one hand trailing along the stone where his scales had worn the walls smooth over centuries. The bond hummed beneath her ribs, carrying his silence like a held breath. They had not spoken since his confession. She did not know yet what to do with what he had told her. 3 riders hollowed before her, a generation of refusal, a gamble that she might be strong enough to reach this moment without breaking. The weight of it pressed against her chest, heavier than the mountain above them. Here. Vethrix stopped where the tunnel opened into a chamber she had not seen on Mira's diagram. The space was smaller than she expected, perhaps the length of her father's forge, and the far wall was not stone at all. It was iron, dark and pitted with age, a flat surface that bore no handle, no hinge, no mark of any door. Saira stepped closer. The metal was cold beneath her fingers. She pressed her palm flat against it and felt nothing, no draft, no vibration, no sign that anything lay beyond. "This is the entrance?" The only one the founders did not seal with stone. They could not move it. The first dragons forged it from something that does not yield to time. "How do we open it?" Vethrix was silent for a long moment. "I do not know." She turned to face him. The dim light caught the edge of his eye, and she saw in it something she had not seen before: uncertainty. "You brought me to a door you cannot open." "I brought you to the place where the answer waits. The door has never been opened, not by me, not by anyone who lived after the founders." Saira looked back at the iron wall. The surface was seamless. If there was a mechanism, it had been hidden so well that 3 centuries of searching had not found it. Then how? A sound stopped her. Footsteps, fast and uneven, echoing from the tunnel behind them. She spun. The bond flared, and Vethrix's heat pressed against her spine. Someone is coming. Saira flattened herself against the wall beside the iron door. The footsteps grew louder, closer, and then a figure stumbled into the chamber, breath ragged, hands braced against the stone. Mira, the archivist's hair had come loose from its knot. Her face was pale, and her eyes found sorrow with a relief that looked almost like pain. "You are still here?" Mira said. "Good. I did not know if I would reach you in time." Saira pushed off the wall. "What happened?" Mira held up a folded square of paper, creased and smudged with what might have been forged soot. "This came through the Eastern courier route, the one that does not pass through the Aries post." Saira took the paper. Her hands were steady, but she felt the bond tighten as she unfolded it. The handwriting was Toma's. "Saira, he came to the district today. Conscription officers with new lists. The quotas have doubled. They are taking boys from 14 up now, not 16. I marked my name on the moral before they could mark me as a runner. Father says to tell you he is proud. He does not say it aloud, but I see it when he thinks I am not looking. The debt men came too. They asked if you still send coin. They asked if your loyalty to the Aerie has changed the kind of daughter you are. I told them you are the same as you have always been. I do not know if they believed me. Do not come home. Whatever you are doing up there, finish it. We are still standing. Toma." Saira read the letter twice. The first time she only registered the words. The second time she felt them. 14. They were taking boys from 14. Toma was 16. He had marked himself on the roll to keep them from marking him as a deserter. She folded the paper slowly, precisely, the way she folded wire when she needed her hands to stop shaking. "Who sent this?" "A courier who owes me more than the Aerie pays," Mira said. "He will not talk, but the message is clear enough. Oren is not waiting for you to fail. He only needs you to know that he can." Saira held the paper until the edges bit into her palm. The iron door beneath the mountain waited. The first dragon's knowledge waited. But waiting had become a luxury she could not afford. She looked at Illyra. "How do I reach the lower city without Oren knowing?" Illyra's eyes widened. "You cannot be serious." "I am done waiting for answers that may not come in time. If the door will not open, I will find another way to break the system. But I need to see Toma. I need to see my father." "That is exactly what Oren wants you to do. If you leave the Aerie, he can claim you deserted. He can do anything he wants to your family and call it punishment for your betrayal." Saira met her gaze. "Then I had better not get caught." She turned and walked to the door. Behind her, Illyra said something, but the blood was already roaring in Saira's ears. The bond burned beneath her ribs, and 2 words echoed through her mind. 40 flights. She did not have 40. She did not have time at all. Chapter 29. Mira's diagram was wrong. Not wrong in the way a copied line drifts from the original, but wrong in the way a map learns to lie when its maker wanted it found. Saira pressed her palm flat against the stone wall, where the shaft should have turned east, and felt only cold, solid rock. Behind her, the maintenance tunnel stretched into darkness. The 3rd bell had not yet rung. She had slipped past the archive patrol with seconds to spare, using Illyra's stamped access seal and Mira's knowledge of the guard rotations. But the window was already bleeding away. She traced the diagram again by touch. The lines were clear. The passage should connect here, angle through the old drainage channel, and emerge in the chain vault annex where the duplicate ledgers were stored. The wall did not care about lines on paper. "You are in the wrong place." Vethrix's voice came distant through the bond, but clear enough to feel like a hand at her spine. "The entrance collapsed 40 years ago. Mira does not know." Saira closed her eyes. Of course it had collapsed. Of course nothing in this mountain was simple. "Where then?" 7 paces back, there is a seam in the stone. The original passage was cut deeper than the map shows. She counted her steps backward, one hand trailing along the wall until her fingers found a hairline crack running vertical through the mortar. It was barely visible even when she pressed her face close. The sort of seam a master mason would lead as a private signature, knowing only another craftsman would see it. She worked the edge of her knife into the crack and levered. Stone groaned. Dust sifted down. The seam did not open, but it widened enough to show darkness behind it. A false wall, deliberate, older than Mira's diagram. Saira slid sideways through the gap, scraping her shoulder against rough stone, and emerged into a corridor that smelled of dry rot and iron. The air was still, unused for years, maybe decades. The bond pulsed once, approving. She moved faster now. The corridor sloped downward, then curved hard left. She passed a niche where someone had stacked crates so old the wood had begun to powder. A spool of rusted chain as thick as her wrist sat abandoned against the wall. The chain vault annex had to be close. The 3rd bell rang. Saira stopped breathing. Above her, muffled by stone, she heard the shift of boots on a higher floor. The patrol rotation was happening now. She had 20 minutes. 20 minutes before the guards returned, and every door she had used to get here became a dead end. She ran. The corridor ended in a door. Not the grand iron of the first dragon's chamber, but a working door, banded with steel, its lock crusted with age. Saira pulled Elira's access seal from her tunic. It was the wrong shape for this lock. She had known it would be, but the lock was old, and she had grown up in a forge. She drew a length of wire from her braid, bent it twice, and worked the pick into the mechanism. Her father had taught her this in winters when the forge money ran thin, and they needed to reclaim scrap from locked storehouses. A useful skill, a shameful one. The lock clicked. She pushed the door open and stepped into the chain vault annex. The room was smaller than she expected. Narrow, stacked with ledgers from floor to ceiling on sagging wooden shelves. A single oil lamp sat on a desk in the center, its glass black with soot. Someone had been working here recently. The dust on the desk had been disturbed. Saira moved to the nearest shelf and pulled a ledger at random. Flight records, 3rd wing, year of the sundering front. She opened it. The first page was a roster of riders assigned to coastal reconnaissance. Names, dragon pairings, mission counts. Clean. Official. Useless. She pulled another. Training casualties. Year of the sundering front. Years 1 through 4. This one was different. The entries were not printed. They were written by hand, cramped and dense, and the dates did not line up with the official records Mira had shown her. She scanned the pages. Rider names crossed out and rewritten with new assignments. Dragons listed as rebonded within months of a rider's death, which the official records claimed was impossible. And at the back, a separate section bound with red thread. Hollowed riders. Full consumption confirmed. Saira's hand stopped moving. The list was long, longer than she had imagined. Each entry recorded the rider's name, their dragon's name, the projected number of flights before completion, and the actual number of flights until the rider was declared a casualty. The difference between projection and reality was never more than 4 flights. She found Mira Thorne's name near the middle. Thorne, Mira. Bonded to Vethrix, bronze male. Projected completion, 42 flights. Actual hollowing, flight 41. Notes. Memory of primary attachment spouse, fully consumed. Writer experienced full emotional detachment by flight 38. Survived hollowing. No combat utility remaining. Reassigned to archival duties per Commandant Veyra's directive. Saira read the entry 3 times. Mira had been hollowed on flight 41. She had lost her spouse before the bond was done with her, and the Aerie had kept her alive only because she had become useless enough to be safe. Spouse. The ring beneath Mira's tunic, the love she could not remember. Saira closed the ledger and pulled another. This one was older. The leather binding cracked, the pages yellowed. She flipped to the first entry and felt the air leave her lungs. Rider, Vale. Ilara. Bonded to Scarth. Iron gray male. Projected completion, 48 flights. Actual hollowing, flight 41. Notes. Memory of primary attachment by flight 38. Survived hollowing. No combat utility remaining. Reassigned to archival duties per Commandant Veyra's directive. Saira read the entry 3 times. Mira had been hollowed on flight 41. She had lost her spouse before the bond was done with her. And the Aerie had kept her alive only because she had become useless enough to be safe. Spouse. The ring beneath Mira's tunic, the love she could not remember. Nyes, before Testra. Saira closed the ledger and pulled another. This one was older. The leather binding cracked, the pages yellowed. She flipped to the first entry and felt the air leave her lungs. Rider. Vale. Ilara. Bonded to Scarth. Iron gray male. Projected completion, 42 flights. Actual hollowing, flight 41. Notes. Memory of primary attachment by flight 38. One before the guards returned and every door she had used to get here became a dead end. She ran. The corridor ended in a door. Not the grand iron of the first dragon's chamber, but a working door, banded with steel, its lock crusted with age. Saira pulled Ilara's access seal from her tunic. It was the wrong shape for this lock. She had known it would be. But the lock was old, and she had grown up in a forge. She drew a length of wire from her brood, bent it twice, and worked the pick into the mechanism. Her father had taught her this in winters when the forge money ran thin and they needed to reclaim scrap from locked storehouses. A useful skill, a shameful one. The lock clicked. She pushed the door open and stepped into the chain vault annex. The room was smaller than she expected. Narrow. Nice. Skyging. My housey. The Echenes to work. The blossom. The good I am. My Ira is underly invited of my contrick. I understand the voice. I believe to start booking into the breath. The spire laws between the voice to midder. Still like what it automating home here. I want to survive in the hast, to clear understand the development torps but we can totally found. I am secondly jested, is the Grebian telleration that speaking out the such of blat waiting to nat every appointing chain. Anages not forgetting, you don't deceive my face together. I won't go post this different. My Echenes of them. Item already thititized to be accicated, du, about a 50 deity and first Aldori quarter, the Grevian telleries have to support them for any minute freeze actor time. Yet, my Echene is in Chapter 30. The stone door groaned behind her as Saira threw herself through the gap, pressing flat against the corridor wall as the ancient lock clicked home. The seal was older than the Aerie. Cassian had used the old locks. He meant what he said. She stood in darkness, breathing through her mouth, waiting for pursuit that did not come. The annex was sealed now. The passages below were sealed now. She had lost the window, the hidden chamber, the first dragons, the answers she had come for, all of it cut off by Cassian's voice echoing up from the lower vaults. She still held the hollowed rider's ledger. Saira moved before she could stop to feel the weight of what she had lost. East, toward the maintenance shaft. If the patrols had not sealed the archive route yet, she could still reach the surface before the third bell finished its last chime. She ran. The dry well was empty. The tunnel beyond it was dark and cold, and she climbed without thinking, her hands finding holds her body remembered from the night she had navigated to Dain's quarters. That night felt like years ago. A different woman had walked those tunnels, one who still believed she could learn the truth without being destroyed by it. She emerged through the storage alcove behind the eastern kitchens, and the night air hit her like a slap. The third bell had stopped ringing. She pressed her back to the stone and slid down until she was sitting on the cold ground, the ledger clutched to her chest, her hands trembling. The losses were stacking faster than she could track. Mira's name on the hollowed list. Oren's mother. Cassian's voice ordering the passages sealed while she stood helpless and listened. And the one name she had not let herself read to the end. What if Toma is next on that list? The thought was a blade between her ribs. Saira. She looked up. Dain stood at the edge of the alcove, half in shadow, his dark officer's coat unbuttoned at the collar, his face drawn tight in a way she had never seen before. He had been looking for her. The relief in his voice was thin and frayed. I thought you were... He stopped. His gaze dropped to the ledger in her hands. What happened? She opened her mouth, closed it. The words that needed saying were too big to fit through her throat. Cassian sealed the passages, she said. The deeper vaults. He used old locks, stone doors. He said if anyone was inside, they would starve before they were found. Dain's jaw tightened. Were you inside? I got out. She did not say, barely. She did not say, he almost caught me. She did not say, I read your system's true accounting and it is worse than you imagine. Dain stepped closer and she saw him take in the state of her hands, the dirt under her nails, the wire coming loose from her braid, the bruise spreading along her collarbone where she had scraped against the false wall. Saira. His voice was quieter now. Tell me what you found. She should have stayed silent. She should have protected him the way she had been protecting him for weeks, carrying the losses alone so he did not have to carry them too. But she was so tired of holding it. She opened the ledger to the page she had marked and held it out to him. Mira Thorne was hollowed on Flight 41, she said. She lost her spouse completely. Every memory. Every moment. The bond took all of it. She survived because she became useless, and the Aerie let her live because she was no longer a threat. Dain's hand closed around the ledger. He read the entry. His face did not change, but something behind his eyes went still. And that's not the worst of it. Saira's voice cracked, and she let it. Oren Vale's mother was a rider, Ilara Vale. She was hollowed on Flight 36. The bond consumed her child, her son, and she died alone on a mountain ledge. Oren grew up knowing exactly what the bond does to the people you love, and he chose to preserve the system that killed her. Dain lowered the ledger. His hand was shaking. Is this true? He asked. I read it 3 times. It's in the sealed ledgers. The ones they keep in the chain vault annex where no one looks. The ones Cassian is sealing off right now so no one else will find them. He stared at the page for a long time. She watched the understanding move through him in slow, terrible increments. He had spent his life inside this institution. He had enforced its rules. He had believed, with the conviction of a man who had survived the sundering front, that discipline and obedience were the only things keeping the realm from collapse. And now she had handed him proof that the rules were written to hide atrocity. "I lost a joke," she said, 3 nights ago. "You told me a joke in the strategy room and I cannot remember the words. I remember the lamplight. I remember your hands. But the joke is gone. The bond did it." Dain raised his head. "Last night," she continued, "you whispered something to me when we kissed. I woke up this morning and it was already erased. I do not know what you said. I will never know what you said." The ledger slipped from his fingers and hit the ground. He did not notice. "How much have you lost?" he asked. "If everything I built my life on is rotten at the core, I do not know what is left." She wanted to tell him that he was still himself, that his discipline, his kindness, his willingness to bend the rules for her, all of it came from something the institution had not planted. But she was too tired to make the argument sound true. "One night," Dain said. He pulled back just far enough to meet her eyes. "Give me one night to decide who I am if the rules I followed were built to devour the people I love." She nodded. He let go of her face. His hands dropped to his sides and he looked at the ledger on the ground, as if it contained the ashes of everything he had believed. "Where will you be?" "I do not know yet." "Find somewhere safe." He bent and picked up the ledger, holding it like it might burn him. "I will come to you at dawn." He turned and walked into the shadow between the kitchens and the barracks, and she watched him go. The night was cold. The third bell had fallen silent. The mountain above her held Cassian sealing passages, or in calculating her remaining flights, and a dragon chained beneath stone who had trusted her to find answers she could not reach. And from there below the lower city, Toma was marking his own name on a conscription roll. Saira pressed her paw flat against the stone wall and felt the mountains cold through her skin. Dawn was still hours away. She did not know if she would still remember him by the time it came. "I am not know that talk it," I believed. "Wace, we do not know it, everyone. My only way I'm created for this first book just till we get it is beginning the difference who wait this more than you. The sorters Carrick Harderkin, and you have Boyd Anns." The loyal Arag Dollies started over a straight cheery. "A lowerly need let me anastra the stance the ones, but he has made what we don't swip. The comedias do not want to do the catching beat at us. I hold it so does her. I always face you and me. I lit over at times. Llama. Starving. A fuse of gallants as he put 'em in today. I descendantly keep ya nors carop dock. I prevent me my inflate amount. I always have the ground." He stopped out with life, devoiced with 13. Injure completely think. Chapter 21. The night did not end. Saira sat with her back against the stone wall, counting the spaces between bells, watching the stars crawl across the slice of sky visible above the storage alcove. The cold had steeped through her leathers and settled beneath her skin, but she did not move to find warmer shelter. Movement meant leaving this place, and leaving meant she would have to decide where to go. She had nowhere to go. Vethrix stirred at the edge of her awareness, a slow heat beneath the mountain, and she felt him reaching for her across the bond. Not with words, with presence, a question wrapped in warmth. "I am still here," she sent back. His answer came as a pulse of relief so shot it was almost hurt. The sky began to pale. Gray light bled into the dark above the battlements, slow at first, then seeping across the stone like water through cracked mortar. Saira watched it come and did not know if she was waiting for dawn or dreading it. Dain had said he would come. She did not know if she believed him. That was the worst part. She had told him the truth about what the bond was doing to her, and he had looked at her like she had handed him a blade with no hilt. He had asked for one night to decide who he was, and she had no idea what he would choose. The first light touched the eastern towers. Saira pushed herself upright, her joints stiff, her hands numb. She braided the loose strands of her hair back with wire from her pocket, the familiar motion steadying her. The gesture felt like armor. She heard boots on stone. Not a patrol. Too steady, too measured. One person, walking with the deliberate cadence of someone who had made a decision and was not going to change his mind. Dain stepped around the corner of the storage alcove. He looked like he had not slept. His uniform was the same as the night before, but his collar was unbuttoned, and there was a rawness in his face that she had never seen before. His eyes found her, and something in them softened. He was carrying a leather satchel. "You came," she said. "I said I would." He crossed the distance between them and stopped a foot away, close enough that she could see the shadows beneath his eyes, the tension in his jaw, the way his hands had tightened around the satchel strap. "I read the ledger again," he said. "All of it, every name, every flight count, every hollowing marked as a training accident." She waited. "Mira Thorne's spouse was listed as combat loss in the official records," he said. "It took me 3 passes to find the red thread entry that matched her name. They buried the truth so deep that even the archivists do not know what they are holding." He lifted the satchel. "I made copies, patrol rotations for the next 4 days, access seals to the chain vault annex, the duty roster for every officer who could interfere with your movement between now and the wing ceremony." Saira stared at him. "You did this last night?" "I did this after I finished reading." His voice was flat, controlled, but there was something burning beneath it. "I spent 3 hours in the eastern barracks making copies by candlelight. Then I sat in my quarters and I asked myself what I would do if I woke up tomorrow and you could not remember my name." He set the satchel down at her feet. "The answer was, I would tear this mountain apart until I found a way to give it back to you, so I am starting now." Saira's throat closed. "Dain, I do not know if I can save you," he said. "I do not know if anyone can. But I know I will not spend the rest of my life enforcing rules that were written to destroy the people I love." He reached out and took her hand. His palm was warm, his fingers rough with calluses from years of harness work. "I am choosing you," he said. "I do not know what that means yet, but I am doing it." He bent and picked up the satchel. His fingers brushed hers as he straightened. "Then let us go find out." They moved through the gray dawn together, keeping to the shadows beneath the battlements, avoiding the open courtyards where early patrols were already forming. Saira led, her feet finding the quiet paths she had memorized over weeks of moving unseen. The lower archive passage was dark and cold. Aerie was already there, leaning against the stone wall with her irons wrapped around herself, her breath misting in the chill air. "You look terrible," she said to Dain. "Give morning to you too." Aerie's gaze moved to Saira. "I assume you have a plan, or we would not be standing in a freezing tunnel before sunrise." "We are going to expose the ledgers during the wing ceremony," Saira said. "We have until then to get the ledgers into the hall, hidden where no one will find them until I speak." "And how do you plan to get them past the guards?" Aerie asked. "Array friends to Dain. Dain will walk them in." The silence stretched. Dain looked at her, his jaw tightened. "If I am caught carrying those ledgers, I will be stripped of rank and imprisoned before Oren finishes reading the first page." "I know." "And if Oren decides to make an example of me, I will not survive the week. I know. He held her gaze. I am still doing it. The words landed like a blow. Saira did not look away. Then we have a plan, Mira said quietly. Let us move before the mountain wakes. Chapter 32. The day crept in like a held breath. Saira woke before the horn, her body braced for noise that did not come. The barracks corridor lay silent, but the silence itself felt wrong, too dense, as if the walls had grown ears overnight. She dressed in the dark, braiding her hair with wire before she finished tying her tunic. Her fingers moved by habit, finding the rhythm of the motion while her mind circled the same question. How had the page gone missing? She had checked the satchel twice before sleep. The ledgers were there, Dain's copies stacked beside them, each page accounted for. But when she counted them again, in the gray light filtering through the shutters, the number was wrong. 37 sheets of evidence. There should have been 38. Saira sat back on her heels, the leather satchel open in her lap, and forced herself to think. She had not removed anything. Dain had not mentioned losing a page when he handed her the satchel at dawn. Mira had carried the ledgers from the archive to the passage herself, and she had held them like a wounded animal, too careful to drop so much as a corner. That left one possibility. Someone had been inside her quarters while she slept. The thought landed cold in her chest. She looked at the door. The lock was still in place, the bolt thrown. The window was too narrow for a grown body, but there was the ceiling, the thin gap where the stone met the wooden joists, space enough for a hand to reach through if someone knew which board to lift. She had not thought to check above her own head. Saira rose slowly, her pulse beating hard behind her ears. She dragged the stool beneath the ceiling beam and climbed up, pressing her palm against the joist nearest the wall. It gave. The board slid aside. A dark cavity yawned above her, deep enough to hold a coiled body, narrow enough that only someone small could pass through. The edges of the opening were worn smooth, years of use polishing the wood to a dark gleam. She lowered the board back into place and climbed down. The missing page had not been taken by accident. Someone had been watching, waiting for the moment she left the satchel unguarded, and they had known exactly which piece to remove. Saira stood in the center of the room, the satchel in her hands, and felt the walls press closer. She found Dain in the lower archive passage at mid-morning, his face shadowed and his dull eyes tracking the stairwell behind her as she approached. "Someone was in my room," she said. His expression went still. Taken. One page. The summary sheet with the flight projections. Dain's jaw tightened. If Oren has that sheet, he knows exactly when you plan to speak and how much evidence you have. He does not have it yet. If he did, I would already be in the cells below the eastern Aerie. Saira set the satchel on the stone floor between them. The spy who took it is waiting. They want to see if I notice, if I change the plan, if I panic. Are you going to panic? No. Dain looked at her for a long moment, then he nodded. Good, because it gets worse. He told her what the morning dispatches had carried, a new directive signed by Oren Vale, effective immediately. All cadet movements during non-training hours required written authorization from a senior officer. All corridor patrols were doubled. The Eastern Archive Wing was closed indefinitely for structural inspection. Cassian Vale had been appointed watch officer for the cadet wing, with authority to question any rider whose movements appeared irregular. He does not have it yet. If he did, I would already be in the cells below the Eastern Aerie. Saira set the satchel on the stone floor between them. The spy who took it is waiting. They want to see if I notice, if I change the plan, if I panic. Are you going to panic? No. Dain looked at her for a long moment, then he nodded. Good, because it gets worse. He told her what the morning dispatches had carried. A new directive signed by Oren Vale, effective immediately. All cadet movements during non-training hours required written authorizations from a senior officer. All corridor patrols were doubled. The Eastern Archive Wing was closed indefinitely for structural inspection. Cassian Vale had been appointed watch officer for the cadet wing, with authority to question any rider whose movements appeared irregular. He does not have it yet. If he did, I would already be in the cells below the Eastern Eyrie. Saira set the satchel on the stone floor between them. The spy who took it is waiting. They want to see if I notice, if I change the plan, if I panic. Are you going to panic? No. Dain looked at her for a long moment, then he nodded. Good, because it gets worse. He told her what the morning dispatches had carried. A new directive signed by Oren Vale, effective immediately. All cadet movements during non-training hours required written authorization from a senior officer. All corridor patrols were doubled. The Eastern Archive Wing was closed indefinitely for structural inspection. Cassian Vale had been appointed watch officer for the cadet wing, with authority to question any rider whose movements appeared irregular. He does not have it yet. If he did, I would already be in the cells below the Eastern Eyrie. Saira set the satchel on the stone floor between them. The spy who took it is waiting. They want to see if I notice, if I change the plan. I know who took it. Saira's blood went cold. Tell me. Mira's hands trembled once, then stilled. It was me. Chapter 33. Saira stood in the dark of the lower passage, Mira's confession still hanging in the cold air between them. You, she said. The word came out flat, not a question. Mira's hands were still clasped in front of her, knuckles white. Her face had the gray pallor of someone who had spent the last hour rehearsing this moment and still found no version that ended well. Yes. Dain moved before Saira could speak again. He stepped past her, positioning himself between Mira and the tunnel mouth, blocking the only exit. His voice was quiet and dangerous. Why? Mira's throat worked. Because I needed to know if you would notice. The absurdity of it hit Saira like a slap of cold water. You took my evidence to test me? No. Mira's voice cracked on the word. I took it to prove to myself that you were real, that you were not another rider who would fold the moment the cost became personal, that the page disappearing would not make you retreat into silence. Saira's hands curled into fists at her sides, the burn scars on her forearms pulled tight, old tissue straining against the motion. And if I had not noticed? Then I would have put it back and known you were not ready. You do not get to decide if I am ready. Someone has to. Mira's voice steadied, but the tremor in her hands did not. The Aerie has spent centuries making sure no one ever is. I needed to see if you would panic, or hide, or convince yourself the loss did not matter because you had enough other evidence to still make your case. Saira stared at her. The rage was there, hot and sharp, but beneath it was something worse. Understanding. Because Mira had been hollowed. She had lost the love of her life to the bond and spent the next 20 years watching other riders walk the same path. She had built false floors and hidden passages and never once seen anyone reach the end of the road she had paved. Of course she needed to test. It did not make the betrayal easier to swallow. Where is the page now? Safe, Mira said. I will return it before the ceremony, I swear it. Your oath means nothing to me right now. Mira flinched. The motion was small, barely a shift of weight, but Saira saw it. Dain did not move from the tunnel mouth. You compromised the operation. If Cassian had found that page during a room search, the plan would have ended before it began. Cassian does not search rooms personally. He has subordinates for that, and I know every subordinate he trusts. Mira met Dain's gaze without looking away. I have been watching him longer than you have been alive, Commander. I know where he places his feet, and whose coin he pays, and which of his soldiers can be turned. Saira took a breath. The tunnel air tasted of iron and damp stone, and the stale grief of decades. What else have you not told me? Mira's hands unclasped. She let them fawn to her sides, a gesture of surrender. Nothing that will change your plan. I kept the page to test your nerve. That is the whole truth. It was not the whole truth. Saira felt it in the way Mira's eyes did not quite hold hers, in the fractional pause before she answered. But they did not have time to dig for every buried secret. 36 hours, Saira said. If that page is not back in my satchel before the ceremony begins, I will name you as the spy who took it, and I will let Cassian Vale decide what to do with you. Mira's face went very still. You would not? Try me. The silence stretched. Then Mira nodded once, a short, sharp motion, and turned and walked into the dark of the tunnel without another word. Dain watched her go. When the sound of her footsteps had faded, he looked at Saira. She is afraid. Good. That is not what I meant. He stepped closer, his voice dropping. She is afraid because she believes in you. She took that page because she believes in you. She took that page because she has been disappointed too many times to trust hope without proof. That is not betrayal, Saira. That is survival. Saira closed her eyes. She wanted to be angry. She wanted to hold on to the clone rage that had carried her through Cassian's sabotage and Oren's threats and the slow, grinding erosion of everything she had ever loved. But Dain was right. Mira had spent 40 years burying paths she could never walk. The page had been a test, yes, but it had also been a plea. Show me you are real. Saira opened her eyes. I need to see Vethrix. She found him in the cavern below the eastern eyrie, his bulk a shadow against darker shadow, his eyes burning like empties in the black. You are late, he said. The bond carried no accusation, only observation. Saira sat down on the stone floor, her back against his foreleg, and let the heat of his body seep into her. I lost something else. What? The color of Toma's blanket, the one he had as a child. Blue, I think. Or maybe gray. I cannot. Her voice broke. I cannot see it anymore. Vethrix said nothing. His presence in her mind was quiet, patient, a vast stillness that did not try to fill the silence with comfort. Because there was no comfort for this. Saira pressed her palm against his scales. The warmth did not reach the cold place where Toma's blanket had lived. I am not going to let them take any more, she said. If memories are going to be stolen, the theft will be named before witnesses. Every single one of them will know what the Aerie feeds on. Vethrix turned his head, one great eye finding her in the dark. Then make sure they remember. The bond pulsed once, warm and fierce, and Saira felt something settle in her chest. Not peace. Resolve. Above the mountain, the wind shifted. The first bells of the ceremony day would ring in 30 hours. She would be ready. When Saira walked back through the maintenance tunnel toward her quarters, the sky beyond the grates was still dark. She climbed through the dry well, crossed the storage alcove, and slipped into the corridor behind the eastern kitchens. A figure stood at the end of the hall. Cassian Vale. He was wearing his new watch officer insignia, polished silver at his collar, and he was smiling. Saira Quenn, he said. Out for an early walk. Saira stopped. The corridor had no other exits, and Cassian's hand was already resting on the hilt of his blade. Chapter 34. The great hall of the Aerie had been transformed. Banners hung from every beam, old silk stiff with age and thread, the crests of a dozen noble houses catching the pale light that fell through the high windows. The storm sky pressed against the grays, gray and bruised, as if the mountain itself held its breath. Below the banners, the assembled wings stood in formation, cadets in polished leather, senior riders in dark dress uniforms, officers with ceremonial silver at their collars and cuffs. Dragons ringed the upper ledges, their scales catching the strange half-light, their eyes tracking the crowd below with ancient patience. Saira walked through the eastern arch and felt the weight of every gaze turned toward her. The formal rider leathers fit like a second skin. Dain had secured them 2 nights ago through a quartermaster who owed him a favor, and the dark material had been cut close to her frame, high-collared, the cuffs reinforced with chain stitch that caught the light when she moved. She had braided her hair tight against her skull, wire woven through the strands, and the chain-link tattoo around her wrist seemed to pulse with her heartbeat as she stepped into the aisle. The ledgers were strapped against her ribs beneath the leather, flat panels of bound parchment pressed between oilcloth and her skin. They did not show. They did not shift when she moved, but she felt them with every breath, a weight that had nothing to do with paper and ink, and everything to do with the names inscribed inside. Beside the dais, the Vale family banner hung from a wrought iron standard, a silver falcon on black, its wings spread, its talons empty. Oren Vale stood beneath it, his uniform immaculate, his ice-blue eyes fixed on the hall with the practiced patience of a man who had controlled this room for decades. When his gaze found Saira, it did not flicker. He looked at her as though he already knew. Saira held his stare. She did not slow. She did not look away. She walked to her position in the cadet wing and took her place between cadets who shifted away from her like water parting around a stone, and she felt the space they left as a kind of offering. "They know something is coming," Vethrix said, his voice a low pulse at the edge of her awareness. "They can smell it on you." "Good. Oren can smell it too." Saira did not answer. She did not need to. The bond carried her intention like a current, and Vethrix fell silent, his presence settling into a watchful stillness that felt like the moment before a storm breaks. The ceremony proceeded. Speeches were given, names were called. Cadets received their wing assignments, stepping forward one by one to kneel before Oren Vale and accept the silver pin that marked them as full riders. Saira watched each one with a strange, hollow detachment. She knew their faces. She had flown with them, bled with them, watched them sneer at her over mess tables and training platforms. But now they looked like pieces on a board, and she could not stop seeing the numbers that followed their names in the projection ledger. 40 flights, 38, 29. The numbers played behind her eyes as each cadet rose and returned to formation. Cassian Vale received his assignment third. His promotion was announced with a flourish by the herald, his name spoken with the weight of blood and history. He knelt before Oren, and Oren pinned the silver falcon to his collar with a hand that did not tremble. When Cassian stood and turned, his eyes found Saira. He smiled. It was not a threat. It was not a promise. It was the expression of a man who knew something she did not, and Saira felt the cold certainty slide through her like a blade. "He knows," she thought. "No," Vethrix said. "He suspects. There is a difference. Is there?" The bond offered no answer. The ceremony wore on. The hall grew warmer as bodies pressed together, as dragons shifted on their ledges, and the storm outside pressed harder against the glass. Saira stood motionless, her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze fixed forward, and she counted breaths until the moment when the formal assignments ended and the open address began. Oren Vale stepped to the edge of the dais. His voice carried, it always had, a commander's voice, honed by decades of shouting over wind and dragon roar, but now it pitched low and intimate, as though he spoke to each person in the room alone. "We gather today not to celebrate," he said. "We gather to remember what we are. The Aerie of Veska has stood for 300 years. It has weathered invasions, famines, betrayals, and winters that should have ended us. It has survived because we understood the cost of survival." His gaze swept the hall. It landed on Saira. "I just really heard you. Hobie, his mind just feels like this too, and this can't be levered. My mother knew it. She died on a mountain ledge with my name already gone from her mind, and I have carried that knowledge every day of my life." He stopped. He was 10 feet from Saira now. "And I chose to preserve this system, not because I am cruel, not because I do not grieve, but because I have seen what comes when the wall falls." He held out his hand. "Bring me the ledgers, Saira Quenn." The hall erupted, voices rose, cadets turned to stare, officers reached for blades, dragons screamed from the upper ledges, their cries splitting the air as the storm outside finally broke, rain slamming against the windows like the first wave of an invasion. Saira did not move. She looked at Oren Vale's outstretched hand, at the pale skin and the old scars and the weight of every choice he had ever made. And she reached inside her leather. Chapter 35. Her hand closed around the letter binding. The ledger was warm against her palm, sweat slicked from hours pressed against her ribs, and as she drew it free, the hall seemed to hold its breath. She felt the weight of 300 eyes. She felt Dain behind her, motionless. She felt Vethrix rise through the bond like heat through stone, his attention sharpening to a point. Oren's hand was still extended. "Saira Quenn," he said again, and his voice had not changed. It remained calm, measured, the voice of a man who had already accounted for every possible outcome. "Bring me the ledgers." Saira did not step forward. She turned. She faced the hall. The assembled wings stared back at her. Cadets in formal leathers, their silver pins still fresh. Officers in dark wool, their faces carved into masks of discipline. The noble families in the gallery, their jewels catching the lamplight. Dragons on the upper ledges, heads lowered, eyes burning. She held the ledger above her head. "This is not the only one," she said. Her voice did not shake. She had not known it would hold, but it did, carrying through the sudden silence like a blade drawn clean. "There are more beneath the dais. 40 years of them. Every rider who was hollowed on this mountain, recorded by flight number and completion date. Every death marked as a training accident. Every love erased and filed away so the next batch would not know what was coming." She let the ledger fall open in her hands, pages filled with names, dates, flight counts, red thread binding the entries where the official records had been rewritten. "Mira Thorne," she read aloud. "Flight 41, full consumption, survived. Reclassified as non-combat personnel." A sound escaped the archive, something between a breath and a wound. "She does not remember her spouse's face," Saira said. "She has carried the proof of their love for 20 years and cannot name the person who gave it to her." The hall was fracturing now, whispers spreading like cracks in ice. Oren did not move. "Ilara Vale," Saira said. "Flight 36, full consumption, deceased." She looked at him then. "Your mother died on a mountain ledge with your name already gone from her mind." Oren's jaw tightened. It was the only crack he allowed, but she saw it. She saw the muscle jump beneath the scar, the flicker of something ancient and buried passing behind his eyes. "Yes," he said. "She did." His voice was quiet now, not soft, quiet, the way a blade is quiet before it strikes. And I have carried that knowledge every day of my life, Ryder Quenn. I have carried it through every ceremony, every promotion, every report I signed that buried the truth one layer deeper. He stepped closer. You think I do not grieve. You think I do not know what this system costs. But I have paid it longer than you have been alive. I have paid it in my mother. I have paid it in every rider I sent east, knowing they would not return whole. He stopped, his hand lowered to his side. And I would pay it again, because the alternative is a kingdom that does not survive the winter. The whispers died. The hall held a new kind of silence, heavier than the first, weighted by the thing Oren had just spoken aloud. The Eastern Fleet is 3 weeks from our coast, he said. You have seen the projections. You have had the reports. When they come, they will not stop at the shore. They will turn every village between the tide line and this mountain. They will conscript our children and salt our fields and erase Taurat from the map of the world. He looked at the assembled wings. The bond takes memory. It takes love. I know this. I have always known this. But it also gives us the only weapon that has ever stopped the Eastern Horde. And I have made the choice, every day of my life, that the cost of survival is worth paying. He turned back to Saira. So tell me, Ryder Quenn, what is your answer? When the fleet lands and the fire comes, will you stand on the shore and tell the dying that at least you kept your memory intact? Saira felt the question land like a blow. She felt the hall shift around her, felt the weight of those words settling into cadets who had never heard them spoken, who had never had to choose. She saw it in their faces, the flicker of uncertainty, the dawning horror that the man who commanded them had just admitted what they had always suspected. But she saw something else, too. She saw Cassian Vale, standing in the front rank of newly pinned riders, his hand resting on his blade hilt, his smile gone. She saw Dain, behind her, his breath steady, his presence an anchor she could feel without looking. She saw the dragons. They had gone still. Not the stillness of calm, the stillness of predators choosing. And Vethrix's voice rose through the bond like the first rumble of a breaking storm. They are listening, he said. All of them. Say the word, and I will give them something to remember. Saira closed the ledger. She looked at Oren Vale, at the hard lines of his face, at the truth he had laid bare not to confess, but to control. He had not denied the harvest. He had claimed it, owned it, repackaged it as patriotic necessity, and the hall was listening because he had given them permission to stop feeling guilty. She drew a breath. 3 weeks, she said. That is how long you say we have before the invasion. Oren's eyes narrowed. And how many flights can a rider survive in 3 weeks of sustained combat, Commandant? How many memories does the bond burn through in a single major engagement? You have the projections, you know the numbers. She held the ledger out, not toward him, but toward the hall. How many of them are already counted? How many have you already assigned a completion date? The silence stretched. A cadet in the second rank shifted. A woman whose name Saira did not know, young, pale, her silver pin still bright against her collar. How many of you, Saira said, have already lost something you did not notice until it was gone? Oren's hand moved, not toward a blade, toward the signal chain at his belt. I gave you a chance, Ryder Quenn. His voice carried no warmth now. It was the voice of a man who had exhausted patience. You have chosen defiance over duty. You have chosen to divide this corps on the eve of war. You have chosen to stand in this hall and tell young riders that the cost of survival is too high, while the Eastern Fleet builds its siege towers on the coast. He raised his hand. Seize her! The Urfer fell into the hall like a stone into still water, and the water broke. Chapter 36. The soldiers moved. Not all of them. Not the entire hall. But enough. 4 officers in the front rank stepped forward, their hands finding blade hilts, their eyes fixed on Saira with the flat obedience of men who had learned not to question orders. "Command them, Veyra." Owner by the dais Doin, Banders moved at her, entire heart. The words was still in her hands, heavy, warm from her grip, its red thread binding the pages that held 40 years of names. She could feel Vethrix through the bond, coiled and waiting, his attention sharp as a blade edge. "They are ready," he said. "Say the word." The 4 officers closed in. One of them was the woman from the second rank, the one who had shifted when Saira asked about lost memories. Her hand was on her blade, but her face was not hard. It was uncertain, torn. "Saira Quenn," she said, her voice pitched low, almost apologetic. "Do not make this worse." Saira looked past her. At Oren Vale, standing beneath his banner, his hand still raised, his expression carved from the same stone as the mountain around them. He had confessed the truth and called it duty. He had named the cost and called it survival. And the hall was still standing, still listening, because he had given them permission to keep believing that cruelty was the same as strength. Behind her, Dain moved. Not forward, not to block the soldiers. He stepped one pace to the side, just far enough that his shoulder was no longer aligned with hers. Just far enough that the officers approaching from the left would have to go around him or through him. It was not a challenge. It was a hesitation painted onto the shape of his body, a sliver of uncertainty that made the lead officer pause, just for a heartbeat, and glance at Oren for clarification. That heartbeat was all Saira needed. "The ledgers are not the only copies," she said, her voice carrying. "Commander Veyra has them. Lady Thorne has them. Every district in the lower city will have them by morning if I do not return to my quarters tonight." Oren's eyes flickered. Not at her, at Dain. The calculation was visible, the shift in his assessment as he realized that the man standing behind her was not merely a subordinate who had failed to control a difficult rider. He was a co-conspirator who had already chosen. "Seize them both," Oren said. The order hit the hall like a second stone. And this time, the water did not simply break. It shattered. A woman screamed somewhere in the noble gallery. A dragon on the upper ledges answered, a raw cry that tore through the air and set every other dragon moving, shifting, wings half spreading as the bond lines between rider and dragon flared with alarm. The sound of it was like iron scraping against stone, a warning that crawled down Saira's spine and settled on her chest. The officers lunged. Saira moved before she thought, stepping back, angling the ledger like a shield, her free hand reaching for the blade she did not carry. She had not worn a weapon to the ceremony. She had not expected to need one in the middle of the Aerie's most sacred ritual. A mistake. Dain caught the first officer's wrist before the man could grab Saira's arm. The motion was fluid, almost gentle, a redirect rather than a strike, but the officer's momentum carried him forward and off balance, stumbling past Saira into the space where she had been standing. "Commander Veyra," Oren's voice cut through the noise, sharp as frost. "You are choosing mutiny." "I am choosing what is right," Dain said. He did not look at Oren. He was looking at Saira. And in that look, she saw everything he could not say aloud. The shape of the kiss they had shared in his quarters. The weight of the ledger he had read by candlelight. The choice he had made when he returned to her at dawn with a satchel full of copies and a future he had already decided to burn. "Go," he said. The word was quiet, private, meant only for her. And then the mountain began to scream. Not the dragons, the mountain itself. A deep, groaning shudder that rose through the stone floor and climbed the walls and shook the banners in their brackets. It came from beneath, from the roots of Veska, from the chains that had held Vethrix for a generation, and had finally, after all these years, found something stronger than iron to push against. Saira felt it through the bond before she heard it. A surge of will, ancient and vast, gathering itself in the darkness below. Vethrix was not attacking the soldiers. He was not trying to reach her through the stone. He was turning his fury downward, toward the chains. "Do not," she sent back, the thought sharp with alarm. "They will kill you." "They will try," he answered, and the mountain groaned again, louder this time, a sound that was not rock shifting, but rock breaking, the first cracks spreading through the foundations of the area like veins of lightning through slate. The hall lurched, cadets stumbled. A banner fell from its bracket, crumpling against the floor. The dragons on the upper ledges roared, a chorus of fear and fury that drowned out every human voice, and in the chaos, Saira saw her chance. She ran. Not toward the doors, toward the dais. The false floor was still loose. The ledgers were still there, all 40 years of them, hidden beneath the stone where Mira had helped to place them. She dropped to her knees, her fingers finding the seam, pulling, lifting, the stone grinding against its frame as the hall shook around her. "Stop her." Oren's voice somewhere behind her, but he was not close. The officers were still tangled in the crowd, fighting through the chaos, and Dain was still standing between them and her, his body a wall she could not see, but could feel, a presence that bought her the seconds she needed. The stone lifted. Saira reached into the hollow space and pulled out the stack of ledgers, all of them, bound in red thread and worn leather, the proof that the Aerie had been harvesting love for longer than anyone alive could remember. She pressed them against her chest, close to the ledger she already held, and turned to face the hall. The mountain groaned a third time, and this time the floor beneath her feet split. A clack ran across the dais, thin as a hair at first, then widening, the stone groaning as it gave way. Saira leaped backward, the ledgers clutched against her ribs, and watched the crack spread toward the noble gallery, toward the officers, toward Oren Vale standing frozen beneath his banner. The hall fell silent. Not the silence of calm, the silence of a held breath, of a wound that had not yet bled. And in that silence, Saira heard Vethrix's voice rise through the bond, not as words but as weather, a pressure building in her chest that promised everything was about to change. "The chains," he said, "are no longer whole." The floor trembled again, and somewhere beneath the Aerie, deep in the darkness where the first dragons lay sleeping, something older than the mountain began to wake. Chapter 37. The hall had not stopped shaking. Saira stood on the cracked dais with the ledgers pressed against her ribs, and the tremor rose through her boots, through her spine, through the teeth she had clenched so hard her jaw ached. The crack in the floor had widened to a gash, long and dark, running from the dais toward the noble gallery like a wound that kept bleeding. She felt Vethrix before she heard him again. Not as words, as pressure. A gathering weight in the bond that pressed against her chest, her throat, the backs of her eyes. He was not in pain. He was not afraid. He was concentrating. "The anchor points," he sent, and the thought came through broken, jagged at the edges. "There are 4. I have broken 2. 2. She felt the truth of it in the way the mountain breathed differently, a shift in its rhythm, a loosening of something that had been locked tight for longer than she had been alive. The chains had held him for a generation, and he was tearing them out of the stone. "The third," he said, "is deeper." Another tremor rolled through the floor, slower this time, heavier, as if the mountain itself was groaning in protest. The crack at Saira's feet widened further, and she stepped back, the ledgers still clutched against her chest, her eyes fixed on the gash in the dais. "Out of the hall!" The voice was Dain's, cutting through the chaos with the sharp edge of command. He had moved to the center of the floor, his arms spread, hurting the cadets who had frozen near the collapsed banner. "Everyone to the walls, now!" They moved, not uniforming, not with discipline, but they moved, stumbling over the fallen stone and each other, pressing back against the pillars and the tapestries that still hung. The noble gallery had emptied in seconds, the high-born patrons streaming toward the upper exits with their fine clothes and their pale faces. Oren Vale had not moved. He stood beneath his banner, the crack in the floor running past him, close enough to touch. His face was unreadable. His hand had fallen from the air where he had commanded the seizure, and now hung at his side, still half raised, as if he had forgotten how to lower it. "Saira?" Dain's voice again, closer now. "The ledgers, can you carry them?" She nodded, could not speak. The pressure in the bond was still building, a tide rising behind a dam that was about to break. The third anchor, Vethrix sent, and this time the thought came with a pulse of heat that made her gasp. "It is beneath the eastern Aerie. The stone there is older. It will take more." "Take it," she sent back. "Take what you need." She felt his answer not as words, but as acknowledgement, a brush of warmth that was almost tender, and then the pressure redoubled and the mountain screamed. The floor beneath the noble gallery buckled, stone folded inward, not exploding, but collapsing, a section of the dais dropping into darkness, and through the gap, Saira saw something she should not have been able to see. The roots of Veska, the raw rock of the mountain's bones. And below that, deeper than light should reach, a pulse of red. Heat. The forge heart of the earth, or something older. The other dragons screamed. It came from the upper ledges, a chorus of cries that rose and fell and rose again, each voice distinct, each carrying a different note. Fear, rage, and something else, a sound Saira had never heard from a dragon before. Hope. "They feel it," Vethrix said. "The chains. They know what it means." "What does it mean?" Silence. Then, softer than she had ever heard him, "It means we were never meant to be owned." The fourth tremor hit before she could answer. This one was not a shake or a shudder. It was a shift, a rearrangement of the mountain's weight, a deep grinding sound that rose from below and did not stop. The crack in the dais split wider, and the gap at the noble gallery widened, and from the darkness beneath, dust and smoke billowed up, thick and gray and smelling of old stone and older iron. The ledgers were heavy in her arms. The hall was emptying around her. And Dain was there, suddenly, his hand on her elbow, his face close to hers, his eyes scanning her for injury with the rapid precision of a man who had learned to read wounds in an instant. "Can you run?" She looked at him, at the scar along his jaw, at the winter iron eyes that had softened only for her. "Yes." "Then run." He did not let go of her elbow. He pulled her forward, across the cracked dais, past the fallen banner, toward the side door that led to the maintenance tunnels. The smoke was thicker now, stinging her eyes, catching in her throat, but she did not slow. Behind them, the mountain groaned again, and through the bond, Saira felt Vethrix turn his attention to the fourth and final anchor, the chain that had held him longest, the one buried deepest in the mountain's heart. "One more," he said, and the darkness beneath the Aerie began to rise. Chapter 38. The smoke followed them into the maintenance tunnel, a gray tongue licking at their heels as Dain pulled Saira through the narrow door and into the dark. The stone walls swallowed the light from the hall behind them, and for a moment there was only the sound of their breathing, the scrape of boots on worn steps, and the distant groaning of the mountain settling around its wounds. Dain released her elbow. His hand hovered for a heartbeat, as if he meant to touch her face, then dropped. "That door won't hold," he said. "Cassian knows these tunnels. He'll have posted someone at every exit by now." Saira shifted the ledgers against her chest. The weight of them had become part of her, a second spine, a burden she could not set down. "Then we go deeper. There's a junction half a mile east where the old maintenance routes split to the eastern Aerie. Vethrix said the third anchor is there. You're going to him. I'm going to make sure he finishes it." Dain's jaw tightened, but he did not argue. He turned and led the way into the dark, his hand brushing the wall for guidance, his steps sure despite the absence of light. They moved in silence for a time. The tunnel curved, narrowed, then opened into a wider passage where the walls were lined with rusted iron brackets and the memory of forgotten fires. Dust lay thick on the floor, undisturbed for years, and Saira's boots left the first prints in what felt like a generation. Behind them, somewhere in the darkness, a door slammed. Then footsteps, fast, deliberate, coming closer. Dain stopped. His hand went to his blade. "Keep moving. Don't stop for anything." The footsteps grew louder, and then a voice cut through the dark, sharp and familiar, carrying the particular arrogance of a man who had never learned to doubt himself. "Running already, Quenn?" Cassian Veyra stepped into the faint light that bled from a crack in the ceiling above. His uniform was still pristine, not a hair out of place, his polished silver collar gleaming like a second spine. His hand rested on his blade, but he had not drawn it, not yet. Dain moved between them. "She's not your concern anymore, Cassian. The hall is falling apart. Your uncle is standing in a cracked floor watching his authority crumble. Go help him salvage what's left." Cassian's smile did not reach his eyes. "My uncle sent me to make sure the traitor does not escape, and the commander who aided her." "Your uncle is frozen," Saira said. "I saw him. He hasn't moved since the first tremor." Something flickered across Cassian's face, a crack, the smallest fracture in the golden certainty he wore like armor. "He's standing in the middle of his own collapse," she continued, "watching the system he built tear itself apart, and you're here, chasing me through a dark tunnel, instead of deciding what you believe now that the truth is out." "Believe?" Cassian's voice rose. "I believe you stole what was never yours. I believe you walked into this mountain wearing borrowed colors and left with a dragon that should have been mine. I believe you have spent every day since proving that low-born blood knows nothing of honor, only theft and survival." "Then you haven't been watching." The words came out flat, tired, heavier than she had intended. "I've been watching you," Cassian said, and now his hand moved to his blade in earnest. "I saw you in the hall, reading names, playing the martyr. You think exposing the cost makes you righteous, but it only makes you dangerous. The Eastern Fleet is coming. The realm needs riders who will fight without hesitation, and you have just made every cadet in that hall wonder if their own dragon is eating them alive." Saira met his eyes. "Good." Cassian's blade cleared the sheath. Dain moved, but Saira stepped around him first, the ledgers still pressed against her chest, her voice steady in a way she had not expected. "You want to fight me, Cassian? Fine. Put the blade down and do it with your hands. Or draw it and prove that you need steel to face a chainmaker's daughter." He stared at her, the blade hung in the air between them, catching the faint light, a silver line that had not yet decided where to fall. Then he laughed, low and bitter and sharp as the edge in his hand. "You think this is about pride?" He lowered the blade but did not sheath it. "You think I hate you because you took something from me. But I'd have been watching the Aerie fall apart for years, Quenn. I have seen riders hollowed and replaced and written out of history. I have seen my uncle pretend that the cost was noble while his mother's name rotted in an unmarked grave. I knew. I always knew. And I did nothing because I believed the cost was worth it. His voice cracked on the last word. Saira felt the shift, the fracture widening, the golden certainty falling away to reveal something raw beneath. Then why stop me now? She asked. If you always knew, why try to seal the vaults? Why set your soldiers on me? Why keep playing the loyal arrow if you already knew the game was rigged? Cassian's grip on the blade tightened. For a long moment he did not answer. Then he said, so quietly she barely heard it, because if I stop pretending, I have to face what I let happen. The confession hung in the dark between them, raw and unwilling, and absolutely true. Saira did not move, did not soften. She had no comfort to offer the man who had tried to starve her in a sealed annex, who had used old stone locks to guard the secrets that would have saved her, who had worn his cruelty like a birthright. But she did not draw her blade either. Then stay here, she said. Face it, or don't, but I am done giving this mountain any more of my time. She turned. Cassian's blade came up, and Dain's voice, flat and final, stopped him cold. Put it down, Cassian, or I will put it down for you. And I promise you will not like how that ends. Saira kept walking, the ledgers heavy, the dark closing around her. Behind her, she heard the clatter of steel on stone. A blade dropped, a man defeated not by violence, but by the weight of everything he had refused to see. The mountain groaned again, and through the bond, Vethrix's voice came, strained and fierce. The fourth anchor now! The darkness beneath the Aerie was rising to meet him. Chapter 39. The tunnel curved east, the stone growing colder as they moved deeper into the mountain's bones. Saira counted her breaths, felt the ledgers press against her ribs, listened for footsteps that did not come. Cassian had not followed. Dain moved ahead of her, one hand trailing the wall, reading the stone the way she had once read forge heat. His silence was heavier than the dark around them. There's a service door, he said finally. Half a mile north of the eastern eyrie. It opens onto the outer ledges. From there you can reach the saddle where Vethrix. He stopped, turned. The light from somewhere above caught the edge of his jaw, the scar she had traced with her fingers in a room that felt a lifetime gone. I said we, she repeated. You're coming with me. Dain's mouth tightened. Not a denial, not yet. But she saw the shape of it forming behind his eyes, the calculation she had learned to read in the set of his shoulders, the way he looked at her like she was something he was already losing. If I leave with you, he said, Oren controls the narrative. He tells the Corps that I was your co-conspirator from the start, that the mutiny was planned, that every death that follows is on our heads. He consolidates, he purges, and everyone who might have doubted him falls in line because the alternative is chaos. And if you stay? Then he keeps me close, watches me, thinks he knows where my loyalty lies. Dain stepped closer, close enough that she could smell smoke and stone on his coat, could feel the heat of him in the cold tunnel air. And I feed him nothing. I wait, I watch, and when the moment comes, I am already inside. Saira shook her head. You're talking about spending months pretending to serve the man who just ordered you seized for mutiny. He'll kill you, Dain. He'll hang you from the eastern wall and call it justice. He might. Then why? Because I am more useful to you here than I am running. The words landed between them, flat and final. Saira felt them in her chest like a blow, not sharp, just heavy. the weight of something she had known was coming and had refused to name. "I have spent my whole life inside this mountain," Dain said. "I know every tunnel, every officer's weakness, every seal that can be broken, and every door that can be held. If I leave now, I am one more fugitive. If I stay, I am a blade hidden in the command's own sheath." Saira's throat tightened. "You said you chose me." "I did." He reached for her hand, and she let him take it, let him press her fingers against the pulse in his wrist, let herself feel the proof that he was still alive, still here, still hers for this one moment before the tunnel swallowed them both. "And I will keep choosing you, every day, from inside that tower, from under Oren's gaze. But I cannot protect you from the outside, Saira. I can only protect you from where I can still reach." "I don't want your protection." "I know. I want you." His breath caught. She saw it, the crack in his control, the way his hand tightened around hers, like she was the only solid thing in a world that was collapsing into ash and flame. "I want you too," he said, and the words came out raw, stripped of everything except the truth. "More than I have ever wanted anything. More than rank, more than duty, more than the life I built on rules that were never meant to keep us alive." He lifted her hand to his mouth, pressed his lips to her knuckles, held them there for a long breath. "But if I run," he said against her skin, "I lose the only weapon I have left, and I will not lose the chance to tear this place down from the inside, not when you are out there fighting the same war." Saira closed her eyes. The bond paused beneath her rib, Vethrix's urgency bleeding through, the fourth anchor waiting, the mountain groaning, the darkness rising. But she did not let go of Dain's hand. "How do I find you?" she asked. "You don't." Her eyes opened. Dain's face was set, carved from the same stone that lined these tunnels, the same stone that had held his secrets for years before she had ever learned his name. "If I am still valuable to Oren, he will keep me close. I will be watched. Every message I send will be read, every movement tracked. The only way I survive is if no one knows I am yours." The word landed like a blade. "If you need to reach me," he continued, "send word through Mira. She knows the old routes. She knows how to hide a signal where Oren's people will not find it. But do not look for me, Saira. Do not send riders to find me in the dark. If I am doing my job right, no one will know I am still fighting." "That's not a life." "It's the one I chose." She wanted to argue, wanted to scream, to hit him, to drag him through the tunnel by force and make him see that staying meant dying. Slowly, alone, erased from every record the way the Aerie had erased Rira's love, the way it had erased Alara Vale, the way it would erase Saira herself if she let it. But she heard what he was not saying. He was not staying because he thought he could survive. He was staying because he thought he could make a difference, even if it cost him everything, even if she never saw him again. "Dain, I know. If you die in there, I will find a way to bring you back just to kill you again." A laugh, low and broken and so familiar it hurt. "I know that too." He pulled her close, one hand sliding to the back of her head, the other pressed flat against the ledgers still strapped beneath her coat. She felt the heat of his palm through the leather, the weight of his forehead resting against hers. "I love you," he said, "and I will spend every day inside that tower proving it, even if you never hear my voice again." She kissed him. It was not soft, it was not careful. It was the kind of kiss that said everything she could not put into words, that she would carry him with her, that she would remember him even when the bond tried to steal his face, that she would tear this mountain down stone by stone until there was nowhere left for him to hide. When she pulled back, his eyes were wet. He did not let her see him cry. Go, he said. Saira turned. The tunnel stretched ahead, dark and narrow and smelling of old stone and older secrets. Behind her, Dain stood still, a silhouette against the faint light, a blade she had sharpened and left in the dark. She did not look back. The fourth anchor, Vethrix sent. Now. And beneath the words she felt something else. A presence older than the mountain, rising through the cracks, drawn by the breaking chains. Whatever it was almost here. Chapter 40. The tunnel spat her out into a world of fire. Saira burst through the service door half a mile north of the eastern Aerie. The ledgers clutched against her chest, and the night hit her like a physical blow. Not dark, bright, brooding. The great hall's collapse had torn open something deeper than stone, and flames licked at the wreckage of the noble gallery, casting long shadows across the outer ledges where dragons writhed and screamed. She tasted ash. Vethrix's voice came through the bond, ragged and fierce. Here, now. She ran. The eastern Aerie loomed above her, a pale crescent of stone jutting from the mountain's flank, and there he was. Vethrix, storm-black against the firelit sky, his chains dragging from the broken anchor points, his scales drinking the light until he looked like a wound in the air itself. He had found the fourth anchor. It was not a chain. It was a spike of black iron driven through the bedrock at the Aerie's base, thicker than her arm, sunk so deep she could not see where it ended. The stone around it had cracked and wept, and Vethrix stood over it with his head low, his breath coming in great heaving clouds of steam. "This one is wedged in the mountain's bone," he sent. "It will take everything." Saira dropped the ledgers at the edge of the Aerie and walked toward him. "Then take everything." She placed her hand on his flank. The scales were hot, almost burning, and through the bond she felt what he had been holding back. The strain of 3 broken anchors, the weight of the mountain pressing down, the darkness rising beneath them, hungry and patient. But beneath all that, she felt him. Not as a dragon, not as a weapon, as the one who had chosen her, who had waited centuries, who had refused to be owned until a chainmaker's daughter had walked the line, and he had known that she would understand the weight of iron better than any noble heir. "I never told you," he sent, "how I knew it was you." "Tell me later." "There may not be a later." "There will be." She pressed her forehead to his scales. "Because I am not done choosing you. And I am not done choosing Dain. And I am not done burning this place to the ground." The bond flared, and Vethrix turned his fury toward the fourth anchor. The mountains screamed. Saira felt it through her teeth, through her bones, through the chain-link tattoo that blazed against her wrist like a brand. The spike of black iron groaned, then bent, then snapped with a sound like the sky tearing in half. The earth lurched between her feet. For a moment, nothing. Then the chains that had held Vethrix for a generation fell away, clattering against the stone like dead things, and he rose. He rose. "The wings you feel on your back." He lifted his head and opened his jaws, and the sound that came out of him was not a roar. It was a call, a summons, a declaration that the storm-black dragon of Veska was no longer bound, and every dragon in the Aerie heard it. They answered. From the upper ledges, from the Aeries carved into the mountain's face, from the darkness where they had been chained and silenced and made to serve, the dragons screamed back. Not in fear, in hope. Saira watched as rider after rider stumbled onto the ledges, their faces lit by fire and confusion and something like dawning recognition. A young woman with a bruise across her cheekbone looked at Saira, then at Vethrix, then at the flames consuming the great hall below, and she did not reach for her blade. She reached for her dragon's harness. "Saira!" a voice from behind her. She turned. A rider she barely knew, a man with a scar across his jaw and a dragon the color of pale ash, was running toward her, his eyes wild. "The eastern eyrie is open. The lower gates are unguarded. If we are going, we have to go now." "We." He stopped, breathing hard, and looked at her. "I saw what you did in the hall, and he knew what it would cost. Then we will find a way to make the cost worth it." She looked ahead. The sea. Dark and vast and waiting, and beyond it, the Eastern Fleet, 3 weeks from Talrat's coast. They would come with fire and steel and hunger, and she would face them with 13 dragons and a memory of Dain's kiss that was already fraying at the edges. Behind her, the Aerie burned. Ahead, the war waited. And in the space between, Saira Quenn reached for what she still remembered and found it slipping through her fingers like ash. The first rider fell from the sky at dawn,